Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. We're ready to start, so if I can please invite you to take your seat. Welcome to the second day of the Global Conference on AI, Security and Ethics. I'm Giacomo Persipaoli. I'm the head of the Security and Technology Program, and I'm very pleased to welcome you to day 2 of the conference. After a very successful day 1, you were very good at staying with us for the entire day yesterday, and I heard a lot of positive feedback and a lot of really interesting discussions happening at the margins of the sessions, which is great to see so many of you staying with us and also having the opportunity to engage in conversations and meet with peers from all around the world. Today, we have a great program that is going to take us until roughly 5 p.m. But before we get into it, I just wanted to share a couple, again, of operational, if you want, points. First, you will see on the screen, and for those of you that are here, a new flyer with our link to our feedback form. For us, it is very important. We want to make this, and we will make this an annual event here in Geneva. So to allow us to keep improving, please do share with us what you liked, what you think could have been done better. It's really important for us to keep improving. And saying that no breaks was not a good idea is not allowed. No, just kidding. You can put whatever you want, #no breaks. But it is really, jokes aside, it's really important for us to understand what are the things that worked and the things that could have been improved. So please do take the time. You have the flyers. You can do it here. You can do it at the end of the day. Just please do not forget to give us your feedback. The second point is about Slido and the way in which all of you, whether you're here in person with us or following us online. Yesterday, we had more than 500 people following the conference online, which is great. Please do engage, become active participants of this conference by submitting your questions on the platform, and then our moderators will see them pop up on their screens, and they will be passing them over to the panel. Yesterday, it worked well. We had over 90 questions being submitted over the course of the day. So this is thanks to you, and thanks for answering the call of being an active participant of the day. So the agenda that we have ahead of us for the rest of the conference is really interesting because it does two things. We will start with another framing discussion. Yesterday, the framing discussion was led by UN leaders to really try to situate this conference and the themes of this conference within the broader multilateral governance efforts that are happening on the topic of AI. Today, we will be having a similar framing question, but looking at another key constituency of this topic, which is the technology leaders, those that are developing, integrating, and implementing these technologies, both in the defense and in the civilian domain. So we're really looking forward to that panel that I will introduce in just a moment. We will then proceed by having a segment, about a 2-hour segment, really focusing on the key aspect of the human element, which continues to be a key feature. It was a key feature yesterday. It will continue to be a key feature of all discussions around AI, because ultimately, it is humans who develop, regulate, use, and implement AI, and it is important that we retain a very strong focus on the human element and make these discussions human-centric. There is a lot of human-centric AI talks, but we really want the talks themselves to put humans in the middle. So we'll see, we'll have great speakers that will help us understand how we can manage the human element in the era of AI. Over the lunch period, we will have a very interesting panel. Yesterday, we heard from the Global Commission on responsible AI in the military domain. Today, we have a very exciting panel that will help us understand what are the different perspectives, the different regional perspectives on AI, security, and ethics from representatives that are really coming from all across the world. So I really invite you to stay with us for that panel. In the afternoon, we'll transition to really focus on the knowledge and capacity building element that is, again, a very important part. And as already mentioned, the kind of the final segment of the conference, which is going to be also in a way the culmination of all of the discussions we've had, will be focusing on the topic of trust building. So it's really a rich program ahead of us. Like yesterday, no formal breaks, but please do feel free to walk in and out of the room as you need to breathe and catch some air. But it is the format seemed to have worked yesterday, and we're hoping that you can follow us today as well. Now, without further ado, I would like to introduce the first panel of the day, the panel of tech leaders. As I mentioned, we will be hearing directly from those that are responsible of the innovation drive that we are experiencing today. This panel will be moderated by my colleague Goja Aloy at the very far end of this table. She just joined UNIDIR as co-deputy head of the Security and Technology Program. She will be joined here on stage by Marco Karamian, Director of Digital Diplomacy for Microsoft. Please, if you can start making your way to the stage. David Sully, CEO of Advai. Jibu Elias, the country lead for India of Responsible Computing Challenge and fellow of Mozilla Foundation. Moses Kanile, the Director of Defense Artificial Intelligence Research Unit at the Faculty of Military Science at Stellenbosch University in South Africa. And Arnaud Valli, the Head of Public Affairs of Command AI. So a very rich panel, and Gosha, over to you to take us forward. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome. It's my pleasure to welcome you today to this opening panel of day 2.
It's okay. We'll just reshuffle it. A little.
All good now. Okay, take 2. Good morning again. Welcome, everyone. It's my pleasure to welcome you to this opening panel of day 2, and my absolute honor to be able to moderate this panel of distinguished experts from the tech community. Welcome, everybody. Yesterday, as Giacomo mentioned, we started the day with the discussion with the UN leaders. Today, we're taking this a little bit forward through the perspective of the tech companies and tech experts. It is particularly important, I think, for me to have the possibility to dive a little bit deeper into the discussions from the perspective of tech community, because in our field, in the security and defense, this isn't a nice to have. This is absolutely indispensable to have this community engaged from the outset in the design, in the development, and the use of the frameworks that will guide the safety and security of AI systems and capabilities. We're taking the road to New York for the next General Assembly through Spain for the next RIAM. And through that sort of context, we want to make sure that we're discussing the right governance of the AI frameworks with the right leaders. And I would like to encourage all of you to make sure that through this discussion, you share your perspectives from the personal engagement experience, but also your professional expertise, and specifically major on your regional engagement, as we have the panel put together for that purpose as well, from Asia Pacific, India, Europe, and Africa continent. So with that, on that note, I'd like to kick us off with a high-level question, although not that easy one. What is it that safety and security in the development and deployment of AI capabilities means to you? What does that mean in terms of your personal experience? What does it mean for your organization and for your company? And especially in the context of security and defense. If I may just start with you, David, please kick us off.
Good morning. Just check that that's working.
It's all good, yes.
Great. Good morning. My name is David Sully. I'm CEO, co-founder of Advai. So just a very quick introduction first. I would characterize Advai, we're a London-based AI company, and our job is basically to break AI systems for a living. So we're one of the larger commercial research and development efforts in the UK on AI safety and security. And then To answer that question from our side, when it comes to safety and security, I think very often, particularly in the defense area, you're looking at sort of, obviously there's the ethical elements of it, the way it's deployed, but one of the really, really crucial bits is I think that terminology starts masking what everybody's talking about, which is reliability. So they're looking at systems that need to be reliable in order to be deployed. And that doesn't just go for defense and security, it goes across industry. And that's one of the hardest challenges within AI, particularly around current generations of it, is determining what that reliability is and what's a threshold for that reliability. And trying to come to a common understanding of that, I think, is one of the biggest challenges in the AI industry. Once that can be done, I think that's where you start to get sort of a common basis for what is okay, what's not. But one of the things, an observation from our side is we are a deeply cynical AI company. We see AI fail all the time. We do it on purpose. We are a very good company at making that happen. But that's not necessarily just reflective of ADVI. It is the fact that these systems are very unrobust. And making them reliable is really difficult in the first place. So making them go wrong is actually not as difficult as people sometimes think.
Thank you very much. Thank you, David. It's great that you mentioned actually the failures, and I think this is exactly the way to expose the vulnerabilities that we need to address. I wonder whether there is anything in that space that other colleagues are working on, especially from the same industry, but also in terms of the research and development. And with that, can I turn to Michael, if you don't mind taking us further?
Thank you, Gosha. Happy to address the question. But firstly, thank you to UNIDIR, especially the Technology and Security Program, for their time and effort in making this conference happen. And special thanks to Dr. Giacomo Percy-Paoli and Dr. Yasmina Finna for their expertise and collegiality. In terms of the initial overarching question, Gosha, as to what is responsible AI, I think similar to David's answer, but I would try to focus on ensuring that it's technology that consistently respects human rights and aligns with international law and established norms. But we know this in principle, but what we don't know is what that means in practice. This is where we're still seeking to make progress. This conference, as well as the Roundtable for AI Security and Ethics, are endeavors to try to better understand what that means in practice. We have some, I think, initial understanding. In part, it comes from the long-standing corporate responsibility to respect human rights, as articulated in the UN Guiding Principles on Business and Human Rights, unanimously adopted by the Human Rights Council back in 2011. But then, of course, we need to go a step further, as we have been doing in recent years at Microsoft and elsewhere, with the focus on responsible AI. Microsoft's responsible AI principles date from 2016, and they are fairness, reliability, security, privacy, safety, inclusiveness, fairness, and accountability. And for those of you who work in responsible AI, those are very familiar. You see the same principles pretty much across the board from different companies and from different initiatives. So we have the same terminology, not necessarily the same definitions, as we heard from our colleagues from JPAL yesterday. But in practical terms, responsible AI development in defense and national security contexts, I think also means ongoing human oversight, careful monitoring, rigorous testing, and clearly defined restrictions on sensitive uses. Just as an example, Microsoft placed limitations on applications such as real-time facial recognition for law enforcement, as well as AI systems that could lead to physical or psychological harm or infringe on human rights. And in order to help inform that, we actively engage in international discussions, including those at the Roundtable for AI Security and Ethics, to help build consensus on what responsible AI in defense and security means. I think it's important to recognize that innovation isn't something that just happens within one organization. There is the necessity to share best practices. That includes with military and national security institutions, in order to understand that they can also adopt similarly responsible approaches, because of course we all work together essentially in technology supply chains. And so we partner with governments, international organizations and civil society groups, and also have long-standing partnerships, such as with UNIDIR, to ensure that innovation remains aligned with international human rights standards and helps strengthen global governance on AI. Lastly, Gosha, in terms of what this means for R&D, research and development teams at Microsoft and elsewhere, they have now increasing uses of responsible AI standards. And at Microsoft, it's the responsible AI standard, which is freely available online, as well as the generative AI code of conduct. And those are implemented to ensure there are strict safeguards and continuous monitoring, as well as clear usage restrictions and mandatory human oversight. But again, we need better understanding as to how that is aligned with human rights and international law standards.
Thank you, Michael. And Arno, you're particularly working in the industry in defense, and I wonder whether you can tell us a little bit more how those frameworks can apply from your perspective, and whether there's anything that you're still struggling with and want to share with us, please.
The microphone will work eventually. Yes, so thank you for the invitation first and for the question. I will start by saying that never forget, and we're in a place of diplomacy and global governance here, but tech society are the product of societies. Of course, their product could change a lot of the use you have, even in military domain. But at the end of the day, we are the product of societies. And speaking about my company, I'm pretty sure we'll not be born in a dev tech in Europe with the global context and a full-scale invasion in Ukraine. So actually, the development of the dev tech industry in Europe is actually becoming clear because societies need more means to deter, to protect, and to act in the military domain, unfortunately. That's the first point. If you want to understand what tech is doing or tech in life, well, we are again the product of society and the need for the market fit. Because at the end, we are a private company. We look for profitability as well. And if you need to understand the dev tech, if I say understanding, you need to understand these 2 points. So about this regulation, we're working in a certain domain where responsibility means something. Because about reliability of system, it directly means the engagement of human lives. If your problem fail, you could, of course, have very serious problem in terms of legality, law, international law, and what Western armies respect or try to respect as much as possible, and will continue to do, I hope. And I really hope that everybody here understand that global governance is actually today setting the pace for a respectful AI of our own soldiers, but as well as the opponent as well. And for the development, this responsibility means a lot because, of course, defense is not totally, as you know, englobed in all the UN Charter in AI or the EU Act as an example. And I think yes, tech and the people working this must understand that the reliability of the system is sometimes very hard to find. But the point is, when you're working in the defense sector, especially, the responsibility could be enormous, absolutely enormous, and engaging human life. Another part that Michael was saying about global governance is very important to share sometimes and to discuss, because we are unfortunately in a world where we are in AI in what we call a race course. Sam Altman used to talk 2 years ago about the Oppenheimer moment of AI. And I think we are. It's a dilemma of security, as you know, in geopolitics, when everybody starts to have its own programs developing. And the only way to kind of control and seeing where the AI could go in terms, not even in reliability, but the use case of AI must be to discuss all together and to have in mind that sometimes the system will develop in a tech lab very far away from the battlefield, will have impacts on civilian life and all. So that's 2 different things I wanted to go between further notice. But again, tech and the AI domain we're discussing today will not exist without the market fit, unfortunately, for this kind of product at the moment.
Thank you very much, Arno. And I think you definitely already touched on the main point, really, the enormous responsibility in this field, particularly as opposed to wider sort of discussions around non-military context. And it's great to hear that within your company, that's kind of on the forefront of the discussions. Djibo, I wonder your perspective, given your varied experiences from tech industries, foundations, research, etc. Please share with us.
Yeah, sure. So I want to reflect on something Michael and Giacomo mentioned. Yeah, it's on. So just want to focus on something Giacomo mentioned before, and Michael also mentioned. That's the focus on the human values, the human. After all, we are doing all these things for ourselves. So when you speak about responsible AI or responsible AI development, it should prioritize things like accountability and transparency and explainability. These are getting very critical, especially when national and global stakes are so high. Right? And it's not about minimizing just the harms, but also about how do we embed foresight into the systems by design. And how do we create certain guardrails for especially dual use technology, right? How can we can ensure there is appropriate human oversight, and they will end up protecting human rights. And this deployment should be context aware as well. Coming to the R&D part, I think I want to reflect on something you just mentioned before, that is how far these tech labs are from the battlefield. But I want to say how far these tech labs are from the real life as well, because I think we are living in a time where some of, very interesting times, I will call, because so far innovation or R&D has been limited to, the notion has been limited to speed and sophistication, right? It wasn't always focused about responsibility and looking at unintended consequences. So there is this the terminology Silicon Valley rule of AI ethics, or Silicon Valley approach to ethics, which is move fast, break things. And we are now seeing how that is playing out. So that's why we're saying, even if it's in R&D, it should be we should be focused on responsibility and reflection, as well as how we support human-centric and trustworthy AI innovation. And innovation can be slow, right? Not everything has to be high-paced, right? Unlike what I mentioned before. And this can also lead us to anticipate the harm and consequences and build solutions based on that. So and what we are doing right now with Mozilla's work in responsible computing challenge is we are realizing that we should inculcate these values, this approach, to students who will go on to their career and start developing these tools and technologies, right? They should be aware of what they are doing with this powerful technology and what they are building on. So I will stop here.
Thank you very much, Jibo. You've touched on a very important point around being far from the actual battlefield, and what does that mean for people in the lab, for people who are getting into this field and starting to work on the products development, etc. I will come back to it, but on that point, Moses, you're in the research field. What can you tell us from your perspective? And from the perspective of your original engagement as well. I think that's really important to bring up.
Thanks, Chair, and thanks to UNIDIR for providing this platform. It is indeed a very important one. From our perspective, both as an academic institution and as a region of Africa, we believe that academic institutions have got a very important role to play in terms of responsible AI. We recognize the complementary but very much competing interests of the industry as developers, designers, and so on, from a profit perspective, the interests of the military as the ultimate users of these technologies, and then government as regulators. Now, all these interests need to be harmonized. If you're an academic institution that is providing material or talent for all these competing interests, you have a supreme responsibility to make sure that the values that my colleagues, my co-panelists have articulated here are deeply inculcated. From our perspective, we believe that the practitioners, the students, regulators, they must see AI technologies as a tool for good, and therefore they must become a force for good. Now, having said that, we're also cognizant that in order to catch criminals, you need to know a thing or two about criminality. So that means in terms of responsible AI, you need to have sufficient skills both to detect and deal with guys who do not do the things that they're supposed to do. All right. So we believe that innovation does not say, responsible AI does not say that you shouldn't know what bad things look like, and also being unable to serve as a neutral arbiter when there is misbehavior. That is our perspective.
Moses, thank you very much. And that links back to actually your opening remarks, David, where your company is looking into these vulnerabilities and exposing the bad so that we can address the good, which is probably an area where we can dive into a lot deeper. I would just like to encourage everyone in the audience to submit your questions from Slido if you do have for our panel. In the meantime, if I can dive a little bit more into the operationalization of the different frameworks and principles that you talked about that we have, so that we know and you know how to actually use them and what it means for you. Michael, you talked about the guiding principles the UN has adopted. We know there is a plethora of different instruments at the moment, but how far do they go for you to be actually guided by them? What is it that you're missing, and how have you been involved in anything already that gives you that security as a company or as an institution, that you secured, you know how to go about development of safety and safe and secure products, and anything that you can share with us. David, can I start with you?
Okay, there's quite a lot there. So, okay, starting from the principles, one of the big challenges that I observe at the moment is we've started out with principles in terms of AI has to be fair, safe, secure, robust. They all dictate what a company should be doing or how adoption should take place, but they don't really explain how that should happen. So what is robustness for a system is an incredibly technical, really challenging objective to determine, and it's currently unanswered. So one of the challenges you've got when you're, and again, this impacts industry as much as it does defense, when you're being told you need to have a robust system, trying to work out what on earth that means to you in your business use case is incredibly challenging. And that's one of the big research sort of areas. When you then start bringing that through into something more complex, like what is an assured AI system for deploying, that becomes an even more unanswered question. And the reason for a lot of this is you've got to remember AI is still in the early stages. So take computer vision. So computer vision has been around for a decade, 15 years. Everybody's been working really hard on it. I'll give you one company that works very hard on it is Tesla, one of the largest data sets in the world, one of the most well-funded, some of the most advanced engineers. They still haven't worked out how to make reliable computer vision systems. So any company that comes along going, right, we've got this solved, you have to go, right, have you genuinely? And it's because of these unanswered questions around reliability and robustness. You can see that in the terminology around generative AI as well, where people find new capabilities on these. They are termed emergent capabilities. That is because we don't know what they are able to do next. As more data gets fed into them, as more compute gets put into them, emergent capabilities come out. So trying to work out how these systems fail, how they might, what the security problems are, what the safety problems are very, very difficult, because they are constantly changing all the time. And the final bit on this is there are just not the skill sets to do it. There's a lot of training in universities for how to build an AI model. How to make an AI model fail is very rarely taught in comparison. And so you've got a very big imbalance and a very big challenge. And that's where all of these problems, from principles through to actual action and integration and implementation, come in. But if you can solve them, they become really, really significant.
Thank you very much, David. Actually, one of the questions that came from the floor is around that future safeguarding and whether companies are already looking into self-regulation of models for the future ahead of anything that international community or governments would impose. So in a similar context, Michael, what about Microsoft's perspective?
So if I can build on David's answer and Goja focus on a specific aspect of what you asked about gaps. Jibu mentioned foresight. Strategic foresight is something that comes up in UN discussions very, very often in different contexts. It's rarely undertaken, and even more rarely, actually, the results are then utilized. And I think, broadly speaking, this is definitely a space in which I see the need for more foresight. During the reception yesterday evening, myself and a few colleagues, including members of the Roundtable for AI Security and Ethics, were reflecting on the fact that we're at a point in time whereby it is very, very difficult to have trustworthy and meaningful sources of information to understand where there are actual use cases of AI in national security and defense contexts. There are individual use cases here and there, and there are some extrapolations that can be made from that. But actually, bigger picture, what we don't yet seem to understand is what does that mean for trends and what are the risks that we should really be focusing on. Foresight could, in theory, help us to get to that place. And of course, organizations such as UNIDIR are very well placed to do that. To some extent, individual companies can do that. You know, human rights methodologies, namely human rights impact assessments and human rights due diligence, call for that to some extent. Engaging with stakeholders, engaging with experts to mitigate and prevent risks based on actual and potential harms that might emerge from uses of technology. That's a type of strategic foresight, but it's not, I think, enough to have that bigger picture to understand what are the risks that we need to be focused on in the long term beyond individual use cases at the moment. This might just be a reflection of the point in time that we're at. Maybe this is a problem that will correct itself organically in the next couple of years as this field of responsible AI and national security and military domain continues to evolve. But even so, in the interim, I do think there's an enormous need for UNIDIR and other similar organizations and think tanks to help fill that gap.
Thank you very much, Michael. One of the as we're talking, one of the things that have already come up is around more and more accountability, not only responsibility. And that kind of links to all of the debate around the governance frameworks and whether there is anything in that space as we're discussing voluntary commitments versus actual regulation. So Arno, you being in that sort of industry and private sector, do you want to share your perspective on the question?
Tough question, very tough question. But I'm going to reflect on what Michael said. Yeah, the big lack of bigger picture is a problem because so far in the AI domain, especially, everybody's trying to resolve some specific case and all. We're not talking about a big AI able to solve conflict. We're talking about what is the algorithm to be better efficient in protecting my men, in targeting, whatever. And this addition of system, if you trying to have the bigger picture, starts to be very amplifying sometimes the lethality of the battlefield, sometimes the perplexity or the complexity of the battlefield, and sometimes in a chain of command, yes, people will start to get lost with so many complex systems and talking about reliability and all. But again, if you have time in a lab to explain why your system failed, is it explainable? And I think everybody here start to understand the complexity of neuronal network and to see, difficulties to explain, even if the result seems good. Sometimes you don't have time. So if you put this on the needs of the battlefield of every type of man wants his own system to adapt to a very small problem, you have an addition of many, many different systems from many different companies. And you look, as an example, Minister of Defense, you look at all the system you're providing and all, and yeah, you kind of be lost. Where is the most effective? Where is reliable? Is it the fault of this system? Is something gone wrong? Or is it the addition of another one? The connectivity and the battlefield start to be very important as well. And this addition of different AI from many, many different companies from many different countries is starting to be a perplexity and a complexity by itself. So the bigger picture, yes, needs to be done in this kind of place where regulation could be an answer. Of course, sometimes it won't because a sense of emergency from some states is driving. A few days ago, some countries in Europe left some charter about the use of anti-personnel mine. No, there is good, unfortunately, political reason for that. The point is, at one point, we need to discuss where we should be going if we have this backtrack like as global society. Additional system is not on the battlefield, but at the very end, will you still be in control and command of your troops, which is so important for military responsibility. And yes, that's an addition that every tech company should have. But again, I think the best place to talk about this is to have, again, and Michael was very right on this, is a global governance, to have the researcher, the academic, some people who are not in the business to be able to say, oh, that could be a problem you don't think because you're fitting to answer a certain problem.
Can I jump in?
Go for it, of course.
Yes, okay. So I want to touch upon the issue of voluntary commitment, self-regulation overall. I mean, as David said, right, many of the technology, even though AI is a quite old area of research, many of these technologies are quite new, right, which we are using. So that leads to this situation where industries or researchers, right, have this first mover advantage, right, where not much is regulated. That we have seen with LLMs and many things, right? And that gap can be dangerous or it can be liberating, right? It was liberating for, let's say, OpenAI when they scrapped the internet, right? But it depends on how it is managed. So I think that's a point where policymakers often miss out on. And the idea of self-regulation or voluntary commitment without it takes away accountability in many cases, right? So one thought will be, how do we ensure that there is some sort of accountability when, like we have seen from time and time again, organizations starting off with one principle, then moving away or stop totally. It happens in many industries, not just in AI, right? So what will happen when somebody who already gave a voluntary commitment and then backing off from such things, right? So these are some of the things that should be also taken in consideration for the policymakers, right, or the regulators. And secondly, one thing I have noticed with the regulators from who I have interacted mostly is that there is a general tendency to go after what is the latest or what is the buzz about. Right now, it's all about language models. Everybody wants to build language models, and I mean, this panel has been talking about numerous other important technologies with military purpose and others, right, such as computer vision and many more. So that also kind of influence the overall discourse and the public discourse as well. And in a way, this public discourse is what essentially get the policymakers to sit down and deliberate upon. So that's another challenge I have seen with the regulation aspect.
Thank you very much for that. Moses, can I turn to you on a similar question?
Yes, I think for me, the key thing is that we need to get to a point where there is general consensus on certain standards pertaining to AI. Because industry functions well when it knows what is expected of it, and then it can deal with innovation within the parameters of what is globally accepted as acceptable. Having said that, I think it makes sense, for example, to maybe consider the view that a separate convention, a separate instrument needs to be developed and put in place focusing exclusively on AI, both from a developmental perspective and a peace and security perspective. Now, but in the absence of that, so what happens in the interim? My view is that maybe an additional protocol could be developed as an interim measure and put it on as part of CCW, which will enable the transition from where we are to where we need to be in a much more structured fashion. Now, having a separate instrument enables, as co-panelist was indicating, these are emerging technologies. There's a lot of moving parts in this, a lot of controversies, and regulators tend to lag behind the developments. It will enable them to plug in all the emerging holes that need to be plugged in as it evolves. But as things stand at the moment, we have a challenge. So from a self-regulation perspective, if you look at why we haven't had a nuclear exchange since over the last couple of decades, is because the big boys and big girls decided, guys, let's sit down and look at how do we prevent other people from having access to these kind of technologies, thus making it uncontrollable. So self-regulation is important, but regulating yourselves against what? Who said that actually this is the right thing, this is the bad thing? So we need to put in place a credible instrument that will enable these things to happen.
I wonder if there are, yes, any responses to that from the panel? Please go ahead, Arnaud. And then
I think that's a very good point. I talk a bit about deterrence, and comparison with nuclear weapons is always in the mind, because in this kind of self-regulation, you need to be transparent a bit. I'm a big fan of cinema, and maybe some people have watched the movie Dr. Strangelove, Stanley Kubrick's from the 60s. And a big part of the movie, of the plot, was because one superpower didn't tell the other superpower that a secret weapon that could destroy the world, that something bad happened. And I'm saying that AI will lead to this, but the point is, when you're developing such a system without transparency and all, there is always a point where you could be the testimony of very big surprises, and you want to avoid this. So yes, I think in terms of regulation, big boys, as you say, or big girls, needs to talk, even secretly sometimes, to share information, because again, the fact when you have new technologies going at this pace is you won't be definitely clear what they could do before being used. And the problem, nuclear weapons was used, unfortunately, twice in real condition, and that's why everybody realized that we are human civilization mortal. I think with AI, we must not reach this point of general use in a conflict before saying that there should be regulation or way of controlling or way of testing. So I think that's why this kind of discussion, preempting the big invention or big test on the battlefield of massive system, are important. And that's why this kind of conference, the first edition, is important as well. But even without the transparency of this kind of UNIDIR conversation, I'm pretty sure, and I wish big powers developing AI at one point will make their scientists, and they are very important, because tech guys are in competition. It's normal. Again, they want to compete, they want to have the best system, and the armies as well. That's where academia and diplomats should play a role. We're all involved. Going back to my first introduction panel, but all of us here were the political societies, and the more societies will be open, even about technology and defense, the more we should avoid another nuclear bomb being dropped somewhere.
Okay, I'm going to say some things slightly provocative on regulation. So I'm actually a really big supporter of regulation of AI systems in industry. I actually think it's needed for increasing adoption, contrary to popular opinion. But when it comes to defense, it gets really, really complicated. So I used to be the United Kingdom lead for the Comprehensive Test Ban Treaty Organization in Vienna. So the organization that's responsible for monitoring whether or not any nuclear weapon testing takes place. And the problem with regulation of AI in comparison to something like that is there's very little detection mechanism for when somebody's breaching any sort of regulation. All you need are GPUs and an algorithm. It's not like there's a chemical signature, there's not a nuclear signature, nothing like that. So there is a practical problem in terms of how you police any sort of regulation at an international level that I think within defense, until you start answering that question, practically you're not going to get anything. And that's a massive problem. And it's the bit that nobody really wants to address because we all want everything to be done responsibly. But until that's addressed, until somebody goes, okay, this is a realistic proposition for regulating and managing this, I think that's going to be a huge, huge obstacle.
David, thank you very much. Michael, I know you want to come in. May I just take 1 second to flag a couple of questions that I think within this discussion are actually very relevant. So if anyone would like to also incorporate the answers into that, and it's to do exactly with the sort of confidentiality and sensitivities of the industry, and therefore how, to what extent can we actually involve industry in these discussions from the outset in the development of the AI for the military industry. and equally, given the competition of the market forces, how much of this due diligence and impact assessment are actually reliable when it comes to implementation of human rights? So it's a big question. Michael, take the challenge.
I regret volunteering to be the next speaker. So I'll touch upon the first question, at least Goja. If I can just quickly build on David's comments then about the lessons from the CTBTO monitor and network. Actually, that was also observed in the context of cyberspace as well. Similar ideas have been floated. It's very challenging to do attribution and meaningful accountability and deterrence in cyberspace. This is an area where progress still needs to be made, but there are lessons that can be learned from one emerging field to the other, and cross-pollination and fertilization across those two sectors can certainly help inform policymakers and companies to understand the possible options there. Building on Moses's thoughts on governance and on those comments just there, I think we are at a point in time where we often hear about deterrence and accountability, as we must, but actually there is a concept or a norm that often seems to be missing from discussions, and that's de-escalation. We're at a point in time where for a number of years, policymakers in defense and national security have commented that we are in a period that is neither peacetime nor wartime. Actually, more recently, there's been a refrain around possibly being in a period of pre-conflict. We need to recognize that whereas previously conflict between major powers was unimaginable, actually isn't as unimaginable now. And as we think about the role of AI to the question on transparency, actually, I think we should also think about de-escalation methodologies and how they can apply here. So confidence building measures, transparency, contact groups, those don't seem to exist or as much as they need to, but hopefully that's a way in which this field can evolve in the coming years.
Thank you very much, and well done for addressing a very challenging question. We have 4 minutes left, and I wonder whether I could just invite you to close the panel with your remarks on a couple of questions, again, one coming from the floor and one from myself. This is a particularly interesting one. So somebody is asking around the fact that the geopolitical competition at the moment is making it probably quite difficult for the private sector to collaborate on the principles of security risks. Now, if you can just reflect on that, but also given also yesterday's discussion of the Global Commission around these processes, including the stakeholders, what is it that you would like to tell us as a sort of policy community, international community, that we are missing, that we don't understand from the private sector's perspective, and that we need to take into account as we go forward? David.
Okay, geopolitical competition first, and very briefly, don't get me wrong, I think that's definitely complicating things. But I think just as much is also just the secrecy of the labs. Everybody's in an epic race in terms of development. And if you have the smallest edge, that is a big deal worth a lot of money at the moment. And so I think there is the geopolitical competition. I definitely agree that comes into it, but I think also you've just got competitive processes going on where you're going to have that secrecy very naturally, and that's a very, very natural business process. So I think that's all fine. I think the message to take away from my side is very much, I think we need to move away from the principles of the what into the how. So the same way that everybody goes, okay, let's adopt AI to see how it starts working, that can go on in terms of testing systems. It can go into sort of red teaming them. The more that goes on, the more understanding will be gained across what is good and what is bad in the industry. And it will provide clarity for those processes that are in place. So determining what is robustness, fairness, bias, etc., how to do that. But it needs to be done. It needs funding, it needs support, it needs people to actually be doing that on a larger independent scale. So I think that's the next bit, is moving forward into the actual practical doing of testing. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Can I invite Michael, yourself, and then the following panelists? We have 1 minute left, so please, if you can just keep it short. Thank you.
There we go. I will be super brief and go from one end of the governance spectrum. David mentioned companies all the way up, and might surprise people, and actually mentioned the UN Security Council. We've seen some actually quite encouraging progress, surprisingly, despite the geopolitical tensions in the UN Security Council, and its willingness, gradual willingness, to engage on this topic through particular ARIA formula meetings in recent times. What I think is needed now is for the Council members to better understand what does attribution look like, what does accountability look like, and what does complementarity look like. And I think step by step we are getting in that direction. Inevitably, I think AI and emerging technology issues will become a formal part of the Council's program of work and mandate. We're not there yet, but we're moving in that direction.
Thank you. Arno.
So very briefly, make no mistakes. I'm afraid regulation will always be late compared to technology. And even if you do regulate some region in the world, some other region or countries or companies will continue to evolve. So again, question is about the but the what and the use. And there is some certain laws that are intangible. And we're in Geneva here, and we're very attached, an example, to the Geneva Convention. And even if you have AI, and which are changing the way of doing warfare, sometimes the use of warfare, if they do respect these kind of international laws agreed by many, many countries, at least that would be something good for humanity.
Yeah, I will just touch upon the geopolitical aspect, and then I will give a few thoughts as well. So what is happening right now with the current geopolitical situation is that there is a lot of mistrust between stakeholders, I will say. Even there are talks about in many countries about building their own sovereign AI stacks, right? Thinking more from what if this particular product from a company which is based on a another country, what if they put a kill switch inside it, right? That's not just limiting to AI, but even with higher military equipments as well. So we are living in a time when there's a lot of mistrust, and I think we have to, I mean, it's not just limited to public sector or private sector, but we have to put organizations like UNIDIR and others has to put that effort to bridge that gap. Secondly, closing thoughts on responsible AI in defense. It's not about aligning machines with the mission objectives, right? It's about aligning innovation with the sovereignty, justice, human value. And overall, AI shouldn't be about strategic dominance. Rather, it should strengthen peace building and anticipate risk to vulnerable populations, and as we said, should uphold human rights as well.
Absolutely. Thank you very much. And Moses, last word is yours.
Thanks for the honor, for the last word. Look, there is this principle of inclusivity that has been talked about. And what that implies, at least from our perspective in Africa and developing countries, is that we need to make an active effort to bridge the divide, digital divide. We have over 1.5 billion people in Africa, a talent pool to be developed. Therefore, it is important that contributions should be made towards checking up infrastructure, deploying data centers, and all of those things in Africa, in order to ensure that there is that diffusion of talent pool. Obviously, this is a highly expensive proposition, but it can be done. It only has to be based on humanity, AI for humanity, and that's what we need to do. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Moses, and thank you to all of the panelists on that encouraging note. I do believe that it is possible to be done as well, and we have a lot to take forward from this panel. So do join me in the round of applause. Thank you very much. Thanks very much.
Thank you very much, Gosha, and thank you to all of our panelists for an amazing and engaging discussion. What a great way of starting the day. If I could please ask to remain seated, or if you want to leave the room, please try to do so in a quiet way so we can continue with the program. We're now ready to start with the first thematic segment of the day on the issue of the human element. So over the next 2 hours, we will hear from a number of experts that will be able to share with us their perspectives on, as I mentioned in my opening, on the critical topic of the human element, which is a central part of all conversations on the topic of AI and technology more broadly. So we will start this segment with a panel that will be moderated by my colleague Shimona Mohan, a researcher here with the UNIDIR Security and Technology Program at the very far right end of this table. And the panel will feature excellent speakers, including Paolo Benanti from the Pontifical Gregorian University, Vadim Kozyulin from the Diplomatic Academy of Russia, and our own Yasmin Afina from the Security and Technology Program at UNIDIR. With that, Shimona, please.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the first thematic panel for day 2 of this conference. And thank you, Giacomo, for the floor. As Giacomo mentioned, we have a fantastic panel to discuss the human element here. We have Paolo Benanti, who is a full professor at the Pontifical Gregorian University in Italy. We have Vadim Kozyulin, who's the head of the Center for Global Studies and International Relations at the Diplomatic Academy under the Russian Ministry of Foreign Affairs. And to my left, we have Yasmin Afina, who is a researcher for the Security and Technology Program at UNIDIR, where her research covers international security and AI. I was thinking we could start with perhaps an initial tour de table just to get us rolling in terms of this topic. So this is a question I would pose to all three of you. How do you define the role of the human element in AI applications for security and defense? And how different is it, if at all, from the human element in non-military uses of AI? So please, I would start with Paolo, and then we move across the table.
Thank you very much. Thank you for having me. It's for me a pleasure and an honor to be here with so distinguished colleague. Well, this topic from an ethicist point of view, it's something that you can frame inside the question, what is the difference between human and artificial intelligence? That is really broad and huge topics. But just to have a short attempt of answer to the question, let's start to focus on how something like, for example, reinforcement learning arise in the world of artificial intelligence. Well, we have to be back in 1960 when an IT scientist came to one of his colleagues, Donald Mickey, asking to him, are you able to produce a machine that can play and win a tic-tac-toe, just knowing the rules? Well, it was 1961. Computer was not so many in the world. And 1 year later, Donald Mickey came back with 302 matchboxes. With this make a machine, the name was Menace, something that is like terrible for human being, but it was an acronym for Matchbox, Educable, Nuts and Cross, the name of tic-tac-toe in British English, engine. Well, what he made was a system with colored balls inside every one of these 302 matchboxes, empty matchboxes. And over every matchboxes, there is one of the possible state of the game. Empty, cross, one ball in one side, and so on. Well, the human beings start to play with the machine. Take the empty matchbox, shake it, and take the color of one random ball that come out from the boxes. This is the movement of the machine. Any make on the chart. Then is the human turn. Then back to the machine. You go to the matchbox with the current configuration of the game, play, and so on. At the end of the game, if the machine won the game, you can have three balls of the same color of every movement that come out from the boxes, in every boxes that you use. If the machine tie, you add 1. If the machine lose, you subtract 1. Well, what happened? After 20 games, the machine start to tie. After 150 games, the machine is not able to lose anymore. It's really powerful machine. Well, is it any of the ball in the machine aware that they are playing tic-tac-toe? No. Is any matchbox aware that they are playing tic-tac-toe? No. But something of the human ability move to the matchboxes. Here is a really deep philosophical question, but coming to our topic, every time that we use a reinforced learning tools, like in the security and military action, we have a machine that is simply shaking a virtual box to produce something that is a win game situation. Technically speaking, you can play every kind of game with the matchboxes. If you would like to play chesses, really Russian famous player, Kasparov, you need 10 at 20 matchboxes. That means that if you visualize and put in a circle, this is a circle of 4,000 million of kilometers. That means that if you put the center in the sun, you have to go to Uranus to find the configuration of the game. When you was able to put inside the machine, you got Watson, and Watson win with Kasparov. Well, and here is the question about what you ask. What is the difference? Well, are all the military activity enhanced by AI, again, to win from the machine? If the machine is so configured, is it something that is cooperating with the human being, or is fighting with the human being? Well, this is the ethical question that we have to answer to define the human space in a human-machine relationship in a so delicate framework. I'm not able to
Okay. First of all, I'd like to thank UNIDIR for organizing so wonderful event and for having me here. Thank you so much. Speaking about the topic that we raised today, the role of a human in military domain differs considerably from the human role in civil domain. Military network-centric systems considerably diminish the role of a man on the battlefield and change the nature of human control. Actually, the nature of human control changes because human and the human control become the target for the enemy. And I'll give you some more details. So about the human element as a military Internet of Things element. Actually, human becomes a kind of a sensor in this network of military Internet of Things. Deployment of IOMT involves creating interconnected network of sensors, wearable devices, and other systems integrated through 5G communication, cloud computing, and edge processing. In this architecture, the primary actor generating and receiving data will not be humans, but millions of interconnected small devices. And these sensors will autonomously exchange information, utilize AI-driven decision-making for operational needs, such as battery recharging, changing position, or logistics coordination, and execute predetermined protocols. So while humans remain noded within the network, their role increasingly resemble that of another intelligent component rather than traditional commander. As AI capabilities advance, more tactical decisions will be algorithmically predetermined, shifting human oversight from direct control to strategic supervision. This evolution suggests a future battlefield where warfighters' physical presence becomes minimized, but programmers, strategists, and commanders gain oversized influence. Human involvement occurs primarily at the intentional level, while Internet of Things system engage in machine versus machine combat. And those sensors, those components will compete directly with the intelligent things of the opponent, of the enemy. Humans will control and direct their actions at the level of intention. So the logic of technological progress leads to indirect human control over Internet of military things. Well, that's it. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much, Shimona, and everyone for being here at the conference today. So I think that I'm afraid that I'm one of those people that are best to come with questions rather than answers. But I think that, as I've been trying to look at the role at artificial intelligence and autonomy since 2016. So it's almost been 9 years now that I've been looking at this question. And I think the more I try to look at it, especially with regards to the human element, because it's been so prominent since the beginning, the more I'm wondering, I'm realizing that I know too little about it. And the more I'm looking into it, the more I find questions rather than answers. But I think that what's been really interesting is that beyond the question of what does the human element mean on a more fundamental basis, it's also the question of what does it mean across disciplines. So for example, we often look at the human element from a political and policy perspective, especially here in Geneva, in the context of the GG on autonomous weapon systems, and what does meaningful human control mean, for example. And there are a lot of political and policy repercussions around it, but also from a legal perspective, what does the human element represent in the context of international law, especially with regards to international humanitarian law, which is my domain of expertise, and I'm happy to consider more about it later. There's also the question of what does the human element mean with regards to ethics, which, as Father Benanti has outlined before with the very interesting example, and then also what does the human element mean from an operational perspective, such as what Fadi mentioned in the context of the Internet of military things. But then also I think one thing that I have realized lately is the differences in what does the human element mean in different cultural contexts. So for example, I can see from our many cross-regional engagements at UNIDIR that just what does the human element mean in the first place differs from one region to another, and even from one country to another, or even from one culture to another. And as such, there are different sort of interpretations of what a human-machine teaming would look like. And that also translates in differentiations in how the trust element is presented and features in those different cultural contexts. And I think that what's also interesting to look at is what's the cost of the human element? And I'm not just talking about financial costs and obviously what are the financial implications of integrating the human element, but also what are the operational costs and under what context? Because some may argue that in certain contexts, it might be that the human element is absolutely necessary and priceless, but in some others, it might be that it costs even more from an operational perspective. So I think that it's really interesting to see this multidimensional aspect of the human element, and also what are the implications? So what are the implications of these differences on the human element with regards to, for example, the training of not only the system, but also the personnel and also the capacity building aspect of it. And then also, how does it translate with regards to the design choices of the system and also the policy choices, not only internationally, but also regionally and even nationally, for example, as states are developing their national strategies on AI and defense and security. And finally, I think that's something that I would be really keen on to explore further, and I'm really encouraged to see that it's also come as a common term in the previous panel, but also the day before, is how do we future-proof our reflections on the human element, especially with the rise of not only agentic AI, including in the context of military AI, and as we sort of increasingly delegate some of the decision-making towards systems, or at least delegate some decision-making, knowing and of the implication, the risk assessments that are associated with delegating certain decision-making in the military domain to AI, agentic AI, but also, in the rise of artificial general intelligence, as more and more companies are, and also more and more experts are trying to sort of reflect on what does it mean in the military domain. I think that those are some of the questions that we need to take into account. So again, more questions than answers, but yeah.
Thank you, all of you. I think that was a very fantastic kickstart into the more meatier discussions around this. And I particularly really like the kind of characterization that all three of you have put forward of the human element, whether it's human plus machine or human versus machine, how the human becomes a sensor or another intelligent component rather than the overlord or the commander of the system, and what kind of costs are associated with it. So I really encourage our audience as well to really get their hooks into these questions and leave our questions on the Slido as well. But for now, I have more questions for all of you. So I think we'll start with Paolo. Paolo, one of the objectives also of this conference is to better understand the role that ethics plays in the context of AI in the military domain. And we are also seeing, as Yasmin also mentioned, a growing research and interest in the field of agentic AI, or even artificial general intelligence. So Paolo, what do you see as the most fundamental elements of building trust between the human and the machine? And do you have any particular concerns around the way that this human element is being approached in the developments around AI today? And if I could just add on half a question more, what could and should be done differently when we come to this? So Paolo, over to you.
Okay, well, this is a core question about the same nature of ethics of technology. So what does it mean to deploy or to develop an ethics of technology? And actually, I have to be back to the source point of this kind of interpretation of ethics applied to technology that is, technically speaking, really recent. You know, ethics is something older like the human beings. Ethics as a philosophical reflection is old like the philosophy was. Ethics of technology actually arise in 1980. So it's really, really recent. What is the purpose of such kind of perspective? Well, let me bring back with one of the professors that was at the center of such kind of reading, that was London Winner. Well, in one of the founding paper of ethics of technology, London Winner was used to say that if we go to New York, we can see a lot of street. But one is really in particular significant, because if you look the Parkway, an highway that is used to connect Manhattan to Long Island, if you ever landed to JFK, is still the highway that you are used to be back to Manhattan. Well, this highway is really particular. It was designed by one of the most influential politicians of the 40s in the last century, that was Robert Moses. Robert Moses was so influential that he deserved a biography of 1,000 pages written by Robert Caro, that won a Pulitzer Prize for that. And this book is still one of the 100 most sold books in non-fictional section in US market. Well, if you flip the page of the book, what you can discover is that Moses was a really classical man of the last century and has a real clear vision on society. Today is unacceptable, but at that time was really common. And the idea was that the best part of city has to be reserved for the best part of society. That in his own mentality at that time was the white, rich middle class. And because that kind of parkway is bringing people to the best natural park on Long Island, that is Jones Beach, the idea was how to keep Jones Beach just for one section of population. Well, first, he didn't build any public transportation system, no train. Second, the bridge on the parkway are 2 feet 66 centimeters lower than the standard. Only the people that can afford a car can get to the beach. Well, and this is ethics of technology. Every technology, once it's deployed, works as a form of order, as a displacement of power. Ethics is questioning technology to make it visible, to make it accountable to different stakeholders. And so what is the role of ethics in such discussion like this one? When we talk about security and military domain, we are talking about the extreme decision that is connected to life-keeping and life-saving. Well, the ethics of technology, remember, has that such kind of conversation with all the stakeholders has to happen before the technology was deployed inside the society. And what the colleague said before is simple sum of the effect that such kind of transformation will produce in the deploying of the society. Well, I think that a platform like United Nations, like this one, is the place where such kind of discussion has to happen. And this is what ethics can help you. And then, you know, I'm an ethicist, the most beautiful job in the work. I make the question and run away before giving any kind of answer.
Perfect. Thanks so much, Paolo. And I think at this point when we are discussing ethics, we really need all of those questions that you bring in as well. So thank you so much for that. Vadim, kind of pulling from this, I'd like to understand from your perspective, based on the current development and deployment and the uses of AI in defense and security, if you could share some examples of successful human-machine teaming, and what are some of the lessons that we can use, that we can learn from these use cases going forward as well?
I suppose that military and civil use of AI more or less equal like artillery and fireworks. The sound is the same, but results are different. In non-military situation, people try to be humane, but in military situation, they never succeed to be humane. And I recall a case of Nagorno-Karabakh conflict in 2020. Also, I want to quote the president of ICRC, Peter Maurer, who gave an interview to Russian news agency. And he said, in my 8 years leading the ICRC and throughout 157 years history of the organization, we've never documented a conflict without violation of Geneva Conventions and IHL rules. So I come back to Nagorno-Karabakh conflict. I collected several reports produced by Amnesty International, ICRC, Human Rights Watch, Halo Trust, and Fact Check Kazakhstan NGO. So they described violation of IHL committed during the conflict. And I wrote down the list of weapons which were used for committing the crimes, according to those reports: heavy artillery, multiple launched rocket systems, cluster munitions, aerial bombs, ballistic missile. All that is weapons of 20th century. But there were weapons of 21st century used in the conflict, autonomous or semi-autonomous. And there was not a single mentioning of violation of IHL by means of those 21st century weapons. So humans, they violate IHL. Machines do not violate. And I cannot find a single case in mass media where where machines are blamed for violations. So I think that it's a reason to think about.
Thank you, Vadim. I think that was a very practical point that you mentioned about how machines do not violate IHL. It's the humans that do. And kind of pulling from this and coming back to our IHL and AI expert at UNIDIR, Yasmin, I'd like to just also ask you, the human element constitutes a key and a very contentious subject of discussion in international law. I'm wondering if you can tell us, what does international law and perhaps also international humanitarian law in particular say about this?
Thank you very much, Shimona. And I think that, so one thing that I'm happy that you asked me this question, because so far in IHL texts and the law as it is, there is no specific and precise obligation for human element in the body of law. There is, of course, and I'm glad that you mentioned it, Vadim, as in states and individuals will always maintain accountability and responsibility over any act, and this can never be transferred to machines. But it's not as in like because you're delegating certain decision making to certain systems that it means that the systems will be held liable. No, it's the human that has authorized the use of the systems, knowing of the risks and also of the characteristics of the systems, and knowing of what are the implications on the actual conduct of hostilities. They will be the ones held accountable. So I think that rather than asking ourselves what does international law say about the human element, it's rather what does the human element represent for compliance with international law. And I think that we can look at it specifically from international humanitarian law, because that's my area of expertise. If we look at, for example, the principles of precautions in attacks. So international humanitarian law requires to undertake precautionary measures to minimize risks of civilian harm very globally. And some states and experts are of the view that in order to comply with this rule of precautions, you need the human element, such as, for example, meaningful human control. But on the other hand, some may argue that in some circumstances, in some contexts, it may be that the human is actually more of a liability and may slow down the decision making in such way that civilian harm might actually be greater than if the system was not able to act as fast as the system would be. So I think that at this moment, though, I think what I really like about international humanitarian law is that it's very concrete and very pragmatic. And I guess that sort of leads to the observation that at this moment in time, how these legal obligations are interpreted and also approached and implemented really boils down to states and their national perspectives and interpretations of IHL. And I think what would be useful, at least from my end, in terms of clarifying these sort of uncertainties, is to look at specific scenarios to reflect on the human element, and not just based on the technological application and what sort of system is being deployed and used, but also in different contexts and domains, such as, for example, at sea, at land, both in urban areas, but also in rural areas, and also at sea. And I think what would also be interesting to look at it is what are the legal implications and the human element that is required at each stage, because we tend to focus on the human element at the use stage of the system. But I think that looking at it, what would potentially the law require from a national perspective in the pre-deployment stages of an AI system for military targeting, for example, that would make for a very interesting study. And personally, I just finished my PhD on this topic, so it's also of personal interest. But also after deployment, what would be the role of the human after the deployment and the use of a system, but also what would be the role of the human at the end of the life cycle of the technology. And I think that also sort of brings forth the value of such a conference where we're discussing all aspects and we're undertaking a 360-degree overview of a system. And I'm glad that, for example, yesterday we had a lot of discussions on the life cycle of a technology. So.
Thank you so much, Yasmin. And indeed, context is most important, as you said. And now I have a $1 million question for all of you, which I know also perhaps has a million answers. So maybe we can cut them down just to a few for the panel. But I was wondering if you could, in the most succinct way possible, tell us how should we, as an international community of policymakers, diplomats, industry, and academia, work together to balance the legal, technical, operational, and ethical implications of AI's development and deployment in the military domain? It's a very broad question, I know, but since we have this conference where we've gathered people who come from all of these walks of life around AI, I think it would be interesting for them to also get a sense of how we can come to answers to this question from perspectives that might be relevant for them. So I'll start again with Paulo, and then we move down the table.
Well, let me answer in an analogous way. You know, ethics of technology a lot of time use case from the past to have a metaphorical use for the present issues. Well, I think that there is an important case that we can analyze, that is the building of Central Park in New York. You know, Central Park is a piece of land in a really concentrated landscape that actually looks like something that is no business zone for a lot of real estate people. And so we can imagine in a wrong way that what we are doing here is like a no business zone for a lot of stakeholders. And if this is the true, well, we are in a failure way. But look better at what Central Park teach to us. First of all, it was acquired at the end of the 18th century for $5 million from the municipality of New York. 1,600 family was moved away, and they worked for at least six years to shape the land in such kind of way. Well, what happened after it was built? Well, first of all, what is the value of Central Park today? The last evaluation was 2005, and the value of the land is $500 trillion. What does it mean? That if you don't make it by design, later it's too costly to be applied. Try to think to GDPR, European Commission, and the United States company that has to pay such kind of things. So it's really convenient for everyone to be part to such conversation in a win-win situation. So this is a really positive point. Then look at what happened to the real estate in New York. If you have a real estate facing Central Park, the value is higher than a real estate that is put in another place. So we have to recognize that also for the different stakeholders that are part of such kind of global governance attempt, they can get a lot of value by participating, mediating, finding win-win situation in such kind of debate. So I think that the core mission of a place like this is to build the new Central Park in this new age of civilization, to plan which kind of our coexistence has to be used for such kind of element, like the one that we are talking about, that is a human significative control in an automated world.
When we talk about international community of politicians, diplomats, industry, and academia working together, we frequently mention the word inclusivity. Of course, it's very important because we need decisions and the solutions that we find to be comprehensive. And I would underline that re-aim makes a lot to make it to be successful. But at the result of this work, the final solutions might not be comprehensive and inclusive, as far as delegation of Russia was not invited neither in Hague nor in Seoul, and probably in Spain as well. So let's imagine that re-aim agrees the definition of human control. We have different understanding of human control today. So hopefully soon it will be defined what we mean when we say human control. And then at the end, when discussion comes back to the United Nations platform, there might be some countries which will understand the definition human control differently. So the discussion will have to start again. So Russia is one of the biggest nuclear powers, a country with the huge defense industry. And when we talk about inclusivity, we should not mean only global south or global north. We should think not only about gender or age, but about geography and military and technological potentials. Thank you.
Thank you, Shimona. I think that, in terms of strengthening, I think, the value of having the discussions here within the walls of the United Nations is that we're able to sort of have this platform to strengthen the ties between research and practice, because we've heard from industry representatives, we've heard from academic experts, we've heard from state representatives, and also we'll have more of it this afternoon. And I think that just maintaining the momentum about wanting to take part of convenings is really essential. And the value of having a lot of convenings at the moment, of course, there are sort of concerns, and often valid ones, about potential, for example, fragmentation. And it might be that there are tracks that are happening in parallel without much interaction as to how they can complement one another. So I think one key element here is also to make sure that this constellation and these many initiatives that are ongoing, including, for example, RAISE, can complement and reinforce other platforms and other initiatives. And I think that it really is key, because each of the platforms can bring a tremendous value. And I'm really glad that we're here today. And I know it makes that sound very cheesy, and I'm very biased because it's also part of the conferences, part of my work. But yeah, that's just my very quick answer.
Thank you so much, all of you. I propose now, since we still have a bit of time, to move to audience questions. And we have a lot of questions from the audience on this panel as well. So I was thinking maybe I could go to each of you with a separate question, and allow me to read all the questions now so that you can also perhaps get a couple of minutes to think about them. So to Paulo, I was wondering if you could expand a little bit more on how can we reconcile cultural differences in ethical approaches towards AI across different regions or different kinds of militaries. More of a diverse perspective on how we can contend with this question. To Vadim, I was thinking, and not me, like the audience was thinking, given the increasing relevance of ethics related to AI and the military, to what extent should ethical and legal training of warfighters be reinforced? And then to Yasmin, a very interesting question that came through is also, what are the risks of over-trusting AI in high-stakes decision-making? And how do we as humans train other humans to resist that kind of bias? So maybe I'll start again with Paulo, and then we move down the table with your respective questions.
Yes, okay, thank you. Well, this is one of the core debate about ethics in a plural world, you know. But, well, let me clarify some of the elements. When we talk about ethics, we can talk about values. Well, it's really difficult, if not impossible, to have universal values. Let me make an example really personal so no one can get offended, okay? I'm a Catholic, it's not a secret, okay? And for Catholic, thank you. And for Catholic, marriage is really important. You hear the Pope saying a lot of time. Is not my first value. I'm not married. Well, so everyone has to have the freedom to choose the value in a cultural identity, in a personal identity, is what my colleague said before, talking about human agency in REAIM, for example. So we cannot universalize value. Norms. Well, norms usually is something that we define in a language form to protect values. If life is a value, don't kill is a norm. But if value has a variability, norm has a variability. So if we are looking at a global approach, it's not norms. So we should we surrender to that? Well, an ethicist has always another element in the bag, you know? And then the other element are principle. So supposing that we have an autonomous driving car, and the autonomous driving car is facing the unavoidable situation of an accident. Make it sense that the car try to minimize the damages. Welcome to principle. A principle is a shared point based on a sense of justice on how to fix conflict of values. Well, when we go in a such kind of perspective, global perspective on ethics, we have to focus about principle. We have to focus on a minimum set of principles that could be workable everywhere. What does it mean? Don't wait for ethics a solution for everything. You need something that is also a hard law principle like a treaty, for example, like it shall demonstrate in a lot of cases. But ethics is something that can expand it a little bit with a definition of shared principle. Well, part of that was in action in AI Governance for Humanity, the initiative of General Secretary Guterres of the last year, in which tried to debate about that. So ethics is one of the voice, one of the stakeholder in this global justice matter with a lot of different culture, a lot of different position.
The question to me was about the ethics applicable in the military domain. Of course, ethics is important in civil domain. As Father Paolo mentioned, it's all about values. And when we talk about military domain, we talk about taking lives, killing, actually. So ethics in killing, that's something different from the values which are in civil domain. To kill ethically, that's the way we have to find the right rules. Of course, ethics are important in military domain because we need to establish some rules. What is ethically, when it's ethically to kill and when it's not ethically to kill. And probably that's the most difficult task we have today. I'll come back again to one example of programs recently used in military field, the program Gospel and Lavender. And there were some others. We have plenty of publications in the mass media today, and mainly journalists criticize those programs for casualties provoked by those technologies. Some experts complain that those programs are precise, accurate, and they allow to kill as intended. But the surplus casualties, they are very high. So again, I am talking about technology. Is technology guilty for killing? No, it's not. Is it under human control? Yes, it is. Is it verifiable? Yes, it is. It's online verifiable, but humans are responsible for those casualties, and they have to realize how much surplus casualties are allowable. So it's probably the most difficult task today to fix the threshold of allowable surplus casualties. And again, it's a question to humans, not to machines. So machines perform too well. They become too good instrument for humans. So humans have to take ethical solution, to find ethical technology in military AI. Thank you.
Sure, thank you. And I think that, I also see these sort of questions that have been submitted and they're really excellent. But in terms of the question of over-trusting and the need to resist the technological bias, I think that sort of underlines the importance of grounding risk assessments and the use of these these technologies in international humanitarian law. Because international humanitarian law clearly provides the rules surrounding the conduct of hostilities, and with regards to trust and over-trusting or under-trusting these technologies, ultimately it boils down to how you sort of perceive the risks and what you make out of it with regards to international law. So for example, with regards to proportionality assessments, the extent to which you should be trusting these technologies and the extent to which you would require a human judgment or consideration with regards to the proportionality assessments that these technologies may provide. Of course, on the one hand, you might say that these technologies are able to process more data at once and thus may be more comprehensive for situational awareness. But at the same time, ultimately, knowing that the use of these technologies in the wider military operation would boil down to individual and state responsibility, then that is up to the decision maker to then decide the extent to which they would be trusting the output of these technologies as part of their proportionality assessments. So I think that's just one example of where grounding these discussions around international humanitarian law is so important. And again, that's not just about use, but also like trying to work it backward and see how these legal considerations can be integrated from the design and the development stages of these technologies to make sure that these technologies, once they're deployed, are already somewhat compliant by design. Of course, you can't guarantee 100% that the technology will be completely reliable with regards to legal compliance, and that there would be no violation or no risks of violations of IHL. But at the same time, if you can increase the sort of opportunities and chances for compliance, I think that that's definitely something that to look into from the beginning, so that IHL does not constitute an afterthought, but rather something that is built into the system and the design choices and the training, testing and evaluation and everything that goes before.
Thank you so much, all of you. So I note that we only have about 8 minutes left for the panel, and there's several questions on the Slido. So maybe just to wrap it all together, I'd ask you to consider, and perhaps this is also a good way to have key takeaways from the audience, if you could give us one keyword when it comes to the human element in military AI, what would that be? Why would you recommend that keyword? What kind of considerations would you recommend that the audience take away from this keyword? And I'll give you a few seconds to think about it as I go back to the audience and thank them again for the fantastic questions that they sent. Please do catch Paolo, Vadim, and Yasmin outside the room and pose all of these to them. And I'm sure a lot of these questions will also be answered in the next few sessions at the conference. So please stay tuned for that. And perhaps coming back to my question of the keywords, maybe I can now reverse the order this time because I've been very strict with Paolo. And maybe we can start with Yasmin and then move this way across the table. And if you have any final remarks as well, of course, please tie them in together to this. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Shimon. And you put me in a tough spot because I was enjoying pretty much like the fact that I was always the last to answer the questions. I think that, to no surprise, I think that my one keyword is context. As in I did see as well some of the questions that have been submitted. So for example, I see that, is there a case where you're moving the human from the loop could be more ethical or legal choice even? That depends. And I think for those who are interacting with lawyers, you would know that our favorite towards is it depends. And then also saw a question about, cultural interpretations of the human element. Again, it depends. And I think that one of the studies that I found really interesting, even beyond the use of AI, even generally as a for technology and warfare in general, how does technological bias vary from one culture to another, and how we assume that what we feel is the same as what the others feel. So for example, here, we're in Europe at the moment, and it might be that we live in a society where, for a lot of stakeholders, we live in a society where we do tend to trust the technology. But I know that also, I am originally from Indonesia, and if you ask anyone back in Jakarta, shall I trust Google Maps or shall I trust the person who is just by the road and you can ask him the directions? I think that most of the people would go towards rather asking the person by the street to ask for directions, because they would know that, for example, there might be some shortcuts and everything that Google Maps would not know. And I think that it also shows again that I mean, for me, like if I'm in Europe, I would always take out my Google Maps, for example, my favorite navigation map. So I think that sort of, again, it depends on the context and what we. I do invite everyone, as my closing remark, to really question one's assumptions about how the other things, and the value of a convening like we have today is to really explore these different fundamental terms and question our assumptions and go back home with more questions than answers. Thank you.
Vadim, please.
Yeah, that's it. Previously, me and Father Paolo spoke about ethics in military domain. Actually, it's converted into rules, into IHL, International Humanitarian Law. And that's how to behave ethically in the battlefield, just to observe the rules of IHL. So, forgive my English, I had to consult my smartphone to find the word which I actually never use in English. And the word which I found is law obedience. Law obedience. Just observe what we have. We have IHL, but we never observe it. As I mentioned before, there are no conflicts. We have from 30 to 50 conflicts every moment on the earth. And never the IHL rules are observed. So law obedience, sorry for my pronunciation. Thank you.
Yes. No.
Yeah.
No. No.
Might need to turn off that.
Actually not.
No.
Okay.
No. My finger.
Your finger? Better than mine? Yes, magic finger. Okay, thank you. Well, you know, Italians are really well known because they don't stitch to the rule. So I use two words. Well, the key word is cognitive rights. You know, we are human beings discussing about human beings and machine in this age. And I think that the wrap-up keyword is that we have to recognize that the human side of this interaction has a cognitive right to know what is inside the box. And until we don't make such kind of cognitive rights workable in the field, we are always stressing this idea that human as something that is not value-centered, significantly centered in this relationship. So I think that cognitive rights is the key words to allow this human-machine interaction that is able to leave everything that we stressed out in this panel.
Thanks so much, all of you. And I think that's also a great takeaway for the audience. So the human element of military AI should be, as Yasmin mentioned, contextual to the situation. As Vadim mentioned, and you were very, very close, Vadim, so thank you so much for taking that effort and translating the word. I'm assuming the closest English translation that I would think of would be law-abiding. So law-abiding as well. And then the last one that Paolo mentioned, for it to have cognitive rights as well. So this is very, very important for us to consider as we continue discussions around the human element, and not only the human element, but also ethics around this, diversity around it, the kind of contextuality that that corresponds with communal diversity, which responds with linguistic diversity, which responds with geographic diversity. I think these are very, very important considerations for us when we talk about the human element. And with that, I am glad to close out this panel. Thank you very, very much to all three of our panelists and to the audience for your fantastic questions. And I'm glad to give back 2 minutes to the organizers, which I'm assuming will be well used into the next panel. So thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Yasmin, and thank you to all of our great panelists for a very engaging exchange that really set the scene for the topic of the human element. And as we are transitioning into the next session, which will be a deep dive on the purpose of human engagement for AI-enabled weapon systems by Jovana Davidovic from the Peace Research Institute of Oslo, I wanted to actually go back to one of the questions that we didn't have the time to ask And I actually want to reflect that question to all of you, the audience, because I don't think that any panel could really be able to answer it. But it's a very good question that all of us should be thinking about in relation to the human element. And the question was, do you think there will ever be a case where removing the human from the loop could be the more ethical choice? For instance, to reduce human error or bias. Now, taking face value, I guess the immediate reaction that most people will have is like, no, there should always be some form of human in the loop. But as we know that technology is progressing, I guess this question was hinting to a not so distant future in which technology might become better, more accurate, more precise than humans in discriminating, for example, being more discriminate, being more accurate, and potentially better at informing certain choices that might determine compliance with IHL. So I found it a very interesting and thought-provoking question. I absolutely am not going to try to answer it, and I guess each one of us in this room would have a different answer to that question. But I think as we unpack further the concept of human element, it's a good question to keep in mind. And with that, I'm very pleased to welcome here on stage Giovanna. Please, the floor is yours for your deep dive. Thank you. The red one.
Okay, so is it working? Yeah. Okay. So first of all, let me thank UNIDIR for organizing this wonderful conference. I will be talking a little bit about the purpose of human engagement in AI-enabled weapon systems. We've spent quite a decent amount of time, I think, in this conference talking about it. And I should maybe set the stage by saying that this set of remarks is a preliminary set of thoughts on a 3.5-year project that we're starting over at Peace Research Institute of Oslo. That's going to be focusing on ethical risk management of AI-enabled weapon systems. And it's going to attempt to focus on it through the lens of targeting process and then individual life cycles of algorithms that play a role in a particular targeting process. So a lot of these remarks are just sort of like, really early thoughts about what is the purpose of human engagement, what types of human engagement are we after when we're talking about things like meaningful human control, appropriate human judgment, human deliberation, and the value of all these things. And as I said, we have spent a decent amount of time talking about those. So, there's been a lot of talk about autonomous AI, about semi-autonomous AI, about superintelligent AI, about agentic AI, unexplainable AI, unintelligible AI. And a lot of these basically features of various AI tools have certain overlapping risks. So the ethical risks that emerge in cases of agentic AI, superintelligent AI, autonomous, semi-autonomous, unexplainable AI, the sort of risks that emerge are overlapping, right? And there's been a lot of talk about how to remedy those. And one of the sort of key aspects of any solution, and again, we've heard quite a bit about this in both yesterday and today, has been human engagement. And I'm sort of deliberately using a very broad language of human engagement, partly because I'll be later trying to figure out, are we talking about human control? Are we talking about human deliberation? Are we talking about human judgment, or something altogether different? Human intention, right? Or something altogether different. So human engagement has consistently been seen. There are posters out there, the remarks that have been made here both yesterday and today, sort of continually stress that the human element, or that the human engagement is going to be a key part of any solution to that overlapping set of ethical risks that emerge in autonomous AI, semi-autonomous AI, agentic AI, unexplainable AI. So the question I want to ask is whether and when, so if and when, under which circumstances, should we take the approach of putting a human in the loop, so to speak? So, I'm not going to take it for granted that that's always the right solution. And then I'm going to ask the question of under which conditions and what types of human engagement are actually going to solve the problems that we identified, the ethical risks we identified in the first place. And so the sort of starting intuition I think I have is that there are at least three, this is not an exhaustive list, there are at least three different inputs we need for actionable policies that rely on human engagement for risk mitigation. So in other words, if you want a part of your policy solution to be human engagement, human control, human judgment for those ethical risks that we have been talking about for the last 2 days, then there are at least three sorts of prior questions we need to answer. One is, what is the purpose of that human engagement? What is it for? Two is, what types of engagement are we after? And then three, what is our unit of analysis? Are we talking about a weapon system? Are we talking about a mission? Are we talking about a targeting process? It's worthwhile thinking about these things. So the purpose, the type, and the landscape, or the unit of analysis. So let me start with the first one of these, the purpose, right? So why have humans in the loop? And again, I'm being very loosey-goosey with the language of humans in the loop, human engagement, because we're going to zero in on the differences in that language later. So we have to ask, what is the purpose of human engagement? And I'll say a little bit later about why. But, you know, again, both yesterday in remarks and posters outside and in literature out there and policy proposals, we often combine some subset of these purposes I have up on the slide. So we have safety, responsibility attribution, human dignity, institutional stability. Other times people, you know, think of human engagement as aiming at democratic oversight or aiming at justice, right? So consistently, we have in our community identified some subset of these purposes, often in the same breath. Often we say something like, we want a human in the loop because it respects human dignity and also it's safer. And also we want to hold somebody responsible, right? So in addition to the fact that we need to be very explicit about what is the purpose of our claims, when we make a claim that we think it's really important to have a human in the loop, it's very important that we have human control, it's incredibly important that we specify why, right? And part of the reason why it's incredibly important to specify why is because that should inform our recommendations for compliance with respect to technical design and institutional design. In addition to the fact that there are these four, potentially more, likely more, purposes that people often invoke, academics and policy professionals often invoke as sort of the main aims behind their calls for humans in the loop as a solution for AI problems. In addition to these four, each one of these four has subtypes. So it's not always clear when people call for meaningful human control, let's say, it's not always clear, even when they say it's for safety, which often they don't explicitly, it's understood maybe. It's not always clear which type of safety they have in mind. Do they simply mean accuracy? Do they mean minimizing human casualties? Do they mean compliance with IHL? Do they mean all of these or some other types of understandings of safety? Same goes with responsibility attribution. So we very often hear the claim that we ought to have a human in the loop so we would know who to hold responsible. But, you know, I'm an ethicist as well, like Paolo. And so, you know, moral responsibility and legal responsibility are not the same. The way you justify assigning some moral responsibility or blameworthiness to someone is different than the way you assign moral responsibility or legal responsibility, to someone. In addition to that, assigning moral responsibility or legal responsibility for purposes of punitive harm, for justifying liability to punitive harm and justifying liability to defensive harm is also not the same. And so I take it that in addition to the fact that we have these 4 or 5 or who knows how many purposes that for which people have made calls for meaningful human engagement, there's also various subtypes. The reason this matters, as I've already alluded to, is without explicitly saying what we are after in our policy recommendations or academic papers or what have you, without explicitly saying why we want a human in the loop or meaningful human control, it is going to be hard to meaningfully require particular policy recommendations, right? Both with respect to institutional design, and by institutional design, I mean things like, where's the human in the loop? What sort of training do they get? That sort of stuff. And also with respect to technical design. So what type of explainability should we strive for? What should the user interface look like? So being clear about our purpose, it's okay to have more than one purpose, but being clear about what that purpose is incredibly important because it will drive requirements within our policies for specific compliance around technical and institutional design. Okay, so I took the call for sort of inclusiveness and including people very seriously. So what I have here is a poll. So if you'll take your phones out and take this QR code, I'd love to hear, and I'll have a bunch of these, so just, they're all gonna have the same QR code. So I'd love to hear from your experience. I thought to myself, look, I'm gonna have a group of people with a lot of experience in the field, a lot of interest in the field, and I'd love to get feedback on, in your experience, right? What have been the main reasons people have called for human involvement or oversight or engagement with AI-enabled weapons systems? So I'm going to give you a second to do this. The same question is going to stay up until the very next poll in a few seconds. When I see stuff is already happening. Okay. Yeah. So I think, I'm not sure yet how many people have responded, but you can see yourself from the statistics and the way this is changing the point. The point simply being, we have, in our community, we have a range of purposes because of which we have called for meaningful human oversight or control or engagement. And it matters that we be very explicit about this because it drives institutional and technical design. So feel free to continue answering this if you haven't already, but I'm gonna move on to the next slide, which is that second input. So I said the first input is we need to be clear about what the purpose is. The second input is what type of engagement, human engagement, are we after? And again, this is not an exhaustive list, but there's been, language of human control used. We have used the language of human judgment. So, right, in the early days, everybody was talking about meaningful human control. And then both for good and somewhat political reasons, we shifted to the language of appropriate human judgment. But we've also heard people, again, in this conference as well, talk about human deliberation, for example. We've heard people talk about the sort of sustainment of or preservation of human intent as a form of human engagement, or preservation of human values. These are different types of human engagement, and just like the purpose, they will drive institutional and technical design in different ways. And I just wanted to I'm not sure how well you can see this, but I just wanted to lay out quickly some sort of rough and ready distinctions here. As a philosopher, I have to say, people have spent their whole careers and centuries working on these. So these little definitions up on the slide are obviously not meant to be definitive. But one of the ways we can distinguish between, let's say, judgment and deliberation is a judgment, or at least the calls that I've heard for human judgment being used in AI tools have been calls that usually relied on the claim that somehow human judgment is superior relative to some purpose. Maybe it's superior relative to dignity. Maybe it's superior relative to safety, right? But that's why human judgment is important. So usually when people call for human judgment as the type of engagement they want from a human in an AI tool, they're calling for it because they think the human judgment has some relative to purpose superior aim. Other times people are really keen on deliberation. It can be intrapersonal deliberation, so I'm thinking, weighing arguments in my head. It can be interpersonal deliberation, right? But you might think to yourself that there's some actual inherent or instrumental value to human deliberation. One obvious reason to value interpersonal deliberation is that challenge and speak up come up. So you can imagine how that would serve safety, for example. Other times when people talk about human engagement, they really just are focusing on human intent. What they're keen on is assuring that human-machine team preserve the human intent, often the commander's intent. And yet other times we talk of human engagement as simply preserving human values. And that might take the form of just making sure that IHL and ROEs are respected with the outcome. And then, of course, we have this sort of good old-fashioned human control, meaningful human control that I think as a community we sort of started with. And usually the idea here is that somehow the human has the final say, the proximate say, human is in the loop or something like that. All of this is just to say, again, it's really valuable, important that we be explicit about the purpose and the type of engagement. Why? Again, because the policies we develop and the policy recommendations we develop and the governance recommendations we develop, if they're not sensitive to why are we calling for human engagement and what type of human engagement are we after, we're not going to have clear compliance requirements with respect to training, with respect to where that human should be, with respect to user interface, and so on. So just like with the previous poll, it would be really great if I could have you also, this should be the same Slido. You should have, the poll should change on your phones as we go. If you could answer this question as well, which says, in your experience, when policymakers and others call for human in the loop of AI-enabled weapon systems, what type of engagement do you think they're usually after? So either control, judgment, deliberation, or what have you. I think I do have other as an option if you think it's more than one of these. Again, give you a few seconds to look at that. Again, I think that the numbers sort of illustrate to some extent my point that there's been sort of different ideas about human judgment's winning, appropriate human judgment. Good, we're the United Nations. That's sort of where we want to be, right? Okay, so I'll move on. You can answer this poll as long as it's up, which is going to be another few minutes. So the final sort of next slide, please. The final, the third sort of input to our analysis is the input around landscape. And what I want to say here is we often talk about the control over or human engagement with an AI-enabled weapon system or AI-enabled tool. But I'm not persuaded that that's a given. Depending on what type of human engagement we're after, it might very well be that the human engagement is appropriate throughout the life cycle of a tool, of course, but also throughout the targeting process. So what you have here is a sort of traditional targeting process. This is NATO's, but it goes from commander's intent, target development, validation, nomination, and prioritization, capabilities analysis, commander's decision, of course, and force planning, and assignment, and then finally the thing that we always focus on, which is mission execution, and of course post-analysis. So in each one of these steps, all sorts of algorithms play a role, of course, right? And some of these steps, like phase 2, could take months and months and months. And so it's not always obvious when we talk about meaningful human control, meaningful human engagement, or preserving human intent, what the unit of analysis ought to be. And it's worthwhile analyzing that. So it might very well be that the focus on, particular tool is the right focus. It might be that the right focus is that we focus on a particular mission. But given that for each one of these phases in the targeting process, you utilize all sorts of AI tools, and given that each one of those AI tools has, of course, a life cycle, and throughout that life cycle, there are places where humans and machines interact, it seems like there's a whole field of potential places where humans can have control over, influence, engage in judgment, deliberation that jointly can achieve the desired end, whatever that desired end was in the first place, the purpose we started from, right? And so these three, the inputs needed are inputs needed for actionable policies that rely on human engagement for risk mitigation. So we need to be clear about what the purpose is. We need to be clear about, so not only why we're after human engagement, but what type of human engagement are we after? And then we need to be very clear about what is the right unit of analysis. What is the sort of, whether it's the tool, the mission, or the targeting process. In the spirit of sort of, again, trying to be more inclusive and having it more of a conversation, I thought it'd be worthwhile to go just through an example with you. And this is sort of a very simple generic AI drone description. It's generic because I'm assuming that we're, the scenario I want us to consider is we're trying to write up a policy that governs these sorts of things. So like many AI-enabled drones, it was usually designed for reconnaissance, but has the capacity to engage targets. Let's say they're military targets. Let's say they're military vehicles and other types of military targets. Imagine that it has object recognition or target identification algorithms. Maybe it also has navigation algorithms, who knows. Also imagine that it collects and fuses data from satellites, the drones themselves, and other sources. And finally, that it can sort of act on its own. This is deliberately in scare quotes, right? That it can act on its own in the last minutes or in electromagnetically denied environments. So this is sort of meant to be a very thin description of a sort of a generic description of an AI-enabled drone. So let's then ask ourselves two different questions. One is, if we imagine that the purpose, remember we started from the claim that there are at least four purposes: safety, responsibility, attribution, human dignity, and institutional stability. So let's imagine it's the second of the two, right? So let's imagine that the reason we are sort of coming up with a policy whose aim is governing the use of this AI tool and trying to attribute responsibility in cases where something goes wrong. So a drone kills a disproportionate number of civilians due to an AI error. Right? And so there are three questions I think we can ask ourselves. So holding the purpose of our claim that we should have meaningful human control constant, or that we should have human engagement constant, we can ask who in the chain of decision-making we ought to attribute responsibility to. We can ask what type of engagement do we want from them so as to hold them responsible. And we can ask what types of information would we like them to have. This is just meant to illustrate that holding the purpose of our claims that we want a human in the loop, so to speak, constant, can inform how we ought to answer other questions like explainability questions, like where the human should be placed in the loop. So I'm going to ask you these three questions in a series of polls, starting with the first one. So who in the chain of decision-making ought we to attribute responsibility to, given this very sketchy description of an AI-enabled drone? So the first option is, well, that should have been the last option, more than one of the above, but operator or user, right? Then you have commander, so that could be like a ship captain. The operator user could be somebody like a drone pilot. Procurement, whoever procured it. T&E, so testing and evaluating. Developer or other. So I'm seeing a pretty high number for more than one of the above. Commander, okay. So that's growing. So keep that in mind. I'm going to keep this up for a few more seconds before we move on to the next one. But start thinking potentially about the next one, which is what type of engagement you'd want from whoever you voted for. What type of engagement would you want from them to be able to justifiably say, and you're responsible? Did they make a judgment? Did they just engage in deliberation that AI could extract information from, right? Did they have full control over the outcome or something else? So, yeah. So we're still, so more than one of the above. It'd be great if we end up having time during the discussion, it'd be great to hear from people about which ones of the more than one of the above they had in mind. But let's move on to the next poll, which is what type of engagement would you want from that person? And again, we have those options we talked about. So for you to feel like you can assign responsibility to whoever you picked on the first slide, would you feel like they had to have control over final decision? Do you feel like they should have engaged in deliberation, or that would be sufficient? So if they had explicit deliberation with their team members, let's say, that would be sufficient to ground responsibility. Would it be human judgment or something else? And as the numbers are shifting, I have it here. As the numbers are shifting, I think one of the upshots of this is exactly that. We do need to be explicit because it's not always clear, right? So if our purpose is we are saying, let's have meaningful human control, or let's have meaningful human engagement in some sense. And then we ask ourselves, okay, how is that going to help us assign responsibility? We have to be asking these questions about what type of engagement is appropriate, and then which subset of actors is going to be correctly placed. And then finally, the third question, what information do you want those individuals that you identified to have? Now, this is a write-in question, so it would be really helpful if when you write in your answers, you maybe write, I'm pretty sure these are anonymous, at least on my end they are. If you can write what your answer was. So if, let's say, you thought it was a commander and you wanted them to engage in human judgment, then what type of information do you think they should have so as to have enough information and be placed in the right sort of way so as to justifiably hold them responsible? And let's say legally responsible, given the audience in the room, it's probably a bit of a more straightforward question. So I'll give you a few seconds I think we're doing good on time, so I'll give you a few seconds to work on this. Oh, good, we can see people's answers. Commanders and pilots. AI confidence score and target acquisition, okay, accuracy. The target and the type of engagement can be made as the options. So I take it the person who said commander and pilots, that was they're one of the people who answered more than one person responsible early on. IHL, okay. So IHL, I take it that person means you would like them to have a full understanding of what the law requires of them at a minimum. They should probably also have some information about what the tool is doing and why, but that's a really important one. Various actors engaging in deliberation, understanding of the limitations and risks associated with specific techniques. So knowing the architecture and then knowing what, I take it the reason we want to know about specific techniques is because they underpin at least some generic risks that emerge. Similar architectures, at least some starting set of risks are similar. Situational analysis, political considerations, humanitarian impact. This is great. I'm going to preserve this, and you can just reach out if you want to see what we got as a group. I'm of course more than happy to share. This is your work after all. So let me again, in an effort of in service of time, let me move on to the next poll, because remember the first one we started with sort of held the purpose constant. It said the purpose was responsibility attribution. Let's now think of purpose as the safety, which I take it is often the number one. If you look back at our poll that we started with, that's what I think often people have in mind, which is safety. And so consider somebody else is writing a policy that imposes a requirement of having a human in the loop with the purpose of assuring safety. And let's say that they have it in the sense of minimizing human casualties. There are many questions we can ask, but at least two of them are, under which conditions would requiring final human approval for engaging targets be justified? And I know this is a very thin list of options, but your first option is whenever autonomous tool accuracy of the tool is less than 95, whenever autonomous accuracy rate of the tool is less than 90, when accuracy rate of the tool is significantly higher than with human oversight, and only then, other or always, right? And one of the reasons I think this is a worthwhile question to consider is because depending on how you understand safety, obviously, it seems like depending again on how you understand it, if it's separate from human dignity, if it's separate from responsibility attribution, then there might be just an empirical matter of fact whether or not and where the human in the loop contributes to that understanding of safety. And so it's sort of an interesting question to ask ourselves. So this is interesting enough. This is what I often, I think, hear in conversations with people is exactly this answer, which is what we're seeing sort of emerge. There's 22 people so far. Those are good enough numbers to sort of start looking at statistics. But it says, the answer that I think a lot of people are giving is always, even if accuracy rate is worse than with the human in the loop. That's an interesting question. If the purpose for which interesting answer, if the purpose for which we're doing this is safety. If the purpose is human dignity, if the purpose is responsibility attribution, I take it that becomes more straightforward. But if the purpose is just straightforward safety, then depending on how we understand it, whether it's accuracy, whether it's minimizing human casualties, it's not as obvious, right, that we should always have a human in the loop. Okay, so we'll keep this up, but let's move on to the last one, which is, who should that final approval come from, and what type of engagement should that person have with the tool? So is the final approval from the operator? By this, I mean a drone pilot or a TAO on a ship. Should they have judgment? Should it be operator and commander deliberating together? Should it be just a commander and they have full control over it? So what type of engagement? Remember, our options were judgment, deliberation, control, intention, and values. I'm sure there are others. Those are just the ones that most commonly get brought up. And so this is, again, just thinking about what is the best way for the purposes of safety. That's the purpose we're holding steady. What's the best way to assign final approval? So there's a lot of operator and commander saying and deliberation as an identifier, which is really interesting because very often, as I said, we started as a community talking about meaningful human control. Then we shifted to appropriate human judgment, and the concept of deliberation doesn't get brought up as much. And so it's a really, I think this is a really worthwhile, I don't know if you want to call it finding, but a really worthwhile, interesting insight that a lot of people in this room who are experts think that deliberation is extremely important. Now, that might be because we have intuitions that whenever we deliberate, our accuracy rates go up. Maybe that's what it is, but I think it's a really interesting finding, given that we spend so much of our time talking about judgment and control and less so about deliberation. With the remaining time I have, and do I have remaining time?
Yeah, let's have a few questions.
Yeah, so I just wanted to, I'll just leave this slide up. I just wanted to say all of this, the whole point of the talk was to say, look, this is really complicated. It's not obvious what the purposes of calls for human engagement. It's not obvious what types of engagement we're after, and it's not obvious what the right unit of analysis is. And then we looked through and worked through, albeit quickly, the example of an AI-enabled drone. And I take it one of the upshots of that exercise was, oh my goodness, this is complicated, right? And so what I have here is just imagine agentic AI at the heart of something like Andrew Ill's lattice mesh, right? Which takes data from various sources and tries to simplify it for the user. Now imagine replacing that heart of lattice mesh with an agentic AI. And then ask yourself all these other questions about how are we going to have human engagement of the appropriate kind and why. And so I'll just leave it at that, just to say it's more complicated than even what we've discussed. Thank you.
Thank you for this very interesting deep dive. I really appreciated also the engagement that the audience had on the various polls. And speaking of engagements, I think we have a couple of very interesting questions that I would like to extend to you. One is, why are we so interested in machine accuracy if we do not measure it against human accuracy? I guess, 90%, 95%, do we even know how those stats compare to human performance? And I guess if I can expand a little bit on that, is also trying to understand, like, can we as humans even really appreciate the difference between what 80% and 90% is? I think it's most of the non-technical, maybe engineers can, but most of the non-technical users probably can model what more than a coin cost is, or coin cost, or less than a coin cost. So how would you respond to that?
So this is a difficult question, but it's one that has actually seen some...
It's still not working.
Yep, here we go. That has actually seen some implementation in the civilian sector. So at Babel AI, which is one of the hats I wear, we do risk assessment in the civilian area. And the way you do risk assessments usually, and the way most big players do the risk assessment, of course, is pretty traditional. You estimate the likelihood of some risk, you multiply it by the seriousness of the risks, right? But then you have usually nothing to compare it with, right? And so what you want to compare it with is the alternative, which only has a human. And in some industries like banking or ed tech, that might be easy because you had a prior example, right? So you had some maybe user case studies in the past where humans did the exact same function, and maybe you had some risk assessments and some data from those risk assessments. So you can do your classical sort of AI risk assessment analysis, magnitudes and likelihoods, and then compare it to that past case. I take it we can do this in some subset of cases as well. So in a military domain. So when we had a legacy system, and the legacy system now just gets, an AI tool just gets put on top of that legacy system. I take it there's lots of data from T&E, from past legacy, from testing of legacy systems that can be compared to this new case. There are going to be other cases, like maybe agentic AI tools, or not a lot of people are using generative AI yet in the military domain that I know of. But if we do, I think those are going to be harder to compare to, right? Depending on the use case of the LLM or agentic AI. So the short answer is, I think we can do that, especially for legacy systems that have just been outfitted with some new AI tool, let's say object recognition.
Thank you. Another question that I find very interesting, is it even possible to remove bias altogether from AI models, and would more randomness improve the bias issue?
So, I mean, there are lots of techniques to remove bias from data sets. And so it really depends on what type of bias we're talking about and how easy it is to remove that bias. Again, in the civilian sector, there's a well-known case of a bank that will remain unnamed here that had consistently failed to issue loans to Hispanic applicants in the United States. And there was a problem with the bias in the model, right? One of the ways this problem has been solved is simply to take the same data that was giving rise to the bias in that model and just change the reality of the past. Because a lot of the bias that we have in our system come from the fact that we're human beings, we have our own biases, the data often reflects our own biases. So one way to do that is if we can identify what the bias is, in fact, having bias in a system might be a good thing because it allows us to measure something we couldn't have measured before and then attempt to maybe alter the data to have less of that bias. So there are all sorts of, that's just one, there's many other ways to mitigate bias. Another way to mitigate bias, of course, is training of operators. The more and more our military professionals, the more and more armed forces get the training around AI ethics, around the potential for bias in the systems that they use, the more likely they're going to be competent users that have calibrated trust in the tools they use. So they have trust when they ought to, and they don't have trust when they ought not.
Thank you. Perhaps one last concluding question, and please feel free to add any final remarks you would like to add. You disclosed that you're an ethicist, right? So this is a question that I think really speaks to you. Are there ethical red lines in AI development and use for security purposes that should never be crossed, even if technically feasible? I know it's a big question. Best we can do is ask for your views. It's probably a question with a million answers.
So this might not be as helpful, but I take it like most of the people in this room. Yeah, I take it like most of the people in this room, I have changed my views about all of this throughout my life. And so, for example, to illustrate this, when agentic AI first came on the scene, I thought that was the red line. I thought the unpredictability, the autonomous capabilities of agentic AI, especially if agentic AI is sort of connected to, let's say, physical tools. But I've slowly started, also moving away from that being the red line. So I'm not persuaded that there are red lines in my view as an ethicist. That includes AI that might have lethal capabilities as long as there is, in my view, appropriate human intention preserved. But that doesn't necessarily, again, in my view, require having a human as the final presser of the button. It might be a much more sophisticated story about human-machine interactions that jointly give us reasons to trust, both in sense of predictability, but also in the sense of value theory, give us reasons to trust that the tool will operate as it ought to.
All right, thank you very much for your answer. I think this wraps up this deep dive on the purpose of human engagement for AI-enabled weapon systems. Please join me in thanking Jovana for her great presentation. Thank you. And now for the last contribution to this human element segment, I would like to invite Yasmin Mendes de Moura from FAO, who will give us a lightning talk on balancing algorithms and interpretation, the role of AI in vulnerability and conflict assessments. Here you go. Press the red button.
Oh, hello, everyone. Can you hear me well? So hi, my name is Yasmin. I'm a data scientist, remote sensing scientist at FAO, working as a land monitoring expert. Well, as you can see, I'm not very good at it because I was not even able to put my picture on the PDF they sent, but here we are. So today I'd like to present you to Strata. Strata is a collaboration between UNEP and FAO to deliver a web-based platform that identifies the interlinkages between climate, environment, security issues, and vulnerability. I may be a little bit off the topic on the military sector, but as we do cover conflicts within the platform, I believe it will be interesting to show you what we are trying to do using AI in the field of climate risk assessments. So Strata is composed of 26 indicators covering thematic areas of climate and environment, peace and security, and socioeconomic vulnerabilities. And also adding some auxiliary data towards climate projections and nature-based solutions for peace, which means that the user is allowed to make their analysis in the platform and look for similar nature-based solutions that are suffering the same stressors as the area of their analysis. This is to give a hint of what could be possibly be developed in the area facing the similar stressors. So since the beginning, Strata has been developed with this kind of very open source in mind. So I'm glad to say that we try to achieve the maximum we can in this sense. So every user who connected on Strata, and it's open there, you can access if you want. It's a very easy click and process data, so making it easily available. Tons of data sets for especially non-technical users, since the main users of the platform are like mission, programs, project suitability, and common country analysis, and so on. So you are able to check not only the layer you are looking at it, but you can also download the specific layer or even go deeper and consult the code in which that layer was generated. So just to go on a little bit on the platform and how we are using the AI tool as an assistant to the generation of automated reports, because this was an increased demand by the users of Strata, especially on the policy making side, where they could easily get information about the layers of the platform and understand actually what that data is and what is trying to show through the analysis. So the main output of Strata is a hotspot map, which basically is a lasagna of data. We have the layers put above each other, and it highlights area where the extreme cases of each indicators are happening at the same location. This follows the Joint Research Center methodology, convergence of evidence. So it tries to categorize a final map where Strata provides a kind of severity of conditions. So based in this map, the user is able then to generate a report summary. This is still on the development phase. And one of the things that we decided since the beginning, after a lot of training with the AI assistant, we decided to be quite restrictive about what the AI could and could not do. And the decision for that is that we notice several errors regarding interpretation of the data, which could lead to quite sensitive geopolitical context, especially around conflicts. So we decide to be very restrictive in a sense that our assistant does not collect information on the web, and actually just is fed upon information on the Strata platform itself, which means that we have a full documentation of all the layers available on Strata, which is inserted into the AI. And we have all explanations about the thresholds, the source, and everything related with each indicators on the prompt command as well. And to be even more, or to try to be even more transparent, once this is out there, the user will also be able to copy the prompt or copy the instructions and make their own tests if they will. To reduce the number of tokens and some like technical side, we use a cache memory, which means that if the user select a region and run the assessment of that area, this is saved into memory, so it reduces the amount of token uses to run the AI analysis. And the platform is updated once a month, which means that all this cache then it will restart. So, of course, there were some challenges around this development. First, it's kind of a scalability, because this is only a prototype, and I'm sure there is much people here can help me to improve. Also, the assistant being able to have like a threshold in the numbers of documents that you actually can upload. And that was very important for us since our training of the model was only based on the strata documents. And then condense information in the prompt. So this was the most extensive work that we did, trying to find, the best trade-off in the terms that the prompt would answer something meaningful for us, while also not giving room to much interpretation. So at the moment, Strata is not a predictive tool, and that's to be clear. So we do not have any casual relationships between the layers. However, in the interpretation of the reports, it can give you some relational considerations. I'll give you an example. If you are evaluating an area where food insecurity is quite high, and in the same area, the values of another indicator for drought is also very high, or at extreme risk for drought, it can give into the report something like food insecurity can have even bad consequence because of the drought happening in the area. We also have to deal with the non-deterministic behavior of the algorithm. But we set the temperature almost close to 0, which allow us to reduce the most we can in terms of the random response of the AI. And of course, there is a non-technical issues, which we know this relationship between climate change, conflict, and vulnerability is very much complex. And I love the previous talks, because I also do like to highlight how the human component in this context is quite important. And this oversimplification could lead to inappropriate or even ineffective action. Ethical and political concerns, because in the beginning of the tests, we're considering inserting some political context, and that actually led to so many errors that we give up on that, especially to comply with UN standards, as Strata is supposed to be an authoritative platform for climate risk assessment. And last but not least, as I mentioned before, the human component on decision making. So we make sure to put out there a very big compliance and make sure that whoever is doing their analysis will be part of the decision making of using that report or not. And then I would finalize with a question that relates with what others have been talking here. And I spoke yesterday with Jess, like what the differentiation between the algorithm and us, like human beings, and like call me naive if you will, but I think empathy plays a very, very important role on this whole thematic area of artificial intelligence. Thank you very much. I also would like to thank the team, and let me know your thoughts. Would be very welcome to receive feedback, and also take this opportunity to invite you to the official launch of Strata next week. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Yasmin, for this presentation. That it's really useful to alternate relatively theoretical presentations with some that are very practical and show us very practical examples of how this technology can be deployed to really support on a variety of use cases. So thank you so much for that. And also thank you for giving me the next best analogy for AI, which is the lasagna of data, which is, being Italian, I can only appreciate that. It's also lunchtime, so that, that's really great. Thank you so much once again. I would now like to invite here on stage my colleague, Sarah Grant-Clement, who is going to be the moderator of the next panel on regional perspectives on AI security and ethics. So Sarah will now install herself here on stage and then invite or introduce all of the other speakers that in the meantime I'm kindly inviting to join us on stage. Thank you.
Great. Many thanks for the introduction, Giacomo. And I think it's still the morning. I don't think anybody's eaten yet. So good morning, everyone. And welcome to our lunch panel on regional perspectives on AI security and ethics. I have the pleasure of moderating this discussion, and we are joined by, on the far end, Baudouin Ako from UNDP, Kuan Yu Chao Franco from Radboud University, Naveen Kumar Samuel sorry, I got the order wrong here. Bagus Chatmiko from the Indonesian Navy. And just next to me, Francisco Rodriguez from CTS Lab, Flaxo, Ecuador. And on the far end, Naveen Kumar Samuel Corey from the Center for Public Policy and Good Governance. Thank you so much for joining all of us here today. And we'll be hearing from this esteemed speakers on regional perspectives surrounding the development, deployment, and use of AI for peace and security, which I think will be a really exciting discussion given the range of perspectives we have on the panel today. Without further ado, you all submitted an abstract to present very specific case studies on the use of AI in defense and security in your respective regions and or for specific contexts, such as the context of US-China relations. So maybe for the audience, could you summarize your main points in about 3 minutes? I suggest we start with you, Baudouin, and then work our way down.
Okay. Yeah, thank you very much for that introduction. I also wish to use this opportunity to thank UNIDIR for this great opportunity to be part of this conference, which is extremely important at the level of regional blocs and also at the international level. I'm going to proceed with a summary of my abstract that was submitted to UNIDIR. My presentation focuses on the use of artificial intelligence in Cameroon's counterinsurgency operations, particularly against Boko Haram incursion from Nigeria in the north. AI tools like surveillance systems, drones, and predictive analytics have significantly enhanced intelligence gathering and operational precision and can help state security forces in tracking extremist communications and predicting potential attacks, analyzing encrypted social media chats, flagging suspicious activity linked to terrorist organizations, preempting what may materialize into active threats. These technologies bring undeniable benefits, improving situational awareness and enabling faster data-driven decision-making in volatile environments. For example, South Africa is integrating AI into urban security infrastructure. Facial recognition and predictive analytics are used to combat rising crime rates. Surveillance cameras are used to track unusual behaviors and alert law enforcement early. In Kenya, AI-based solutions were used to check disinformation during election periods. In Nigeria and Ghana, they are using AI-powered satellite imagery and predictive analytics
to track and preempt piracy. We also realized that AI-assisted drones can provide real-time reconnaissance during peacekeeping in the DRC and Mali by monitoring conflict zones and assessing threats without direct exposure to danger. This has helped to improve mission safety and effectiveness. However, the benefits come with substantial ethical difficulties. The deployment of AI in these settings occurs largely without robust legal or regulatory frameworks. This raises serious concerns around accountability, transparency, and the protection of human rights. For instance, the risk of unauthorized surveillance, algorithmic bias in targeting, and disproportionate use of force are all heightened in conflict-affected regions. Such misuse not only threatens civilians, but also risks eroding public trust and exacerbating existing tensions. When harm occurs, attributing responsibility is difficult. Creating a vacuum of accountability is also extremely difficult. In this context, ethical safeguards must not be afterthought. They must be embedded from the outset. Thank you, and over to you.
Can you hear me all right? Yeah, great. Yeah, thank you for having me today. It's an honor to be here to share some of my latest research findings. I would like to start by examining this North-South divide to highlight why it's important to incorporate diverse regional perspectives in AI governance. And then I will move on to share some of my observations from the China-US and the China-Europe Track 2 dialogues I had the privilege of participating in the last few years, which illustrate how security needs and threat perceptions differ across countries. I think just to echo some of the experts yesterday and also my panelists before, that you can see that the Global South tend to have very different perspectives on AI governance. However, from one of my co-authored papers in which we analyze participation trends in the CCW's Governmental of Experts meetings on laws, fewer than 20 Global South countries have contributed on a regular basis. And this pattern extends to other global governance initiatives that were developed outside of the UN framework. For example, the REAIM Blueprint for Action and the US Political Declaration. So both of them received strong support from the Global North, but however, not well received in the Global South. And then notably, none of the BRICS countries, so I mean the expanded BRICS with 11 members, have ratified or signed on to either of these documents. So if we shifted our focus to regional organizations in the Global South, such as ASEAN, African Union, the BRICS, and so on, a different emphasis emerges. Rather than prioritizing military applications, these regions tend to view AI through the lens of economic growth, job creation, infrastructure development, right? And then these differences in AI governance priorities also exist between China, Europe, and the US. So from my observations of those Track 2 dialogues, that China tend to emphasize economic development, while the US and Europe prioritizing security concerns. And of course, these differences are further complicated by geopolitical tensions. So many of you probably may assume that these measures taken by these states to pursue technological advantages would be the primary source of tensions between these countries. But however, it's not these actions themselves escalating tensions, but how these actions are interpreted. So each side tends to view the other's move in the worst possible light. feeling unnecessary alarm. To give you some examples, so for example, Western countries often justify this value-based approach of cooperation among like-minded states as necessary or appropriate given differences in political systems. However, from China's perspective, these initiatives are exclusionary, designed to dominate global AI ethics and also governance narratives. Likewise, China's push for self-sufficiency in science and technology it is often framed in the West as revisionist, and then its responses to Western restrictions and criticism are seen, for example, as economic coercion. Yeah, so track 2 diplomacy, and also I think including our dialogues taking place here, as well as through other channels, play a crucial role in preventing this kind of worst case assumptions in driving policy decisions. So I want to emphasize it's important to ensure broad and inclusive participation in AI governance and also maintain open dialogues despite these difficult political environments. We are often surprised by how much we can achieve through these open dialogues. So for example, this US-China track 2 dialogues, especially those organized by Tsinghua University and Brookings, have directly contributed to the Xi-Biden agreement in 2024 not to use AI in nuclear weapons control. Right, so I think I will stop there and then give the floor to my other panelists.
Thank you, Sarah. And I would like to thank UNIDIR committee for organizing such a very great event. So what I'm talking, actually I have my poster outside, so if you want to talk more, but I'm going to be bringing the summary of my abstract. I'm talking about the perspective of Southeast Asian countries as a general, not a specific one, that I'm exploring the challenges and opportunities associated with the AI adoption and implementation in the Southeast Asian defense domain, while also I'm trying to consider and also analyze the geopolitical implication of the ongoing AI competition between the two giants, as you know, maybe between the US and China. Furthermore, I would like to seek also the possibility on having the mutual understanding, specific arrangement, and also the guidelines on the advanced option and implementation of AI within the defense domain that could benefit all regional actors. So I would like to seek whether this possibility and this analysis could actually inform the policymakers, the military strategists, and also the developers, especially the technology developers, about the essential consideration for integrating AI into defense strategies in the region. I would like to also try to identify the key factors driving the AI adoption and implementation, particularly in Southeast Asia, including the technological advancement, social security concerns, and also economic consideration. So I've also been asked what is the most challenging and also the opportunity. While talking about the Southeast Asia, as you know, that Southeast Asia is the crossroad of a very strategical region between this Australia and Asia and the two oceans of the Pacific and also the Indian Oceans. So talking about what is the most important challenge and also most important opportunity is going to be very complex. However, there are complexity, there's a spectrum of challenges and also opportunity that could be discussed. But in my opinion, that the challenge would be for the most the general perspective of the Southeast Asian countries would be the financial and also the technological constraints, while the opportunities would be the cooperation and collaboration possibilities under the auspice of ASEAN and also other regional or multilateral organizations such as UNIDIR. As you can see, I would like to provide some information for you that based on the global AI index for Southeast Asia itself, I would like to rate the first global AI index would be the US, followed by China, and Singapore is going to be the third, which is one of the Southeast Asian nation. However, the rest of the Southeast Asian nation is going to be like in the 39 for Malaysia, Thailand is the 43, Indonesia is ranked 49, and Vietnam is 58, and the Philippines is going to be the 67. So you can see that there's a big gap on the AI development between the countries in Southeast Asia. This is the one that I'm trying to propose through the abstract, that we can actually provide a framework analysis for this Southeast Asian nation to talk about, to discuss, and then to collaborate or maybe cooperate in creating some environment that can actually provide the basis for all the countries within the region to can actually move forward on what you may call it, like taking the benefit of AI for the whole countries. And I would like also to what you may call it, inform you that the recent of ASEAN Defense Minister meeting in 2025, just February ago, all the defense ministers also already talk about the possibility of having AI collaboration or AI cooperation within the defense domain, and especially the military domain. That's a good sign, but it's still having a long way to go for all the countries to actually implement that regulation. And also, I would like to provide what is the possibility of having international organizations such as UNIDIR to be engaged with the Southeast Asian nation, which is maybe the particular is the ASEAN. The first one is that UNIDIR can actually provide the policy development and guidance, the capacity building and training, to promote the transparency and confidence building, to provide the ethical and legal standards, and to support the non-lethal application of the military domain AI, and also to provide some kind of framework for collaboration and knowledge sharing. I would like to stop there and provide more for the next panels. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everybody. Thanks for being at the lunchtime here and joining us. Special thanks to Giacomo, Jasmine, and all the security and technology team for this perfect event and prior coordination. Well, I'm here to talk about the governance and ethics of AI applied to the military sector, a Latin American view. This is a part of academic research we are serving with Professor Raúl Salgado from Flaxo, Ecuador. And in this first part, I would like to sum up the regional context, what is happening in Latin America now. So I would like to put 5 highlights, basically. The first one is at the region, there's no relevant interstate conflicts, but non-state powerful non-state actors are disrupting here, right? Just like transnational organized crime, for example. And this is part of what is the second point I would like to highlight, new threats in the regional context, not just transnational criminal activities, but border controls. Let's take, for example, the Brazilian example, migration and socioeconomic realities like rising economic inequalities, which affect directly to the migration problem, for example, and other phenomena such as human and arms trafficking, cyberspace, and even environmental vulnerabilities. And that I mentioned environmental vulnerabilities, for example, because we are using now, and we can see some projects in the Amazon basin, for example, which are, controlled and monitored by drones and AI applications, right? So these hybrid asymmetric threats and new risk challenges basically these national security visions. And in this context, defense transformation strategies are going on. Like in the last decade, we have seen increased military budgets, even if military budgets compared with other regions or other powerful countries are not exactly the same. big asymmetry. New military national doctrines. This is quite important because we have seen, for example, the Colombian and the Brazilian case where there's new doctrines calling, to integrate technology in the military sector. And for example, here we have like a couple of weeks ago, the critical technologies for defense, which is the Brazilian settlement. And by the way, Brazilian is the most relevant actor in military defense industry within the region, right? And I said the fifth highlight is a vibrant military industry interest in automatic weapon systems, because basically there is a vision of, we can, not a catch-up process, but we can develop new weapons, and we have like this scenario where public military-related strategy, subsidiary, public academic research and institutes, the private sector, national and foreign enterprises, and even if partnership, public-private or bilateral, are configuring this vibrant defense industry within the region. And we'll do there.
Good afternoon, everyone. First of all, I'm glad to be in the world's most innovative country, that is Switzerland, according to the Global Innovation Index. Second, I would like to thank UNIDIR for this opportunity. And third thing, I would like to put it on record that all my views are purely personal. To start with, I would like to quote the Bible verse from Matthew chapter 16, verse 26, from the King James Version, which says, "For what is a man profited if he shall gain the whole world and lose his own soul? Or what shall a man give in exchange for his soul?" So I believe that AI has a potential to benefit humanity, but not if it comes at the cost of compromising human rights, individual freedom, and accountability over flawed algorithms leading to negative outcomes. Coming to my paper, so I wrote on AI in border security, especially between the Indo-China border. So first of all, I have highlighted three opportunities for the military in AI. First one is the drone-based AI surveillance, which will be easier in the remote and rugged terrains, which will help the military. Second one is the facial recognition system. It will help identify terrorist and illegal encroachments. Third thing is the predictive analytics, which will anticipate threats for the enemy, and it will be based on the historical data. And also I have identified three major challenges. First one would be the misidentification. If the AI tool deployed at the border, if it misidentifies its own army vehicle or a friendly vehicle, it might be a catastrophe. Second one is the escalation. If an AI tool which is used at the border, if it due to lower human oversight, if it identifies a civilian as a threat and kills that person, it will be a big problem. And the third thing would be the cyber security threats. As we know, many rival nations and terrorists might attack the IT infrastructure of military who have AI embedded in their military systems. So these are the challenges. And to solve these challenges, I have recommended three policy recommendations. First is to set up the Indo-China AI Border Security Council, so which could deal with the bilateral AI issues between India and China. And this could pave the way for a like something similar to non-proliferation treaty, a global treaty for safe AI usage. And the second one is to develop tourist spots like the Dora Observatory in South Korea. So similar tourist spots along the Indo-China border would be a kind of soft diplomacy, and it will promote peace and also ensure long-term stability and peace through educational and cultural tourism. The third recommendation is that I urge China and India to join the Ream Declaration of 2023 for the ethical usage of AI in military. And I want to just quickly highlight the major finding of my paper. According to CIPRI data, the military budget has increased from $1.9 trillion in 2015 to $2.4 trillion in 2023, which is a 26% increase. And based on my personal estimate, I think that it will increase to $3.5 trillion by 2030, which is a 46% increase. This is due to the current geopolitical situation, such as the Russia-Ukraine aggression, Israeli-Palestinian conflict, and the US-China competition, Indo-Pacific security issues, and the United States President's call to increase the NATO spending defense spending by 5% of their GDP. So this is the right time to have a legally binding AI global governance framework, especially for AI in the military domain, to protect civilians and also to control the lethal autonomous weapon systems. So to ensure that we have a responsible and transparent deployment of AI in the military domain.
Thank you very much all for that summary of your abstracts. It was really fascinating. You really highlighted that regions are faced by different threats, different actors perpetuating these threats. There's different areas of AI applications that are being considered, and really a different emphasis on what is important and therefore what that means for governance. But I really also like the points on kind of what can be done, the principal solutions, and including also not just between regions, but within regions. I really like that point as well, not just thinking of globally. And maybe this leads to my second question, which is, what is one barrier and one opportunity to the successful and responsible implementation of AI in your unique operating environment? Maybe I'll start from the other end, so sticking with you, Corey, and asking you to take the floor first, and then going this way. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks again. So coming quickly to one barrier and opportunity. Before that, I would like to quickly highlight how AI, is very important. It affects the economic, military, and geopolitical dynamics across the globe. So according to PwC report, by 2030, AI is going to contribute $15.7 trillion to global GDP, and USA and China are going to benefit the most. Coming to the military spending, so US leads the race with $850 billion per year this year, and in that they have put 1.8 billion for AI. And coming to non-military investment, so US along with OpenAI and SoftBank have announced $500 billion for this target project, and European Union has announced 200 billion pound through the Invest AI in the recent Paris summit. And the big tech firms like Amazon, Google, Alibaba combined, they are going to invest more than $300 billion, and startups last year who are invested in AI, so they have already raised more than $100 billion. So coming to the startup AI ranked by the Stanford University, so it ranks US, China, UK, India as the top 4 countries in the AI power rankings. Coming to the one barrier of AI usage in border security, so as I already told, there is lack of global regulatory framework, which might lead to misidentification, escalation, and cyber security threats. And one opportunity is to through AI in border security, is that we'll be reducing the human casualty in war. So I think in the next 10 years, there will be very low recruitment of human soldiers. Machine will fight themselves, and there will be less human casualties. I want to quickly highlight 3 more important points. According to the State of Food Security report, 733 million people faced hunger in 2023 alone, and by 2030, 582 million people are going to be chronically undernourished. And according to estimates, we just need $40 to $50 billion per year by 2030 to feed these people and eradicate global hunger and poverty. If just 2% of the global defense spending, which is 2.4 trillion, is directed towards eradicating hunger and poverty, I think the world will be in a much better position today. Second thing is the SDG financing. According to UN Secretary General, there is an annual gap of $4 trillion US. So again, redirecting some of the military budget would be helpful. And the third and most important finding also from my paper is that I believe there is no financial incentive for peace for firms or entities which fuel profit and control. So I think according to Sir Eisenhower, former US president, in 1961, he quoted a term called military industrial complex. So I think there are very secret, dark, hidden forces operating behind the shadows, and much of the crisis we have today, whether it be war, diseases, or whether it be economical instability, is a very well engineered crisis. While their AI is being tested in the military domain in Gaza and Syria, women and children are being butchered. I think this all should stop, and we urgently need a responsible and transparent deployment of AI, especially in the military domain.
Well, before entering to the barriers and opportunities, I would like to say we conducted several interviews with people immersed in the defense industry in Latin America, in countries such as Brazil, Argentina, Chile, Colombia, and Mexico, which are the main players in the region, let's say. The main barrier is, like, I guess, a joint and a common one, which is about governance, right? The lack of common rules and responsibility in AI development for the industry. And a specific barrier we found is the absence of easy information with AI developers within the region, mainly due to confidentiality terms, right? This is a I wouldn't say an opaque area, but we had to sign several confidentiality terms to this research. And I guess the main opportunity, which is seen and shared by the industry, is that the adoption is not seen as an opportunity to catch up capabilities, but to participate in an emerging segment of global military industry, improving operational decision-making, but not changing command chain. This is something quite interesting, because actors within the military industry and military armed forces told us that at the end of the day, the decision-making is on the command chain. And this led us to the questions with the slide that we had two presentations before. And this is quite interesting, because they see, these two actors see this opportunity to insert high tech in defense activities as an opportunity in order to build advanced military capabilities. This is clear in countries where the military industry has taken off and playing a more significant role in Latin America.
Thank you. So I would like to elaborate more on the strategic dilemma in the Southeast Asian, most of the Southeast Asian countries. First of all, I identified within my abstract that there are some challenges that these countries are facing. The first one is going to be like financial constraint, and the lack of awareness of ethical use of AI within the military domain, and also the regional management or governance, and the potential misuse and abuse of AI within the military and defense sector. And also, some of the countries are over reliance on the external technologies that coming out from outside of the region. And also, there's no clear and guidelines and also standard on how we can actually use AI responsibly for particularly for the domain of military and defense. And also, as I mentioned before, that there are global AI competition, especially within the region of Southeast Asia, where China and US is like interacting in our front yard, or maybe in our yard, which is in South China Sea. That is creating a concern for some of the Southeast Asian countries, particularly for the ASEAN. And this power dynamic should be reassessed and assessed by each of the stakeholders within the region, that actually can be, you may call, as discussed within a framework that I believe ASEAN would be the perfect vessel for that purpose. And also identifying that there are tendencies, and looking forward for some of the countries within the region, they are trying to modernize their military, and integrating and implementing AI within the domain of military and defense is not the question of when, but it's the question of how. I think all of us already heard that question over and over again during these 2 days. So, and how would be the best way to implement AI within the military domain is the one that should be talked about by the leaders of the Southeast Asian countries. And by saying that the most challenging in the Southeast Asian countries, the challenge would be the technological constraint and limitation, and also the financial constraint, especially when everything is like as you know, the global recession and all the thing, the financial crisis, some of the countries are being very austerized in their spending. And the opportunity, I would also forward the ASEAN as regional actors, regional organization, to actually come forward and then take the lead on how to actually manage on the implementation of AI within the domain. Thank you.
Thank you. I think I'm just disagree with my fellow panelists a little bit on this question. So for me, that the greatest barrier to AI governance is not the shortage of governance frameworks or regulatory frameworks. There's no shortage of solutions, right? And then also, I'm just for me that this greatest barrier is the fatalist view that of AI computation. So if I ask the audience in this room and also those joining us online that to describe the current international environment, I think many of you probably would think of words such as computation, conflict, tensions, or volatile, and so on. But however, that just this assumption usually just leads to this conclusion that, okay, computation is a norm and it is either highly challenging, if not outright impossible, to work out some common solutions, standards, AI governance. So for me, that this kind of assumption is dangerous, which precludes many opportunities for cooperation. So for example, that between the US and China, there's a long-standing agreement to cooperate on science and technology, which was signed in 1979 and renewed several times. So the last round of renewal took place in 2024, but however restricted the scope of cooperation to only basic research while excluding critical technologies such as AI. Right? And then also quantum computing and so on. So this has just prevented us from working together and then to figure out some solutions and to make a bigger impact. So therefore that I think just for me that the opportunity is also to patiently identify and also build on these areas of a common ground. You often can find many common grounds between the states, for example, especially US, China, and also Europe and other countries as well. They often have the shared interest in risk reduction, right? And then even when it comes to sensitive areas such as AI use in nuclear weapons, they can work out about so what constitutes these escalation points, and then so what would be this sufficient time for human review of recommended AI-generated recommendations, and then how much data is sufficient for AI decision-making and testing, and then what sort of safeguards should be in place to prevent AI systems from being manipulated, hacked, and so on. Yeah, so all these all require open dialogues, and then also sustained policy deliberation. So I still want to emphasize again that rather than allowing computation and also mistrust to dictate AI governance, and then we should try to foster engagement, transparency, and mutual understanding in order to build a more inclusive AI future.
Yes, a very interesting question on the issue of the successful and responsible implementation of AI in our various contexts. With respect to the abstract, we discovered that there are so many issues that are ongoing. The first aspect is that of weak institutions. Most of the institutions lack the capacity to conduct research as far as the issue of the ethics of AI in counterinsurgency is concerned. The second issue, that is with respect to the barrier, the issues under the barriers that we faced is that of capacity. There is very low capacity across the board on this particular aspect of the ethics of AI in counterinsurgency. The other aspect is that of lack of incentives in research. there are so many research institutions, but they lack the incentives to conduct the necessary research in this area. So it makes it extremely difficult to engage or to gather data that can be very useful in analysis. Looking at the opportunities, we think that one of the greatest opportunities that we realize is that of collaboration with international partners. It was discovered that the EU is having very good collaboration with most of the African nations, and this is through a couple of initiatives, like the EU-Africa Economic Task Force, which is helping to strengthen collaboration between the EU and African nations, so African countries, in the area of artificial intelligence and across the board in science and technology. There is also the area of the Gateway Initiative of the European Union, which brings out the potential of artificial intelligence in economic development. So this is also very interesting because there is the issue of human security. These days, when we are talking about counterinsurgency, we also need to talk about human security, because most of the communities that the military is going after, to target terrorists and other armed groups, they are suffering because of the issue of lack of human security issues, challenges. So we also looked at the issue of human security and how the EU relationship with some of these countries is helping to make it better. So from my side, that is what we discovered, and we look forward to more engagements with this community to see into it that the issue of AI ethics in counterterrorism is becomes a priority for most of the African states. Thank you.
Thank you very much all for sharing these perspectives. I think that was extremely useful also to understand where the points of disagreements lie, but also seeing the commonalities and also looking at the opportunities. We tend to sometimes focus on the negative too much and not really what we can do about it. So it was also very nice to hear what you think could be done going forward. And on that point, we're here gathered today and yesterday, of course, for this conference, this dialogue, but what else or what more can organizations like UNIDIR do to better support regional progress and spotlight regional perspectives to bring more inclusion into the fold of international conversations such as this one around AI and security and defense? I propose maybe we stick with you, Baudouin, and make our way down this way. Thank you.
This is also a very interesting question.
Thank you.
Okay. Yeah, this is also a very interesting question. I've been reflecting about this for a couple of days now. And I had bilateral discussions with the director of UNIDIR, and he explained to me the approach that they are having by visiting a couple of countries. I'll speak basically for the African continent, where they have a couple of outreach across the continent to discover the specificities of, and how they can engage on issues of science and technology. But I also have a different approach. I think that Africa as a continent is made up of regional blocks. You have ECOWAS, you have ECAS, and these regional blocks, they have specificities with respect to their security context. So from a personal point of view, I think it'll be good for UNIDIR to change its strategy to engage more with the regional blocks, to understand the specificities of their security situation. And once that is achieved, they can now proceed, the regional blocks can now proceed with developing a strategic plan which addresses the issue of financing, the issue of access to AI, and the issue of capacity building. I think with this strategy, UNIDIR can really make a difference across the African continent. For example, with respect to the issue of financing, that can be addressed by the strategic plan. They can look at the issue of AI security bonds, whereby most of the African countries, looking at their engagement with their regional blocks, will be forced to create AI security bonds that the private sector can tap into in order to finance national security. They can also look at the issue of defense and security innovation hubs, whereby it is going to be a platform for resource mobilization and also for startups. You have so many great ideas across the continent. So these hubs will be very important, but this should be an initiative that is led by the regional blocks in order for it to be effective. If not, UNIDIR is going to tackle is going to have a strategy of dealing with the individual countries, which is not going to be very effective in the long run, looking at the different security infrastructure across the various countries. I also looked at the issue of alternative forms of funding, such as crowdfunding. I think once this strategic plan has been structured by the various regional blocks, they can also look at how to bring about a crowdfunding system whereby not just the private sector, but also communities can also support, can also tap into such a system to take care of their own security. So I think, from my own personal opinion, I think this is what UNIDIR needs to do by strengthening public and private partnerships. I think the issue of defense and security is going to be a cross-cutting issue across the various African countries and regional blocks. Thank you.
I also concur that it's important for UNIDIR to engage more actively with different regional platforms to develop these solutions that are tailored to different specific needs, given these different levels of technological readiness and then different understandings of security challenges and then also regulatory landscapes and so on, right? And then also as developing countries strive to achieve self-sufficiency in science and technology, and we like to see this global AI governance developed along this divergent and even competing tracks. So for UNIDIR, it can just play a crucial role in amplifying these different voices, and then, but also at the same time that to promote the exchange of expertise, experiences, best practices, policy strategies, and then to ensure these different AI strategies align with global standards. I think there's also a role for UNIDIR to bridge the gap between this expert deliberations and also policy development, policy implementation, right? And then we have come up with many different solutions. And then the next step is to think about how we pass on these ideas to decision makers. And then also another is to raise public awareness of these implications of AI use in defense and security. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you. For the role of international organization, I'm taking the example of UNIDIR. I would say that it's quite significant in a way that how international organization can actually bring some other perspective outside the regional countries' perspectives. So I would say that the international organization should be involved more with the regional actors or regional organizations, such as in Southeast Asia, is going to be ASEAN. But there's a level of engagement between the international organization besides just ASEAN. I would also suggest that the UNIDIR can actually talk directly to each of the stakeholders within the region. That would, in how they can actually shape and develop, especially on the implementation of AI within the military domain and defense. And UNIDIR can actually, I would like to also, what you may elaborate what I talked about earlier, that some key expectation of how the international organization can actually take some roles in the region, especially for the Southeast Asia, in developing policy and the guidance that UN and the UNIDIR can actually provide a comprehensive policy, frameworks, and guidance to ensure the responsible use of AI within the military. And also this include the addressing the ethical, the legal, and also the security concern. And the second one is that UNIDIR can actually provide the capacity building and training for all the talents to build the technical and regulatory capacities for each of the countries, including all the talents and also the human resources. The third one is that the international organization also can help assist the regional countries to promote the transparency and the confidence building. By fostering transparency and information sharing, it can actually expect it to build trust among the countries within the region, and also to provide the support on the use of AI based on ethical and legal standards, which is understood by all other countries, especially for those that already quite advanced in using AI within the military domain. And also to support the non-lethal application, particularly for the AI within the military, that can actually use for other purposes other than the lethal application, such as surveillance, logistic, and etc. And this last one, I would like to, what you may call it, echoing what the Undersecretary yesterday mentioned about, we should have more collaboration and we should have more knowledge sharing. In this case, about the implementation of AI and, among the countries within the region. That what we're supposed to have, that what is UNIDIR should promote to the regional organization and also the member of the regional organization, which is in this case is the Southeast Asian countries. Thank you.
Thank you. As I said before, we identified an academic literature gap and the need of a wider debate about this sort of topics within the region. In fact, few current literatures are mainly generated in military academies across Latin America, right? So this take me to two specific recommendations, because I have run out of recommendations with all the colleagues here in the panel. But the first one should be fostering research program and dialogue agendas in a multi-stakeholder perspective, encouraging the inclusion of private actors into the debate. This in order to exchange perspectives and fostering dialogue among actors, academia, enterprises, the public sector, and boosting accountability while we're generating trust-building capacity transparency. And the second suggestion would be collaboration with other UN agencies in AI tools generated or related. I mean, UNESCO, for example, has the RAM methodology, which is a quite good example to measure nationally the ethic level of AI adoption in certain countries. They have so far published like more than 10 reports globally, and I'm part of the national team in Ecuador, which is evaluating ethical adoption of AI. So I found this space like a fruitful area of cooperation between UN agencies in order to tackle a more effective AI adoption.
Yeah, to quickly wrap up, I want to warn everyone that we are at the cusp of World War III, dominated by AI-driven cyber warfare. Recently, just 2 days ago, European asked its citizens to stockpile essential items for 72 hours. Coming to what UNIDIR could do, first one, it could organize country-wise workshop to identify challenges to develop a unified global AI framework. Second one, it should sensitize public, that is civilians, about the AI usage in military domain. We are a privileged bunch of people sitting in this room. I think the thoughts should reach the common man. The third thing is to facilitate bilateral discussions with countries in conflict, how AI is being used in the military. And my detailed paper on all my thoughts is on the SSRN. You can get it from the QR code outside the hall in my abstract. Then, as I already told, there is no financial incentive for peace for those who profit from war. So we should be very careful how we gauge the global geopolitics, secret societies, cabal and deep state operating, and world embraces violence, deception, and sin. But through this conference, I would urge all the stakeholders to start embracing love, justice, and peace. Thank you.
Thank you very much, all. I think that was a lot of requests for UNIDIR and other similar organizations. So I think we have a lot to chew on here. But it was really great to hear your inputs. We have a few more minutes left in our panel, so I want to turn to questions from the audience. I'm also conscious of time, and I want to try and get through as many questions as possible. But let's see how we can go. But maybe to start off with, what can you share with us maybe a 30-second message that you want to provide to the international community that you want them to acknowledge in light of your respective regional work? So coming from your regional perspective, what is one message that you really want to share with the rest of the audience? If you had to summarize it in 30 seconds, I won't decide on order. I will really let you choose if you want to go. But yeah, Baudouin, please.
Yes, one message to the international community is that Africa as a continent should not just be included, but empowered as far as the AI future is concerned. Responsible AI use must come with a price. So I'm using this opportunity to call on all stakeholders through this UNIDIR platform to see into it that investments have been made across the continent for the benefit of not just the continent, but for the benefit of the world. Thank you.
I think I can try to do it within 10 seconds to save some time. So for me, that it's vitally important to have cultivate the political willingness to engage in a way that prioritizes stability, cooperation, and then rather than competition. Thank you.
I just want to iterate something that from what I'm speaking about this. We need more collaboration, especially if you have regional organization, maximize the function of the regional organization to set the boundaries, to set the framework for the whole regional action, or the regional countries could understand that framework analysis. Thank you.
I would say not all the regions obviously are exactly the same, so one size fit all recommendations most of times could cause not tailored and specific measures in order to tackle specific problems in each region. So I would like to say that.
Yeah, I would urge the international community to involve all the stakeholders, whether it be government, the civil society, the private sector, and the public, to develop ethical, adaptable, and transparent AI framework in all the domains, not just military. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and also for sticking to the strict 30-second rule. And another question from the audience. Would you have, very briefly again, in addition to everything that you've provided, would you have any other concrete steps to really inform and include a wider participation in AI governance discussions? Again, if anybody has any additional quick points to add.
This really aligns with my research, and then so I have been emphasizing a lot on track 2 diplomacy, and then so track 2 diplomacy refers to this non-official and informal dialogues between states, and then usually participated by academics, and then business leaders, also officials, retired officials, and also those participating in their private capacities. So when this agreement at the official level proves challenging, and it's beneficial to actually have these dialogues at track 2 or track 1.5 to lay out the groundwork, and then which will promote a more better understanding of a nuanced understanding of the opposing perspectives, and then this will kind of also help with this more constructive dialogues at the official level. Yeah.
I think I have one additional comment on that. It's just like this is what like a bottom-up approach, like how you can actually promote a quadruple helix that can actually involve the government, the industry, the academics, and also the community to actually provide the framework analysis that can be used and generalized to a better or wider, what you may call it, wider community. Thank you.
Yeah. In summary, I think there is need for a multi-stakeholder approach, which creates an opportunity for cross-regional partnerships and the support for initiatives across the regions. Thank you.
Thank you. I think this was really inspiring to end. I'm sure this could continue for a while, but I really encourage you to continue the discussion with our panelists beyond this panel. This was hugely informative, so thank you again. Please join me in thanking our panelists. So, of course, in the general theme of this conference, we're continuing without a break. And next up, I'm delighted to announce that the session will be on knowledge and capacity building. And I'm very pleased to welcome Dr. Yasmin Afena, who will be the moderator for this panel, to the podium. And we'll also welcome the panelists for that session to come up as well. Thank you.
All right, everyone. Hello again. Thank you very much for sticking through our hashtag no break style for this conference. And I'm very pleased to introduce us to the session dedicated to knowledge and capacity building, which consists one of the 6 thematics that we're exploring over these 2 days. So the reason why we, and if you haven't noticed already, all the 6 sessions that frame these two days of discussions are actually the 6 priority themes that you can see outlined in our publication on multi-stakeholder perspectives on the governance of AI in the military domain, which you'll have hard copies by the entrance. It's the one with the blue and black sort of cover page. And obviously our first priority area that we had identified for the governance of AI in the military domain is capacity and knowledge building, which we've heard a lot over the past 2 days. So the reason also why we're calling it not just capacity building, but also knowledge building is that when we were discussing these 6 priority themes with the multi-stakeholder community, we realized that it was not just a question of building capacity, and we don't mean, and by capacity building, it doesn't mean that we're building capacity from scratch. It might be that we're enhancing capacity or strengthening capacity that already exists, but may perhaps need to be consolidated and adapted with regards to artificial intelligence in the military domain and the wider defense and security apparatus. We're also referring to building the knowledge base because we realize that it's also about terminologies and the sort of wording that we're using, the framing, and perhaps the cultural and the political differences and variations that translate into this sort of situation where we might be where the governance of AI in defense and security might be at halt. It might also be a question of trying to understand each other. We often hear that the policy-making community requires greater technical literacy, or vice versa. We need to expose more the technical and operational communities to legal and ethical considerations. And I think also with regards to geopolitical blocks, how do we sort of focus our efforts towards building a knowledge and our knowledge base to make sure that dialogue is indeed undertaken. So I'm very pleased today to be joined by a stellar panel. So on my left, we have Scott Campbell from the OHCHR, and then Ms. Xiao Chan from Tsinghua University. We have Jason Das, who is flying directly from Trinidad and Tobago. And finally, we have Pak Shun from the Ministry of Defense of Singapore. So as we are proceeding with the panel discussions, just as a reminder, there's a Slido QR code on your desk. If you have any questions that you'd like to ask our panel towards the end of our session, please do not hesitate to fire them from now. And I'll be monitoring them and making sure that we'll have enough time to discuss all of these. So first, perhaps as a sort of warm-up round for our discussions, may I please ask that each of you share a few words about what does capacity building mean to you in the first place? Because we keep hearing about capacity building, but what does it mean? And to sort of go one layer further, what makes it meaningful? Because we want capacity building to be more than just a buzzword. We want capacity building to actually mean something, and not just as a means for fundraising, for example, but really something that is meaningful and has some impact. So perhaps, Scott, may I start with you? And also what, from an OHCHR perspective, what does it mean?
Sure. No, thank you very much. And thank you to the organizers for including us. And I think I'll dive right in on the question, thinking about what should be included when we're talking about capacity building. What is the content that we're talking about in terms of capacity building for AI and digital tech? And I think this is relevant both for AI, both in the military domain, but also outside the military domain. And I think to answer this, we need just to take a little bit of a step back and think about, well, what's the purpose of capacity building? What are we building capacity for, both in the military domain and outside? Both AI is capacity building is often a justification to improve the status quo of the way we do things, to enhance efficiency, enhance precision. But ultimately, I think as humans, I think most of us here are humans, our goal should be to enhance human well-being. I'm always worried there's an avatar in the room these days. The discussion on capacity building from our perspective is often dominated too much on the tech and the technological side, and looking at how to enhance those technological capabilities, skills, and systems. And while that's central, we think it is crucial to keep the focus on human well-being. And we really wanted to draw attention in this conversation to a central and integral piece of capacity building, which is building capacity about human rights law. And thus, what are the skills, the knowledge, the capacities, and processes to help identify if AI systems are designed and developed and used in line with international human rights law? So maybe I'll stop there, as I know you want to do a quick first round, but I think that integration of human rights law is just highly relevant to the recipients of capacity building efforts, whether they're engineers or designers of AI systems, and also, of course, to policymakers and the companies that are operating the tools, and individuals and institutions that are also often at the front lines of implementation.
Thank you very much, Scott. And perhaps before, I'd like to ask a follow-up question, but before that, I'll go through the other panelists. But in the meantime, may I please ask that you sort of reflect on concretely why is it that human rights are an important component of this capacity building for enhancing the well-being of humans? So I think that's something that I'd like to get back on a bit later. But first, Ms. Xiao Chan, I know that you've conducted a lot of work in this space, so I just wanted to get your thoughts as well on also not only what does capacity building mean to you, what makes it meaningful, but I guess also building on your work at Tsinghua University, what would be the role of non-state stakeholders, such as academia, as in your case, for building such capacity?
Okay, thank you, Yasmin. Thank you for UNIDIR having me here. I'm very delighted to be able to on this panel together with other distinguished panelists. As far as I see, AI capacity building includes, but not limited to, human capital development, infrastructure and resources, institutional and policy frameworks, research and innovation ecosystem, which is very important in universities, and public awareness and international cooperation. In the whole process of capacity building, stakeholders ranging from governments, academia, non-government organizations, science community, civil society, and private sectors can play very important roles in knowledge and capacity building. As mentioned by Yasmin, that I come from Tsinghua University, and like many other universities around the world, we are blessed with many scholars, experts, and talents from different disciplines. They are playing increasingly important roles in solving problems ranging from climate change, pandemic, and also AI governance. So what the role that the non-state stakeholders, such as universities and academia, can play in building capacity? First, I could think of is the universities is like a place where the knowledge is developed, advanced, transmitted, and also disseminated. So it helped to provide a kind of a platform to form a knowledge community or epistemic community where people from different backgrounds can join together and solve the specific problem. Because in today's world, we know that the problems we face are really cross-disciplinary and cross-boundary. So it is impossible for one country or one institution to solve the problem. For this reason, we need to take a multi-stakeholders approach and also to build a platform for people from different backgrounds to join. And from Tsinghua University, we are able to build a kind of, within China, AI development and safety network, while institutes and the labs doing AI research and safety research mainly, and also related policy research join us together. And also we managed to build a epistemic community in AI in defense, built alongside on our track to dialogue with the Brookings on AI and international security, which started as early as 2019. The second thing I can think of is there are many global South countries, we heard of the discussion from the previous panel, that they do not enjoy the same talent pools as the leading countries in AI technology. And the development gap is getting increasingly big. So at the invitation of many developing countries, Tsinghua University has developed programs, both degree programs or non-degree programs to help train talents in some developing countries, many of them just in Southeast Asian countries, including AI researchers, engineers, policymakers, and industry professionals, so that they not only know the technology itself, but also how to govern the technology well, how to deal with the risks, and also at the same time develop a healthy ecosystem to develop for innovation in technologies. For example, just from 2022 to 2023, we managed to launch an AI for Good youth bootcamp together with UNDP, where more than 1,000 young people around the world, mainly from developing countries, joined our bootcamp, and they attended master classes provided by professors in Tsinghua University, and also they received the guidance from those our alumni entrepreneurs in AI field. Last but not the least, I think international cooperation is also very important for capacity building. Under the pressure of geopolitical tension, as we heard from the previous panel, and also Tsinghua was also somewhat influenced by this kind of tension, but we are still working very hard for international cooperation in AI governance, because we believe that only with the cooperation of countries around the world, we can solve those very tricky and very difficult problems. The network, as I mentioned just now, is working very hard to build connections with AI safety institutes around the world. We also receive a lot of delegations from many European countries to see whether we can have a cooperation in AI governance. And also we conduct dialogues on AI and international security with US think tanks and many other European think tanks as well. And for another example is that ever since 2020, we initiated an international forum on AI and international governance and managed to invite professors and experts from around the world to focusing on how we build a resilient AI governance framework around the world. So just to name these three important aspects that I think universities can play a role in AI governance. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chan. Jason, I know that you came all the way from Trinidad and Tobago to here, actually. So it's first of all, it's an honor to have you here on the panel, and we're really glad that you made such a long journey to join us today. And I guess also, like, from this perspective of a smaller state, what does capacity building mean to you, and what makes it meaningful from your perspective?
Thank you, Jasmine. Thank you to UNIDIR for...
Your microphone.
Is it on?
Yeah.
Yes, thank you, Jasmine. And thank you to UNIDIR for the opportunity for Trinidad and Tobago, and by extension myself, to attend and participate in these critical discussions. But to my mind, and in the context of AI, capacity building involves developing the expertise, the resources, and the frameworks necessary for organizations and or countries like my country, Trinidad and Tobago, to create, manage, and deploy AI systems successfully. And successfully is the main word there, because all your systems can go so far if there's no data, evidence, and results to back it up. It also includes not just human and organizational development, but also technical and operational frameworks necessary for building and deploying AI technologies. What makes it meaningful? Well, the Center for Long-Term AI puts it concisely, and I have to agree with them. Capacity building of AI is crucial for ensuring that people in countries such as Trinidad and Tobago and regions at different stages of development around the world can share and benefit from these development opportunities brought by AI. Countries and regions with higher levels of development can promote more extensive AI capacity building through international cooperation, empowering countries and regions that are less developed in AI creation and management, so that people around the world can enjoy the benefits of AI, and efforts are made to ensure no countries are left behind. I would also like to touch, Jasmine, on the key components that I also deem necessary in capacity building in AI. One would be collaboration with industry leaders. Engaging with experts in the field of AI is an excellent way to enhance the learning experience in AI for smaller and developing countries. Provision of online platforms, networking, and AI communities, where platforms, global networks can be used and learners can interact with one another, share ideas, and collaborate on projects. Another very crucial one that really terminal, the facilitation of corporate and government partnerships. Strengthening ties with both the corporate organization and government bodies can create additional opportunities for further engagement with AI deployment. Collaboration between academic institutions, research centers, and private companies, fostering more economic system-driven approach to capacity building, provision of funding, infrastructure, other technical assistance, but heavy on the international partnership cooperation. And I would like to give an example where Trinidad attended in last year, December 2024, where the EU-funded Il Pacto 2.0 program had the first bi-regional meeting on artificial intelligence and organized crime. It was held in San Jose. It was a 3-day program. The meeting allowed for productive dialogue, exchanges, and collaboration on AI. It was a launch of collective work and dynamic between justice and security authorities to identify priorities and specific demands for technical cooperation within the region. And it also presented the opportunity for Il Pacto to present a comprehensive study on AI and crime, as well as the tools to strengthen the administration of justice and security within the deployment of AI. It was attended by quite a number of Caribbean countries, Latin American countries, and I think about 4 European countries. And in conclusion, I would like to say that, the assistance in capacity development from corporate government partnerships and international partner cooperation can facilitate ethical and safety government principles, standards and regulations, and legal frameworks, which I'm very interested in. Trinidad is extremely interested in legal framework and policy building for AI to cover the entire life cycle of AI as it is deployed.
Thank you very much, Jason, for this very comprehensive overview. And I think that I also particularly appreciate your point about the dynamic between the justice and security fields, which I think that we sort of tend to sometimes like put in silos. But at the same time, I think it's also interesting to hear from your experience on how you sort of took part in this sort of interaction. Park Shun, we've known each other for quite a bit now, and I know that Singapore is leading a lot on and paying a lot of attention with regards to capacity building. So again, I wanted to throw the same question to you. What does capacity building mean to you? What makes it meaningful, but also what does it mean, not only for Singapore, but perhaps also for the region? If you can elaborate a bit more.
Well, thanks, Yasmin, for the question, and I agree with you. I think the conversation on what capacity building entails has been very comprehensively covered by my colleagues. I think I'll just crystallize it to 2 words that I think make sense for me. Capacity building in the area of providing knowledge and in the area of providing resources. And from a state perspective, the objective really is, in my mind, to survive and to thrive in the international system. And when we think about military AI or military AI governance, then it's about having the capability to think about deployment, development in a way that is consistent with your own interests and your own priorities, and then the ability to engage internationally in the development of governance norms and regulations in a way that is consistent also with your national interests. I think for Singapore, when we think about military AI as part of a bigger conversation on national AI governance, we have a bigger national AI strategy which aims to enable all sectors to reap the benefits from AI while mitigating potential risk. This approach has meant deliberate engagement between the Singapore government with the multi-stakeholder community at various levels to build up our national infrastructure and know-how. And through several years of extensive consultation with defense technologists, military planners, international law experts, and policy professionals, Singapore developed national principles on AI in the military domain, what we call 3R1S: responsible, reliable, robust, and safe AI. These guiding principles form the foundation of our approach to development, testing, training, and deployment of AI-enabled systems for military purposes in a responsible manner. You talk about, Yasmin, the work that we have done in the regional aspects. At the regional level, Singapore co-hosted the REAIM regional consultations for Asia in February last year. And at the regional consultations, we facilitated or hosted interactive exercise to discuss the challenges and risks of integrating AI into military operations, as well as the ways to address this risk. And many countries in Asia actually also raised the importance of capacity building at the national level as a first priority and appreciated the opportunities to participate in such regional activities. And I would also like to update that the Association for Southeast Asian Nations, or ASEAN, of which Singapore is a member state, is also moving the regional discussion forward in the area of military AI. Just last month, the ASEAN Defense Ministers Meeting Retreat in Malaysia released a joint statement on cooperation in the field of AI in the defense sector. The statement articulated the aim of the defense ministers to foster deepened regional understanding and awareness of the implications of AI in the defense sector through information exchange and sharing of best practices and lessons learned. This new direction will benefit all ASEAN member states in clarifying their national approaches to military AI and to have a common lexicon on how we can contribute better to military AI governance efforts at the regional and international levels. So in summary, really resource and knowledge and the work that we do at the national and the regional level and at the international level, trying to contribute to all these efforts at the same time. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Pak Shun, and for, again, this very comprehensive overview of Singapore's approach with regards to capacity building. And I like your two-word summary that is very easy to remember, so knowledge and resources. Scott, I wanted to go back to you in terms of perhaps to elaborate not only why are human rights an important component to capacity building, because I think that it's a component that we tend to not hear that much in the capacity building discourse. And I guess another question that I wanted to throw to you as well is, what is one correct or incorrect assumption that you feel underlies capacity building programs for AI in defense and security?
Yeah, no, thanks, Ajin. And it's a great question. And I think an assumption is that building capacity for AI will somehow serve humanity. If we just improve the technology, then we're going to serve a purpose that I think we as humans will all feel good about, that we've enhanced somehow quality of life, well-being. So I think integrating human rights into the capacity building efforts will, ultimately make sure that the capacity building is serving humanity and that we're not building AI capacity that will create new harms or new human rights risks for people. I think we're all aware that the design, development, use, and regulation of AI in the military domain is a game changer and has the potential to change all aspects of military affairs significantly. Importantly, military applications of AI can be used in a number of ways that implicate human rights, such as for the purposes of target identification and also enabling weapon systems to operate autonomously. And on the one hand, while AI technologies in the military domain could be used to enhance protection for civilians, for example, by leveraging AI to mitigate civilian harm, at the same time, military uses of AI pose significant human rights risks and humanitarian concerns, and they raise significant legal, technical, and operational challenges. And I think concretely, there are risks presented to the enjoyment of a range of human rights, including, of course, the right to life, the right to health, the right to food, right to liberty, freedom from torture, and the right to be free from discrimination. So I think just given these implications of the use of AI in warfare, it really will redefine roles and responsibilities of all actors involved, in particular states, their armed forces, but also the business sector, in how technologies are being designed, developed, and actually used in the field. And finally, just to note that I should note that human rights law is useful and is relevant not only because it's desirable to protect humans, but it's also a matter of law that states have agreed to. And this means, I think, part of the capacity building has to be about building understanding. As you're right, Yasmin, there's often a lack of understanding, I think, about human rights and how human rights can be a path to solutions. I think there's still a lot of mystification about human rights. It can be an intimidating subject matter for non-experts. So there's a lot of need, I think, to build capacity in the understanding and knowledge realm. And this can really, I think, by doing that, I think that can really help to identify how to design AI systems that can actually promote human rights, including in the military domain, and reduce and mitigate human rights risks. Thanks.
Thank you very much. And I really like your sort of balanced approach with regards to military AI and the potential sort of risks with regards to international human rights law, but also the potential opportunities for civilian protection, for example. Ms. Xiao Chen, I also wanted to throw the same question to you again in terms of what do you think is one correct or incorrect assumption that you feel underlies capacity building programs for AI in defense and security, especially coming from your experience at Tsinghua University?
Okay, thank you, Yasmin. Very interesting question. I think I agree with Scott. I think people or humans should always be placed in the center of capacity building. So we train the people or develop the talent pool should be the most important thing in any country in capacity building. And AI tools can only be effective as the people using them. And also without proper training, trust, or understanding, even the most advanced AI systems may not be properly utilized or even be misinterpreted. That is the correct assumption. But the incorrect assumption I feel is that there is one potentially incorrect assumption underlying AI capacity building programs in security and defense, is that technological superiority always alone ensures the strategic advantage and make people feel secure. I think that is a very incorrect assumption. Nowadays, many programs or even capacity building programs focus heavily on developing cutting-edge AI capabilities, assuming that the more advanced the AI technology is, it will lead to better security outcomes. So I think that is a very incorrect assumption. And also we can see a kind of a trend that nowadays countries are playing more and more important, attach great importance to AI security. And we know that recently some country changed the AI Safety Institute into AI Security Institute. I agree that AI security is very important and we should really focus on that. However, it raises serious ethical and legal questions which can impact global norms and institutions, especially when there's a lack of trust among countries and there's a very severe geopolitical tension worldwide. When the deployment of AI in security without very proper global norms can lead to unintended escalation or even unintended crisis. I will stop here. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Xiao Chen, and your foreshadowing on the trust component will be discussed later in the afternoon, and I'm really excited about it. Jason, would you like to have a stab at the question on assumptions and what is one correct or incorrect assumption you think on capacity building?
Sure, thanks, Yasmin. Well, I'm not from a technical background, but I'm from a public policy background, and so one assumption I've come across in different forums pertaining to AI and digital evidence and so on was that one major capacity building requires, especially with AI and security and defense, political will. It's a major thing, political will, because facilitation of certain components in capacity development, and by extension, its purpose to fuel national policy and legal frameworks, would first need to be authorized by the government, especially as national security and defense issues are and ought to be the government's priority and responsibility. And to piggyback on what Scott said, an incorrect assumption can be that AI capacity building can be able to enhance human rights and human welfare. But for example, coming from a criminal justice background as well, I don't know how many of you know, but protective services and so on, they utilize artificial intelligence to generate suspects. And so one big question that lies in there, it would depend on various nations' laws. But for example, would that be admissible in a court of law under evidence? Would an AI-generated facial recognition system sort of thing be accepted in a court of evidence? And that goes back to human rights and constitutional rights and so on.
Thank you very much, Jason. And for those who know me, I think I'm really passionate about the question of evidence, and I think that it's in the context of AI and defense and security. That's definitely something that we really need to explore further. And I thank you for bringing that that aspect to the fore. Pak Shun, do you want to have a go at this question?
Yeah, I think for me, one potentially problematic assumption for me, which I thought, events like this helps to demystify, is is a strong focus on addressing risks that come from AI. In many conversations that I have with colleagues, I think they are very interested in making sure that the risks are rightly identified and rightly mitigated. Some will even go as far as to advocate bans of certain capabilities that come out. I take the view that technology moves so fast that it is difficult to understand the opportunities as well as the risks that could arise from new technologies or emerging technologies like AI. And thus, it is always important to check ourselves and to recognize the range of possibilities that may exist in the technology and what it could bring to us. And therefore, capability building or capacity building should go towards really improving understanding, which to me is knowledge, and having the resources in terms of human capital, in terms of the material that is involved to really understand, so that each state would be in a good position to decide for itself whether the capabilities that come from such emerging technologies are useful for its survival and for its thriving. Because if you think about it, the role of states is really to make sure that its sovereignty is preserved. When we talk about human enabling human well-being, it's also to take care of the interests of the citizens. And so the ability to look not only at the risks, but also at the opportunities, the ability to not only look at issues from one perspective, but also take a look at multiple perspectives. I think it is really important aspect of capacity building that we must focus on. And so that's my response to that question. Thanks.
Thank you, Pakshan, and I appreciate you bringing the sort of importance of really looking at many different perspectives, and I appreciate that conferences such as this one bring this opportunity to hear other perspectives and to really sort of enrich our vision of how AI in defense and security should be governed. Scott, I know that you have to leave shortly, so perhaps would you say a few final words before you leave with regards to capacity building on human rights and what our audience could learn from you before you leave?
Sure, and let me just thank you again for including the UN Human Rights Office in the discussion, and really thanking the colleagues. I've learned very much from the three of you. I'll just leave with three, I think, concrete resources that can hopefully enrich capacity building efforts in the area of AI in the military domain. And the first is through a publication, a recent one put out by our office, which is called Human Rights and Artificial Intelligence in the Military Domain. And here I should recognize my colleague and our in-house expert on this subject matter, Eric Mongelat, who's sitting over here. And I can also point to him to answer further questions you may have, as I unfortunately will need to leave. But this is a guide that I think it's very practical. It explains why and how human rights law is relevant to AI in the military domain, and it provides very clear and hopefully granular recommendations to states and to the private sector. Secondly, over the years, we've produced a number of other tools and guidance related to human rights due diligence. And human rights due diligence, in our view, can be a very useful and integral part of any capacity building effort to make sure that there's effective management of human rights risks to people. And as well, to be very frank, to manage reputational and operational risks as well. And here I just want to underscore that the UN Secretary General asked our office last year to produce guidance on human rights due diligence for digital technology use. And so this guidance is public. It's United Nations facing. It's guidance for how we as the UN across the full UN family should be designing, using, procuring, and deploying digital technology in all of our operations and programs globally. But I would encourage all of you to take a look, because it does serve, I think, as an example of what human rights due diligence can look like and the basics of how to go about doing it. And then lastly, I'll just draw your attention just to an example of how our office is engaged with the private sector through a project that provides guidance and resources for implementing the UN guiding principles on business and human rights in the tech space. And it offers capacity building for companies on human rights and digital technology. And there we've launched a community of practice about 5 years ago now with some of the tech giants of the world. It's growing in Africa. It's growing in Asia. The community is a practice where company reps come together and discuss common challenges, different solutions, best practices related to how one can concretely implement human rights in company policies and company processes. And that, of course, has crucial links to how the companies are intersecting with the use of AI in the military domain. So again, thank you very much for including us in the conversation, and my apologies for having to step out.
Can we please join me in giving a round of applause to Scott as he has to leave early. So to continue our conversation, perhaps I know that, Pak Shun, you mentioned that one of the sort of problematic assumptions that we see today is that AI is inherently and only creating new risks, and that we should also look at opportunities. And so speaking of opportunities, I wanted to ask you, Pak Shun, about what do you see as the opportunities for better engagement for the design and success of capacity building programs that will actually be useful and comprehensive, so to speak. And who should be the target audiences of such capacity building programs in the context of AI in defense and security? Because I know that you mentioned industries and multi-stakeholder engagement. You mentioned your own national constituencies and also your regional engagement. So I wanted you to sort of perhaps provide a bit more details around this. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks very much. I think I will address the question on target audience first. And I think quite clearly, from a state perspective, it will be the policymakers and the military operators, the commanders, who will be the beneficiaries of such capacity building efforts. And if that's the case, we need to understand more about these target audiences. And I think compared to the experts who are in the room today or are streaming in, I think it would be quite safe to say that the experts will have greater awareness, will have greater understanding of the technical details of the legal aspects or the ethical aspects of the issues compared to diplomats, compared to the military operators, or compared to the policymakers. So what kind of capacity building opportunities are there? I think it is for the experts in the room to make it simple, to simplify your understanding of the technical details, the legal details, and the ethical details in a way that is communicated easily to policymakers and to military operators and to diplomats, so that they understand how to operationalize it in their own national context. They know how to engage in international settings, such as in the UN, when they communicate with each other, how to develop the necessary norms and the necessary regulations. It is difficult if the details come to them in a way that that policymakers, diplomats, and military operators could not appreciate, and therefore there is a lot of misunderstanding or different interpretations of what different terms means, what different approaches mean. And so that effort to simplify, that effort to make it more understandable, I think it is really going to be a great effort that hopefully experts in the room can help contribute towards this governance process.
Thank you, Pak Shun. In the spirit of summarizing in one word, I would say then your point is about packaging, right? And simplifying.
I think simplifying, making it easy. And of course, I recognize that it is a difficult topic to simplify. There are many nuances and there are many details. But if you think about the target audience and think about what they are interested in and what responsibilities and decisions they need to make, making your advice and your contributions easily understood for them, I think is really a significant impact to improving peace and security for all of us.
Thank you very much, Pak Shun, for this. Jason, I wanted to give to you now, because as you mentioned, Trinidad and Tobago is a small country and is often the recipient of capacity building measures and efforts. So I guess, what sort of opportunities do you see yourselves for better engagement for the design and the success of capacity building from a recipient perspective?
Oh, thanks for the question, Yasmin. Well, So far, Trinidad and Tobago and perhaps some countries in the region, as you correctly say, has been a recipient of assistance from international stakeholders and partnerships with various criminal justice projects throughout Trinidad and Tobago. But I foresee that continued assistance and perhaps enhanced collaboration with same international partners, such as UNIDIR, the Il Pacto 2.0 funded by the EU, the UNDP, UNESCO, just to name a few. I see it as a further opportunity for better engagement, further design and success of capacity building programs. Diplomatic channels are also great opportunities to engage governments on the merits of the implementation of such projects and programs. Trinidad and Tobago has in fact had very strong relationships with the US Embassy as well as the UK, the British High Commission, in collaborating with various criminal justice projects. I know criminal justice projects doesn't necessitate artificial intelligence applications all the time, but it does have AI applications in the current state of affairs. And I see no reason why the continued collaboration with these stakeholders and through the diplomatic channels that this can't go forward.
Thank you very much, Xiao-Chan. Jason, sorry. I actually wanted to go to you, Xiao-Chan, my apologies. If you could perhaps elaborate from your perspective on the opportunities for better engagement.
Okay, thank you, Yasmin. I just want to echo the our Singapore colleagues about the language thing, that when the capacity building programs is designed, the language should be easily understood, especially by the policymakers. I totally agree with that. I just want to recall my experience when taking part in the Track 2 dialogue in AI and in defense with the Brookings. Ever since 2019, we started the dialogue, and then at the very beginning, we managed to invite people from technology background, the public policy background, and the military, and also international relations. Suddenly, we found that it is really difficult to understand each other's language. They are talking just about the same thing, but with totally different languages. So to make things even more serious, more terrible, is that we are talking in English with our American colleagues, and we suddenly realize we do not know the difference between AI safety and AI security, because it's the same word in Chinese at the very beginning, and also automatic and autonomy. So at the very beginning, we spend such a long time talking on these languages. So I think we began to decide that we need to have a glossary and trying to make sure that we are talking with the same language. So I really think that language is really important, and to develop the commonly understood language, we need to invite people from different backgrounds, like interdisciplinary collaboration, which I think that is essential for a kind of a capacity building programs to be successful. And the second thing I think is also very important is the scenario building training and the simulations, which I think it is also very important for capacity building program to be realistic and effective in a certain area, because we need to implement the real world wargaming or red teaming or cybersecurity simulation to test AI systems and operational conditions. So and this circumstance, we need to have this kind of really scenario-based training and simulations for the capacity building programs to be developed. And also, this kind of a program should be based on the regional security contexts, because we know that we have very different contexts in terms of the security and the defense is into discussion. So when we try to develop the capacity building programs, I think we need to have this kind of regional security context into consideration to make it successful. I will stop here. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Xiao-Chan, and I'm really passionate about that first point that you mentioned about the inherent differences in semantics and languages, because I think that it's something that we sort of tend to overlook, especially as in our day-to-day work. As here, for example, at the conference,
we communicate in English, but when the time comes for us to, especially for state delegations to report back their respective capitals in the language, I'm curious to see how some of the points that are being raised today will be translated in respective languages. And I think I really appreciate also the idea of a glossary, because it's also something that we have been discussing at length at UNIDIR, is that with the acknowledgement that definitions and are important, and we've seen that, for example, in the context of lethal autonomous weapon systems, it's very difficult at this stage to get into a definition that will be universally accepted. But what could be helpful to advance dialogue and to make sure that these sort of differences do not sort of halt discussions and progress is a sort of glossary, as you said, or lexicon, which UNIDIR does a lot, to help at least understand where the other is coming from, how others are interpreting things. So almost like a compass or a map, rather than something trying to achieve something that is universally acceptable and might not actually be reflective of the different perspectives and nuances across regions. So I do encourage again for people to submit their questions on the Slido. But in the meantime, we've already received one question, and perhaps that's something that the three of you can reflect on. So what is the role of small and middle powers to forge paths for the global governance of AI? And it's true that we sort of often tend to think of the usual suspects when it comes to global governance of AI, but perhaps, and especially from a capacity building perspective, what do you think is the role of the small and middle powers? Jason, would you like to kick us off?
Sure. The question is the role of small and middle powers. Well, in my opinion, small and middle powers, coming from the policy background I have, when we develop policy back in Trinidad and Tobago, and policy leads to legislation which is passed in Parliament, and legislative framework guides what happens with protocol and so on, depending on what are we dealing with. When we draft policy, we require, as a matter of democratic principles, stakeholder input. So it can be from, as I say, a small organization and medium organization. We value the input of all stakeholders when moving forward with policy and legal frameworks. So, for example, we can pass a particular type of law, and before doing that, we engage the public, we engage various state agencies, we may engage in NGOs, we may engage with small and medium enterprise businesses before going forward with a policy and draft law. So that's why I see the role of small and medium powerhouses moving forward AI in the world today, because they can put forward their views and it ought to be considered, because AI will affect all of them nonetheless.
Thank you very much, Jason. Pakshun, do you want to go?
Well, I would like to highlight that from a small states perspective, there's this actual organization that Singapore has been involved in called the Digital Forum of Small States. This is something that we felt as a group of small states working together on issues like AI is an important effort for small states to contribute to international governance. So in fact, last year, an AI playbook for small states was launched. And this was an effort that Singapore collaborated with Rwanda to outline key issues and considerations for policymakers in the development, use, and governance of AI from the perspective of small states. It was supplemented with an anthology of best practices from different, what we call Forum of Small States members and stakeholders. And the intent really is to harness the collective wisdom of digital FOSS to build a community of small states and other stakeholders for inclusive discussion on AI, which plays an important role for enabling countries to achieve the UN Sustainable Development Goals. So this was an effort that was done at the national AI level. And I can foresee, where situation permits, a similar effort can be done when we specialize or when we go into a specialized conversation about military AI. Thanks.
Pakshun, is that playbook available in the public?
Oh, yes.
Yeah. Okay, good. Yeah. So I do encourage you to look at it on your favorite search engine. Xiaochan, do you have any thoughts on that question?
Yes, I think China always believed that countries, no matter big or small, have equal say in international arena. And also we see at a UN platform, a lot of good resolutions, submissions, reports, and suggestions were actually put forward by small and middle powers. Especially in AI security, they are really concerned about the AI arms race, and they have put forward a lot of very good suggestions on that. Another thing is that we also notice that there are very good experts or scholars from small and middle countries. They really follow the development of AI in military very closely, and they have written a lot of very good academic reports. So I think we can also, in terms of the AI governance in the military domain, their ideas and views are also very important.
Thank you, Xiaochen. And I wanted to sort of follow up a bit on that sort of last point that you mentioned about there being a lot of excellent experts, so to speak, in the small and medium countries. And as we see, I mean, from the not only the panels and the presenters, but also the very participants of this conference, we can really see that there is a diversity of people from all around the world who think actively about these issues. Do you have any sort of advice or good practice in terms of how do we find these people? Because there is a lot of desire to platform these new voices and underrepresented voices. And perhaps from your experience, what is a key sort of lessons that you think that you, or advice that you would like to share to find these underrepresented voices, and how do we do it meaningfully?
I think the UN platform is really important in this regard. I have attended a lot of conferences, academic seminars in this area, and I noticed that this is the place where most represented, I mean, scholars and experts from around the world really pay much attention to UNIDIR work and also the UN development in this area. So they really, whenever there is a call for papers, they are very actively take part. Another thing is that I think scholars themselves tend to form knowledge community themselves, especially in the area. Many of my colleagues, they follow the publishing papers very closely, and they know which one has a very, follow the recent development and has submitted very good papers. So it is very naturally formed. So if you want to have the experts coming out, then you just ask one of the one experts, and then they will recommend you a dozen of them. So I think the experts' opinions are very important in this regard.
Jason, do you have any sort of input on how we can best sort of platform meaningfully underrepresented voices in fora such as the United Nations and internationally? Your microphone, please.
Yeah, sure, Yasmin. Thanks a lot. To add to what Ja was saying, I strongly agree with what she's saying in terms of the international organizations such as the Commonwealth, the UN conferences, as well as the regional organizations back in the Caribbean, such as CARICOM. They provide a platform for countries, and especially the small and medium-sized countries, to provide their input and their views with regard to not just AI and AI capacity building, but other trending topics throughout the world. I know recently there was the topic of autonomous weapons that was attended by Trinidad and Tobago and other regional member states, where they would have indicated that it's a new development in the region, and so they would have indicated that certain expertise and technical assistance would be required moving forward when dealing with autonomous weapons and making it a priority. And the same could occur with other AI.
Thank you very much for that. And the reason why I'm asking this question is also because UNIDIR were trying to really enhance our regional outreach and engagement, and hearing from you, from the three of you, about how we can make it meaningful. I think it really means a lot. Action, please.
Well, I think from Singapore's perspective, we've been very happy working with UNIDIR on different regional consultations on different aspects, whether it's in re-aim, whether it's on the topic of lethal autonomous weapon systems. So I think there are international platforms like where we are today that will be useful for Track 2 scholars, especially emerging scholars. At the regional level, I can also imagine various universities, various academic institutions launching similar platforms, talking about arms control, talking about emerging technology. In fact, earlier this month, I was involved in a workshop on future conflict in Singapore. And of course, at the end of the year, one of the institutions in Singapore, the RSIS, or the Rajaratnam School of International Studies, also organizes a military transformation program conference that looks at issues such as arms control. And I recall in previous editions, we always welcome new scholars who come forward from the region to share their perspectives and to be engaged in the regional conversations. And subsequently, I do see some of the scholars in international settings as well. So I think whether in partnership with different international organizations, whether it is at the academic level, different Track 2, Track 1.5 platforms that are launched, I'm hopeful that these are the platforms for new scholars to emerge, to share the perspectives, and eventually come to a platform such as the UN to continue contributing from the scholarly perspectives.
Thank you very much, Bakshun, for the kind words and for the sort of support, as always, from Singapore on the work that UNIDIR is doing. And obviously, UNIDIR always stands ready to collaborate with all stakeholders from all corners of the world. So please do reach out if you'd like to increase your engagement with us. The door is always open. So on that note, thank you very much for the excellent discussions and food for thought. I really learned a lot. And I do encourage everyone to follow up with Bakshun, Jason, and Xiao Chan in the margins of our #NoBreak conference. So on that note, can you please join me in thanking our panelists today and in a round of applause, please? Thank you very much. And now I'd like to proceed with the next segment of our discussions around capacity and knowledge building. So we do have a series of lightning talks and deep dives for this segment. Very pertinent, very interesting. And I'm very pleased to be joined by Ms. Avishan Bojnud. I'm sorry if I mispronounced your name, from the UN peacekeeping operations, and I'm really happy that she got to join us today all the way from New York. So please, Avishan, the floor is yours now.
Thank you very much, Yasmin, for that warm welcome. Huge thanks to all of you for being here this Friday afternoon. I'm grateful to UNIDIR for organizing this timely conference, for bringing us all together to have this very important discussion at this time. So I know you're all quite tired. It's Friday afternoon, it's after lunch. I'll try to make it interesting. So the discussion today is more on the opportunities, I would say, rather than risks. So hopefully we get a little excited about this technology. So I'll start by talking about a quick background on UN peacekeeping operations. Then we'll discuss why knowledge management matters in the context of military personnel. We discuss the challenges of existing practices. We do a quick scenario. We'll take a look at the scenario and then do a comparison of old school traditional knowledge management methodologies versus Gen AI powered technologies. And then we have a little deep dive on the technology side. So yes, please bear with me. So for almost 80 years, I would say UN peacekeeping has been one of the most important tools for mitigating conflict and promoting peace and security around the world. In the history of UN peacekeeping, we have had more than 2 million men and women from the civilian, police, and military side who have served in UN peacekeeping operations. In 71 peacekeeping missions, which about 57 of them were after 1988. We currently have 11 active peacekeeping missions. Many of the peacekeeping missions right now, their mandate goes back years ago. We have missions with the mandates that goes back to the 60s. Just imagine the wealth of knowledge that we have from these missions. And this is a type of knowledge that is in unstructured format. And as somebody who's a technology person, I'm extremely excited that now we have a technology that we can actually look at the insights that's coming out of this unstructured contents. So that's why knowledge management is extremely important in the context of peacekeeping operation, because we have the missions that going back all the way back to the 60s, back to the 70s, but also we have peacekeepers, thanks to our very dear troop contributing countries that are coming from more than 120 countries to serve in peacekeeping operations. So that's why the UN Secretary General has repeatedly emphasized knowledge sharing and identification of best practices as an important critical element of peacekeeping to strengthen the UN's collective impact. The UN Security Council and the Special Committee on Peacekeeping Operations, C34, have also emphasized the need for having information sharing, capturing lessons learned studies, and sharing it among troops that are being deployed in peacekeeping operations. And in fact, at Department of Peace Operations at the headquarters, we do have a knowledge management guidance team, a very small team who's been working hard on establishing these policies and practices. And at one point in my career, I had the privilege to be part of that team. So in terms of the current knowledge management practices, you can actually, so everything I'll be speaking today, you can Google, including the policy on knowledge management and organizational learning that includes some examples of effective knowledge management practices in military peacekeeping missions. So the type of practices that we currently have, it's very similar to many other capacities, your national capacities. It includes creating central repositories, databases where critical information, lessons learned, studies, end of assignment reports from force commanders, from head of missions, action after action reviews, and operational guidelines are stored and could be searched using traditional good old keyword search. Training program and capacity building was, of course, discussed in the previous panel in depth. It's absolutely important that we implement continuous training and onboarding programs to ensure that our contingents who are being deployed are quickly brought up to speed with mission protocols, local dynamics, and of course, UN guidelines and practices. And we are grateful to our troop contributing countries for providing pre-deployment trainings in their personal capacity, in their capacities, in their national capacities. And that's a discussion that I think we will perhaps need to have in terms of how this type of trainings would evolve now that we are looking at AI technology and bringing in AI technology to enhance our mandate operationalization. What is the trainings of the future look like? Employing liaison officers to facilitate communication and knowledge sharing between different components and units with local stakeholders has been also crucial. We have military best practices officers who are sitting in our peacekeeping missions to capture this information and help support knowledge sharing and developing after action reviews and lessons learned studies. Developing and maintaining detailed standard operating procedures that outline procedures for various scenarios are absolutely crucial. These SOPs help ensure consistency and provide a reference for newcomers and new personnel that joins peacekeeping operations. And communities of practice, it was also mentioned in the previous panel, it's important to set up communities of practice for our peacekeepers to be able to connect to each other, to be able to ask their questions, to get the responses they need. And more the communities of practice are evolving. Right now, in fact, there is a pilot program for uniformed women in uniformed personnel for their exchange and interactions. But I think when it comes to UN peacekeeping operations, we have certain challenges that are very different from many other entities. And that's the high turnover of military personnel in UN peacekeeping missions. Some of our peacekeepers stay for a year. Some of them stay for 6 months, depending on, of course, our troops, the MOUs that have been signed, the arrangements that are in place. And that high turnover possesses unique challenges for knowledge management. So we all know frequent rotation can lead to significant loss of institutional knowledge as experienced military personnel leave and new military colleagues join. This can disrupt continuity and hinder the mission's effectiveness if the knowledge management aspect is not properly addressed. High turnover, of course, necessitates continuous training and onboarding processes to ensure new personnel are up to speed with mission guidelines, with local dynamics, with the environments, with the mandates we operate. And of course, providing training can be extremely resource intensive and time consuming. But of course, I believe, and I think this would be maybe a future discussion, that how we can leverage AI itself to create and generate customized training programs for our military personnel. And also provide the type of training that provides the knowledge that our peacekeepers need to fully understand the risks and ethics around deploying responsible AI in our missions where we serve. So another risk is maintaining consistent operational standards, because it becomes a serious challenge when there is these high rotations. How do you keep the consistency? In the previous panels, we discussed different taxonomies, different lexicons, different terminologies that our peacekeepers are using. And it's absolutely important that we keep that consistency among 120 plus peacekeepers. So effective peacekeeping often relies on building trust and relationship with local populations. So the high turnover can disrupt these relationships and making it harder to achieve these mission objectives. So, I mean, it's one of the core work that our peacekeepers do, building a strong trust and relationship with local communities, with host governments. And as these rotations happen, of course, it becomes a challenge for us to keep that relationships in place. And another aspect that I want to highlight is that we operate in the areas that is not often easy to access internet. It's not Geneva or New York where you easily can access a Wi-Fi network and use the technology that you need. In South Sudan, for example, there's a big challenge, and of course our colleagues in Office of Information Communication Technology, they work really hard to provide the technology, the connection, the network that's needed to connect to these type of knowledge management system. But designing knowledge management systems that are adaptable and accommodate this constant change of environments and influx of new personnel. In the previous panel, the distinguished panelists mentioned simplicity. Yeah, designing simple tools that peacekeepers can easily use that are intuitive is absolutely important in the context of where we operate. And maybe one thing that just I want to highlight about use of AI in our missions is that you know, you don't need the internet to use AI. And that's kind of, I would say, revolutionary in terms of the technologies that we have. So if you can actually have a local on-site, on your laptop, LLM running without even being connected to the internet. So, and I see that as a huge opportunity for our operations. Okay, so I think to bring it to life, I'm gonna go through a scenario, and I'm not a military person, so apologies if the scenario is simple. So the scenario is about a UN peacekeeper who is charged with managing weapons and ammunition storage during a crisis. So Captain Ahmed, a UN peacekeeper, has just been deployed in a conflict zone and has just been assigned as the officer in charge of weapons and ammunition storage. The mission is facing increasing security threats, and proper accountability of weapons and ammunition is critical to prevent loss, theft, or misuse of these weapons and ammunitions. One evening, an emergency alert is issued. An armed group has launched an attack on a nearby checkpoint. Some peacekeepers have been forced to retreat. And intelligence suggests that some weapons and ammunitions may have been lost during the chaos. Mission headquarters orders an immediate inventory check to ensure that all weapons, ammunitions, and related equipment are accounted for. So Ahmed rushes to the armory storage unit, where weapons and ammunitions are secured according to UN procedures. His immediate task is to verify the inventory and report any missing items. However, he has just taken over the role and is unsure about the exact requirements of the weapon-related equipment and ammunition registry under the UN SOPs. So he quickly searches for the SOP, and Ahmed finds the relevant document that he was looking for. So according to the procedure, the registry must contain the following details. When it comes to the weapon, type, make, caliber, serial number, quantity. And this is another document that you can find. It's publicly available. In terms of ammunition, again, a set of attributes. So he finds the SOP that he was looking for. So armed with this knowledge, Ahmed immediately cross-checks physical stock with the record in the registry, finds discrepancies. He selects 2 rifles and a batch of ammunition appear to be missing. He alerts the joint operational centers in our missions and begins an internal investigation. And he reports the incident in the official UN weapons loss tracking system. He also contacts the peacekeepers at the retreat site to verify whether the missing weapons were left behind, captured, or taken by hostile forces. A rapid response team is deployed to cover lost equipment before it falls into the wrong hands. So after thorough investigation, Ahmed identifies a reporting error. The weapons had been temporarily reassigned to another outpost without proper documentation. Fortunately, no weapons were lost. He updates the registry, ensuring full compliance with UN procedures and avoiding a potentially dangerous breach in security. So as the crisis subsides, Ahmed reflects on the importance of the strict adherence to UN SOPs in weapons and ammunition management. And these incidents reinforce the need for real-time registry, updates, regular audits, and enhanced training for peacekeepers to prevent mismanagement in high-risk environments. So this was the type of a scenario for a UN peacekeeper. But if we want to look at the reality of how Ahmed found that SOP, it looks something like this. So he has to go to one of the repositories. This is Peacekeeping Resource Hub. First of all, he needs to know the URL, where that repository is. We have plenty of these repositories, so where to go, then scroll through a set of documents and policies organized based on thematic areas, and then finding the specific policy and starting to open the documents. But of course, our peacekeepers come from more than 120 countries. They speak different languages. We have the mandate to translate our official documents into 6 official UN languages. But that's, of course, when there's no liquidity crisis. With the current environment, there's a big challenge around translating the documents into 6 official languages. So sometimes the document might only be in English. So after looking and searching, they managed to find the document. So this is the reality of the current situation. So ineffective search capability, slow end user adoption and engagement, high cost of maintenance. Maintaining these type of platforms requires resources, requires different individuals to come in, to update, to constantly make sure that it's running. And when it comes to peacekeeping operations and the military operations, it's extremely complex. So it's really important to make sure that these type of knowledge management systems are designed based on the context rather than just like a keyword search. And all of that leads to delays in knowledge retrieval time during crisis situation, which is the biggest challenge that we have, because we operate in the crisis and our peacekeepers need to be able to respond rapidly during this crisis time. Next slide, please. Thank you. So imagining we have a large language model trained on the set of UN military and policies and SOPs. So this is a large language model that has been trained on all set of documents, and our peacekeepers can have access and can easily write a prompt and fetch the information that they need within milliseconds. So that's where we see that our peacekeepers can easily leverage large language models in different contexts, in different missions, searching for different contents. In the case of our mission in Cyprus on FISIP, our records and information in buffer zone management goes all the way back to the 60s. Just imagining having an LLM trained on buffer zone management in that mission would enhancedly improve the efficiency of retrieval of information and background information on some of the questions that might occur right now in the year 2025. Also, we discussed language. With large language models now, it's quite easy to have about 100 languages already embedded in the LLMs, depending on the type of models that are being used. So this would drastically bridge the gap, the language gap between our peacekeepers who are coming from different parts of the world, who speak different languages, and that will really help support with consistency of our operations. So if you can go to the next slide. Thank you. So maybe just quickly, so as we saw, the traditional knowledge management, it's manual retrieval, it's often slow, it's based on keyword search. The Gen AI-powered knowledge management system is instantaneous. It's AI-powered retrieval within milliseconds. The search accuracy, it very much depends on those repositories, on how the indexing has happened. But sometimes because there's only a keyword search option, it's not easy to put the context behind the search. So whereas with Gen AI-powered knowledge management system, it's possible to retrieve information for a specific context. So that becomes a big challenge for traditional repositories that we currently have. When it comes to scalability, if the models are hosted on the cloud environments, it's very easy to scale the scope of those large language models. It's very easy to embed new content and not worry about the infrastructure. Whereas in the old school knowledge management system, there's always a challenge around scaling, and it requires a lot of resources in updating the content. When it comes to training, of course, training is a serious topic. In terms of pre-deployment training, many of these repositories are shown to our peacekeepers, but it's still knowing how to navigate the systems during the crisis remains a big challenge. But with using an LLM in a chatbot format, it's such a clear format that anyone that ever used ChatGPT would be able to use these LLMs. But of course, I think when it comes to training, as I mentioned before, we now need to focus the training more on risks and ethics around the deployment of AI. And I think that's the area that by saving time on training peacekeepers on some of the old school legacy system, we will be able to have more time to train our peacekeepers on the important topics of AI ethics. So in terms of maintenance, as I mentioned, the cost is very much being reduced. You might have seen in some of the commercial products. There's also open source options that are now available that we are also looking into. And also with large language models, you might have seen there's a feedback form, so the peacekeepers can give a thumbs up or thumbs down depending on the search results, and that would feed into the model, and that feedback can be reviewed and can be used to fine-tune the models. So the models evolve, whereas these old school traditional systems, they're static. You cannot improve them. You cannot provide feedback to the models. And of course, translation is a big challenge with large language models. You can now embed almost 100 languages between these large language models. So our peacekeepers, if they're not fluent in English or French or Chinese or Arabic or Spanish, they can use their own language to get that information and be able to immediately respond and support mandate operationalization. And of course, that overall enhances the response time. It shortens the response time, especially during the crisis that most time our peacekeepers are in. Okay, so that was just like a quick summary of where we are. But I also wanted to maybe show you two solutions that we currently have and are currently approved within the context of our work. If we could take a look at the first option, and again, just maybe a little disclaimer here, when it comes to AI technologies, it's so rapidly evolving that whatever I'll be showing right now might be very different tomorrow. So just keeping that in mind. Right now, we have a technology that is available to us, which is Microsoft Copilot Studio. It's a technology that is kind of called the low code, no code for designing generative AI tools. So maybe if we could click on, yes, if you could, thank you. So the process around using Microsoft Copilot Studio is a business office, depending on which mission, they come up with a use case, with a idea of the type of content they would like to put into an LLM and the type of questions that they want to ask their LLM. So they can easily build a prototype. Then the prototype doesn't require licenses. Once the prototype is designed, it can be taken to a cross-functional working group that our Office of Information Communication Technology has created. In the working group, the prototype is discussed, and if endorsed, then the team can go ahead and start developing the agent by acquiring, of course, the licenses. And given that it's low code, no code type of development, it doesn't require hiring a big, massive IT company to design it. Maybe one tech savvy person in the office and a consultant can easily develop an agent. Once the agent, the AI agent is developed, then it will go through an architecture review, cybersecurity review, and information risk review. The information risk review will be based on UN policies and guidelines. These are Secretary General's Bulletin on Information Handling, STSGB 2007-6, and Data Privacy Policy, STSGB 2024-3, to ensure that it complies with UN guidelines on information handling, data privacy, personally identifiable information are not exposed, and beyond. And once that review is conducted, and if it's approved, it will be published. And of course, then we need to start paying for the usage. So this model of low-code, no-code agent creation, we suggested for content that is not sensitive. The content that does not contain personally identifiable information is strictly confidential information. So it's a very good, easy, quickly designed solution to generate AI agents. But of course, not all our use cases are the same. In peacekeeping operation, we deal with a lot of sensitive content. We need to ensure that we protect the trust of our member states, of host governments, of our beneficiaries, of people that we serve for. So there are cases that we have more confidential content. And in those scenarios, our colleagues in United Nations Global Service Center are looking into developing in-house solutions that are hosted on the premises, not on the cloud, using open source technology. And the open source technology, of course, is growing fast. It can be Llama 3, it can be DeepSeek, depending on the use case, depending on the content, depending on the new technologies that are being introduced. This is a type of technology that would be designed in-house, on premises, and once designed, it doesn't need to connect to the internet. So it can be used offline. And these type of LLMs do not share information to outside. And it can be configured in a way that would only look at the UN accurate contents, so that the content would only be, the training would be only done on the UN accurate content. So that would drastically reduce the hallucination risks. But of course, there are challenges. Challenges is always infrastructure, because in order to train these models, in order to have these LLMs designed, it requires the development teams to develop, but of course, large amount of GPU and infrastructure to ensure that these models can run rapidly with high performance. So with that, I'm gonna stop here. Thank you very much for your time, for your attention. And of course, I'm very much looking forward to continuing this very important conversation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Avishan. And as you have probably noticed, my not so discreet messaging of Avishan tried to give her a post-it thing. 2 minutes left, and she wrapped it up, so it's perfect. I do encourage everyone to submit questions on Slido, because I found this presentation fascinating, and I think that being part of the UN ecosystem and seeing how other UN sort of agencies and entities are sort of even also not just thinking about AI, but also adopting AI or thinking about adopting AI. I think that it's a really fascinating question. And so while we wait for more questions on the Slido, can you put the Slido slide so that people can, in the meantime, I'd like to use my facilitator's privilege to ask a question. How do you see if we were to, for example, have such a generative AI or an LLM to provide to help with information retrieval, what do you think would be the culture of acceptance and adoption, not only by at the organization level, but literally at the individual user level? So for those who are actually in those peacekeeping operations, what do you think is the likelihood of them actually adopting such a tool?
Excellent. Thank you very much for that really important question. And it's been very interesting journey since the guidelines on use of publicly available Gen AI tools was released by the UN Secretariat. We have seen a huge demand from our staff, our civilian, military, and police colleagues requesting for trainings on use of Gen AI. They had a lot of questions whether it was possible to use publicly available Gen AI. And our colleagues have started using these tools in their personal lives. And I think the fact that many colleagues, like for example, for me, when I wanted to come to Geneva, I immediately searched, like, where should I go? Where should I visit? What are the top places to visit? How can I reduce my budget? How can I enjoy Geneva with a budget of, I don't know, $100 per day, which was not possible. But so, you know, you can ask all those type of questions from ChatGPT in your personal life. So you start learning how to do prompt engineering because you're using these technologies for your personal life. You see a flower, you take a picture of the flower, you upload it on ChatGPT, you're like, tell me about it. So I personally think the fact that many of our peacekeepers and colleagues are using ChatGPT and so many Perplexity AI, I mean, there's so many tools out there. I don't want to just single out a technology here. DeepSeek and beyond, they're already using those technologies. It's very easy to adapt to an in-house UN LLM because the interface are also extremely simply designed. But what's complex, of course, is the model, is the way the models are trained. It's the questions around what type of content was incorporated in these models. And that's the type of questions that many of our peacekeepers have in terms of how, for example, these models are trained. Can they trust? What is a hallucination look like? Because as we know, many of these models are overly confident. If you ask them a question, they would not ever say, no, I don't know the answer to the question. They will just come up with some sort of an answer. So there's a huge risks of information inaccuracy, hallucination. As I always say, AI and models are as good as the data. Data fuels AI. So it's really important for our colleagues to understand the aspects and the risks. And that's the parts that we are heavily involved in providing trainings to our peacekeepers. Last 2 weeks ago, there was a training on Entebbe to the trainers of the trainers to show some of these risks, some of these challenges around inaccuracy of information, but also how Gen AI should be used in a way that we continue keeping our critical thinking. Because, I mean, the concept of human in the loop is absolutely important. We should use these technologies to help support, assist us with manual work. But when it comes to thinking, decision-making, how are we using these technologies? And I think that's, of course, there was a great discussions yesterday and today on these topics. But in terms of simplicity, I would say the Gen AI technology has been quite simple in terms of its user interface. But when it comes to retrieval information, when it comes to the training of the models, on how these models are trained, what is the algorithm look like, that's one of the biggest challenges that we see our colleagues have, and there are a lot of questions around it.
Sorry. Yeah, perfect. Thank you very much. And I think that perhaps AI can also help us make the microphones work a bit more smoothly. We do have a few questions from the floor, and I see them still flowing in, and a few questions perhaps that I wanted to sort of throw it to you for your considerations. Perhaps there's a lot of questions, so perhaps I'll throw in 2 questions at the same time, and then we can see if we can treat more as we go. But so one is using an approved UN corpus of data could avoid hallucination to a certain extent, but the models are still trained on external data. So how do you think that could sort of, how to approach the issue of bias risks? So that's one. And the second is, would this work? So such a model like what you presented expand potentially to situational awareness or even mission planning? And what would be your level of trust when peacekeepers or civilian lives may be at stake? So perhaps we start with these 2 questions and then we can go forward later.
Thank you very much for your question. So I'll be responding in these questions in my personal capacity. Thank you very much for the questions. I'll be responding to these questions in my personal capacity, and my views might be different from the views of course, UN peacekeeping operations as a whole. So in terms of the hallucinations and the biases that these models bring with them. So, you know, when you design the models and you do the configuration of these models, some of these models provide an option that you would actually ensure that the content that they retrieve is only based on the content that you have fed into the model, so that you kind of close the door to the external content. You would tell the model that just look at the content that I have in this database, which is an internal UN database or a SharePoint site that you have put all your content in. And you close it so it doesn't bring content from outside world, from the internet. So that's the one way to ensure that the models are trained only based on the content that is accurate, that you have verified. But of course, that will reduce the creativity of your models. One test that I was doing, I was looking into creating a model that would help support with data analysis and data visualization. And I would just connect it to a data source, which is available on Peace and Security Data Hub, which is the open data hub for peacekeeping operations. The data set was the fatalities among peacekeepers, among military peacekeepers since 1948. So when you upload that data set in a CSV file into the model, and you ask it to look at the data set, analyze the data set, and tell you what are the top 3 most fatal peacekeeping missions, it immediately does a data analysis, writing Python code, and it tells you exactly the answer that you need. And then you look at MINUSMA, our peacekeeping mission in Mali that's now closed, and you see a very high number of peacekeepers fatality there. So then you might have a question from the data set. You might say, why do we see such a high number of fatalities among peacekeepers in Mali? And that's when, if you kind of close those doors, you won't be able to go into the internet to look at a document from the UN to tell you where, because of these following reasons, MINUSMA was such a fatal peacekeeping mission. So there are pros and cons around how you design these models. You might want to be creative. You might want to give your users more options to ask questions from the knowledge base that is available globally, or you might want to just focus it and close it based on your content. So it's very much use case by use case driven. In terms of reducing biases, I think that's an excellent question. It's, I mean, you know, sadly, the world that we live in is very biased, and we see it all the time. We see the treatments that some of us receive, and it's the reality. It's something that exists. And now we're introducing AI to a world that is biased. But we can design systems that are not biased. And one way to do so is to use synthetic data. So synthetic data is a kind of like fake data, I would call it. It's a type of data set that you can, sorry, I have a lot to say and I have little time. So you can actually have design unbiased synthetic data for your models. On situational awareness, a topic very close to my heart. My previous job, I was a program manager for situational awareness project. One issue with LLMs is that you cannot use LLMs for real time, like these type of LLMs that I showed you, using Llama 3 and DeepSeek and GPT 4.0 or beyond, because it needs to be trained on the content. So if you have a real-time situation that is happening right now on the ground, your model has not been trained on it, and it would take some time to reflect in your model. So it cannot be used for real-time decision-making based on something that is happening on the ground. But of course, if you want to look at a situation in the past, when you had a similar situation and what the response was like, then of course you can be using the models to look at some of the previous best practices. But of course, when it comes to humans' safety and security, people's life, always keep human in the loop, please.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Avishan. And I'm sorry that I have to draw this session to a close. And I know that there were lots of questions fascinating on the Slido, including the role of non-official UN languages, and also open source AI. And I do encourage you to catch Avishan either in the room or outside, because she's got a lot of things very fascinating things to share. So please join me in thanking Avishan again. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you,
So now I'd like to proceed to the next session. It's actually a lightning talk, just to sort of shake things up a little bit, and where we'll be joined by Camille Habi, who will be talking about semantic bridges and why ontologies are key to multi-domain success. So Camille, if you can please join me. Oh, you're already here. I was looking for you. I was like, oh, where is Camille? But perfect. Thank you very much. Please, you have the floor.
Thank you very much.
Is the microphone on? Just
sorry. I repushed it. Oh, sorry. It's working now? Okay, so thank you again and good afternoon, everyone. I'm Camille Habi. I'm an engineer and researcher in artificial intelligence. And today I have 5 minutes to talk to you about ontologies and explain why they are key to multi-domain success. I will break down what multi-domain means for policymakers and military operators, provide a short tour of ontologies as a blueprint for knowledge, and finally explore how adopting ontologies can enhance operational efficiency and strengthen decision-making. Multi-domain operations refers to activities across multiple domains and environments, from land to maritime, aerial or cyber, both at national and international levels. For policymakers, this means achieving harmonized policies and standards that enable seamless information sharing between humans and machines. In my presentation title, I mentioned semantic bridges. By this, I mean semantic interoperability, the ability to communicate effectively in a meaningful and consistent way. So let's consider a quick example to highlight the importance of semantics. Next slide, please. How would you call this? Some might say airplane, other bomber, or even plane. Even though we all mean the same thing, we use different words. This is not just a language issue. In a multi-domain environment, inconsistent terminology can lead to miscommunication, inefficiencies, or even mission failure. As data continue to grow in complexity, volume, and diversity, the need for effective data description, management, and governance grows as well. This misalignment can create multiple problems, going from a fragmented policy landscapes, making governance discussions at the multilateral level difficult, as well as the fact that it's reduced operational effectiveness at both national and international levels. If we will take our previous example, imagine a joint military operation where an AI system processes a report. The Navy logs an airplane, and the Air Force requests intelligence on a bomber. The Army identifies a plane. Without a shared semantic framework, systems cannot align, leading to errors, delay, and potential other disastrous consequences. Semantic interoperability tackles this problem. It ensures that what is sent is what is understood. But how can we provide a consistent way to describe data? Ontologies can be the key here. It supports semantic interoperability by providing a fixed set of concepts whose meanings and relations are stable and can be agreed upon by users. It ensures machines and humans interpret information consistently, no matter where it's coming from, who is sending it, and who ends up using it. Let's use another super quick and simple example to understand what ontologies are. Imagine you want to describe what a dog is. Rather than just explaining that it's a type of canine, like a thesaurus or taxonomy would do, an ontology would specify relationships with other close terms, but also inherent properties of that concept, like it has 4 legs or it's capable of barking, for example. Ontologies offer the richest representations of machine interpretable semantics, and it can be efficient training material for AI. Adopting an ontology-based framework and a unified semantic one enables faster decision-making by ensuring that all entities interpret data the same way, and it improves operational efficiency by reducing inconsistencies, redundancies, and error in data processing. As you may see in this slide, an aircraft can be described using an ontology-based approach with conceptual model like this. So aircraft is the key concept. It's linked to other entities via relationships like is a or as a, for example, and the concept itself as attributes, like different types of plane, for example. And it can have definitions. However, as you may see, the provided definitions for the same concept are different. And they're not the same across organizations and across nations. So consider a scenario, for example, where system A refers to an aircraft and system B uses the term aeroplane. Without a shared semantic framework, this system may treat them as distinct entities. However, if both systems rely on an ontology-based semantic framework, and if they share the same definition, the AI can recognize that aircraft and aeroplane refer to the same concept, ensuring seamless interoperability. So ontologies can serve as bridges between semantic resources and promote coherence in semantic resource management across nations and organizations. To achieve multi-domain success with ontologies, we must establish a common repository of agreed-upon definitions and map existing terminology standards to create links between different semantic frameworks. Next slide, please. So don't forget, ontologies are like GPS for data. They don't just tell you where things are, they ensure everyone follows the same map. Thank you.
Exactly 5 minutes. Thank you very much, Camille. No, it's all right. No, that was fantastic. Thank you very much. And I know that there was a question on agentic AI and there was a question on agentic AI and ontologies, but I do encourage you to go directly to Camille for any questions. So now we're very happy to be joined by Klaudia Konowska, who will be presenting the manual on the international law applicable to artificial intelligence in warfare. And in the spirit of innovating, she's going to do the deep dive from the Lightning Call Corner. Good. As you can see.
Did you turn it on? Okay. So as you can see, I try to shake up things a little bit. Well, hello, everyone. My name is Klaudia Konowska, and I'll be talking to you today about the manual. I'll set up my timer. I have planned to save enough time for your questions, so please do engage in the Slido, and I'm happy to address all of them. So as I mentioned, my name is Klaudia Konowska. I'm the managing director of the AI Manual project, and also a researcher at the Astor Institute. So to dive right in, next slide, please. The context that we're finding ourselves in and why the AI manual. So first, there's of course a growing and overwhelming agreement that of course states agree that international legal frameworks apply to AI-enabled systems. However, when we go into the details, there's a lack of concretization and especially a lack of comprehensive overview of how these international instruments apply to the specific AI characteristics. And so this is an academic initiative that is meant to address this gap by the next three objectives. So one, we want to compile reasonable interpretations of existing international legal provisions that are governing basically the life cycle of the AI-enabled systems. And what we think we'll be able to achieve with this exercise is to bring attention to those areas of the law that are either uncertain or maybe the interpretations are disputed, but also to bring attention to those where AI unique characteristics pose challenges to those to the application of those legal provisions. The third objective of this project is also to ensure that the manual is grounded in an understanding of the combat realities as well as the technical characteristics. And I'll show you later how we ensure that the product is grounded in these realities. So who's the product meant to address? It is meant primarily for military legal advisors and commanders. So we want to make sure that that those actors in the military institutions are able to easily navigate a manual with these legal interpretations in relation to AI. But also our related objective is to ensure that this product is informing the development of courses and trainings in military academies, for example, at the West Point Military Academy. So
the format of the AI manual. So you may be familiar with the Talon Manual 2.0, hopefully you are. It's a manual that discusses the international law applicable to cyber operations, and it's been widely used by states to fashion national policies and used by armed forces for training. But it's also inspired a great amount of academic effort, and it's been useful in bringing the attention and inspiring debates in these areas that needed more work. The AI manual approach, of course, takes lessons learned from the Talon manual. It will have an operational focus. So we want to make sure that we dive as deep as possible into the contexts in which the AI may be used. It also diverges a little bit from previous manuals in that it does not have specific rules, but it will be based on more descriptive discussions. And why? It's because we realize just how complex the uses of AI systems might be. So rather than providing overall rules, we want to make sure that we account for these different contextual situations. And last but not least, the manual, of course, will provide all reasonable interpretations in all contexts where the law is unclear or consensus is lacking. And in that sense, will also inspire further discussions in order for other actors to clarify those interpretations. So just to give you an overview of the legal scope we're working with, so it goes beyond the law of armed conflict or international humanitarian law. We're also looking at jus ad bellum, human rights applicable in armed conflict, international criminal law, and also we're looking at specific domains. So whenever AI has a nexus with space, maritime, or cyber, we'll be also investigating those nexus. And so that also means that we're not looking at peacetime law. A little bit about the technical scope. So as you can already hear from this short presentation, our main focus is on AI as an enabling technique, which means that it can be applied to a whole range of systems, from AI decision support systems to autonomous weapon systems. And so we want to ensure that we consider all different types of applications and also take the life cycle approach, which during this conference, I think many have mentioned how important it is to look at it through this approach. Next slide, please. So just a little bit more about the technical scope. So what are, we're just starting this work, and you'll see in a moment the process, but we're identifying important issues or concerns that I think will be spanning the whole manual, and will really feed into the legal discussions in all of the different chapters. One of them is the complex human-machine interactions, right? So we want to make sure that we go beyond just the concerns about automation bias, which itself is very important, but also consider all the other aspects of, the trust calibrations, to interface designs, to understanding how humans may also induce errors, and to understand that complexity into how that feeds into different legal obligations and responsibilities. Of course, data is at the heart of all AI discussions, and as it should be, but that also means that with that there are certain data issues that arise whenever the quality is not enough and or the quantity is not enough. And as we know, in the military context, that is often the case, especially when that data about a specific conflict does not emerge until the conflict actually materializes. So understanding that complexity and that dynamic is very important. Opacity. So here I don't just mean opacity of the systems, the opacity of the algorithms, but also understanding beyond that how opacity is created by sometimes a lack of proper documenting and reporting in the lead up to in the design and development of systems. Opacity that can come from institutional designs, and so institutional opacity, but also sometimes opacity that comes from the cooperation with other actors, for example, by acquiring proprietary systems from, for example, private actors. So taking that complexity into consideration as well. And last but not least, the system vulnerabilities. We've heard about this during the conference as well. All AI systems are always at risk of being interfered with, being attacked by adversarial actors, but especially in the military context, this is something that is almost a given, because this is how these systems will be responded to. So it's very important to take that into consideration, and how different military actors can foresee certain challenges in the use of AI-enabled systems.
So a little bit more about the project and who we're working with. So you can see on the slides, Professor Michael Schmidt is a professor of law at the University of Reading. Professor Sean Watts is a professor of law at the U.S. Military Academy of West Point. They're co-directors of the project. Both have extensive military background, so also understanding of the military realities and context. Professor Mike Schmidt has led the efforts of the Talent Manual 2.0, but both of them have participated not only in the Talent Manual, but other manual projects as well, and so bring that breadth of knowledge into this project as well. And have had extensive academic efforts in the last years also in relation to AI and international law. But our group and the people we're working with is much broader. So as you can see, some of the names here, we're starting to draft the manual. We're doing the first kind of initial drafting work right now. Professor Oler Sari, who is also with us here today, and also Dr. Jonathan Quick here with me. They're also joining the team in trying to refine the document as we set the first stones of the manual. But as I mentioned, we want to make sure that this is grounded, the legal analysis is grounded also in the realities of combat and the technicality. So we're working with an extensive and growing number of consultants who provide us with this understanding of what does it mean to conduct military operations, as well as those that have a deep understanding of the technical challenges in terms of human-machine teaming or interface designs or any other area. Next, please. Here also a couple of logos of the partners we're working with. You can see the Lieber Institute, University of Reading, Strauss Center, the Dutch Defense Academy, the Army Cyber Institute, US Naval War College, specifically the Stockton Center. So we're working with a great number of partners. And what's been really important and valuable is the way that they've been supporting us in creating and extending their networks to be able to leverage them in valuable discussions to contribute to this project and this important initiative. So you can see we've already in January met in Copenhagen. Very recently in March, we went to the UK, to the University of Reading, and there are a number of different initiatives and workshops that these partners are organizing. If you show the next slide, that show how we're approaching the topic through AI's nexus to, for example, military operations other than attacks, AI and cyber, AI and multinational military operations, AI and use ad bellum, and more of them are coming and are in the preparations. So last word about the process. So we're right now at the very early stages, as I mentioned. So we're in month 3 of a 3-year project. So we're just starting and building the team, and we're working on the framework and the first drafts of the project. But the idea and really the most important part of work is the extent in which we will be collaborating and bringing in the peer review. So we're envisioning a very broad peer review with both consultants, as I mentioned, the military and the tech consultants, but of course prominent legal scholars who will be refining this project and this product, the manual. And we also envision, of course, engagement with states and understanding how the manual can be made useful, especially to those military advisors whom we envision as the target audience of this manual. So thank you very much for the opportunity to present. Again, as I mentioned, my contact details if you'd like to reach out, but I hope that there are some questions from the audience that we can address. And thank you again so much for listening.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Claudia. And if I'm not mistaken, this is the first public-facing presentation of the manual, right? So it's quite a privilege for UNIDIR to host this first public presentation. And I can see already a lot of questions trickling into the Slido, which shows that there is a lot of high interest in this project. So I'm gonna perhaps regroup them because there's a few questions that are similar, or at least build from one another. So one of the questions is, what's the target audience, and whether the audience is mainly for Western consumers, or whether you're trying to achieve a broader reception, especially with regards to the mainly sort of Western-oriented sort of composition of the drafting committee, so to speak. There was also a question on whether the manual will include Global South international legal scholars. And finally, there's also a question on who is supporting the handbook and how can it be accepted broadly in terms of, in terms of acceptance and and buy in, so to speak, especially with regards to the quite tight-knit composition of the drafting committee. So just to kick us off with the questions on Slido.
Yeah, thank you very much for these important questions. Even the hand mic needs a little time. Thank you for these questions. So indeed, as I mentioned, the project is meant to create a product specifically for military audience, for military advisors. And in that way, it's very important. The military-to-military engagement for us is very important. Now, as I mentioned, we're at the very early stages of this project, and we're starting to leverage our networks of networks to make sure that we include as broad as possible range of reasonable views to be included in the manual and in our interpretation of all of the provisions. So it's a work in progress, and we do that, of course, through the events that I've mentioned, but we're also very open. So if you'd like to reach out and also share ideas, we're very much open to collaboration.
Thank you very much for the succinct answer. There's a question on, because you mentioned the Tallinn manual in the presentation just now. What are the lessons learned from Tallinn that you're drawing, and what will you do differently for this time?
Yeah, thank you. Thank you. Yeah, very important. So as I mentioned, one of the biggest changes that we're implementing in this process right now is this distinction between rules and descriptive approach to this manual, as I mentioned. So as you can see with the Tallinn manual is very much a compilation of legal rules, and for each one, the addition of cyber is brought into the rule, right? But with AI systems, we very quickly realize that it's so much more complicated. There's so many different contexts, and I mean, you see that also in the presentations we've had yesterday, the realization that one, there are so many different types of AI-enabled systems, so many different contexts. I mean, also understanding that there's differences in dynamic and deliberative targeting, that there's differences in the context of the operation itself. So the manual is meant to, first of all, distinguish between the types of AI uses, but also be driven by the understanding of specific AI applications and operations. And so starting with that's going to be our starting point. And then in that, we'll be unpacking descriptively how different legal obligations may arise within that context of use.
Thank you very much. So there are a lot of questions, so please bear with me. I'm just going to regroup two questions now again, because they were pretty similar. So one of the questions is, how do you mitigate or minimize biases that could impact the results since the consultants are Western-minded or biased? And then the second one is, I think that sort of draws again on one of the questions earlier. The leadership and consultants appear to come mainly from Western Europe and other group countries. How do you plan to ensure geographic diversity to ensure global credibility?
Yeah, thank you. I mean, I could only repeat what I've already said, that it's very important for us to engage in expanding the networks within which we're drawing on this work. So, you know, we're starting with the prominent legal scholars with which we know that they'll be building the basis for the legal understanding, but then what is really important is to engage and to include a variety of different interpretations. So as I mentioned, the manual in itself is not meant to clarify when there's disagreement or disputes, but to include all these reasonable interpretations in order to guide a military advisor as a reader of such a manual in the interpretation of the existing law. And where the existing law is limited, we do not go beyond that. We need to also realize the limitations of such documents, but also I think it's a wonderful challenge and a great opportunity to concretize some of the legal obligations that we have and have been emphasized as applicable to AI-enabled systems in this context.
Thank you very much. We do have a couple of questions on scope. The first is whether the manual will address the integration of AI into nuclear command and control communications, and second, whether global commons laws, i.e. the protection of the common areas of the Earth, such as Antarctica, outer space, or atmosphere, and the high seas, will be included in the scope of the manual as well?
A lot of it, it's still to be decided. We are starting with the main areas of law that I've lined up on the slides before. So it's a work in progress, but definitely for us, it's important to consider those main nexus of AI in military operations. So as I mentioned, we have already people working on the different domains in which AI will be applied, and so considering, that's our starting point. So it's indeed a work in progress as we expand.
Thank you very much. Now we have a couple of questions on how the manual will sort of interact with existing processes and efforts, such as, for example, how does this manual fit within the ongoing processes like the CCWGG on autonomous weapons, the UN General Assembly, and other initiatives such as RE-AIM? And could you speak to that, and how would you ensure complementarity? And again, another question was, do you see this approach as complementary to what is being done in the CCWGGE on autonomous weapons with prohibitions and regulations?
Yeah, the manual is meant to be operational in nature, so it doesn't directly speak to the political debates, and is of course in no way meant to intervene or influence the debates at the GGEs. At the same time, of course, at the operational level, we try to concretize the existing legal obligations, and in that way, I think it can maybe illuminate some of these gaps that may be filled by states in wherever the legal obligations are unclear, or wherever they need further specification by states. So we hope that down the line it can be supportive, and our participation and in these kind of events like today. So thank you again so much for organizing to UNIDIR. We hope that through this concert, through these collaborative spaces like this one, we will stay in touch and be in a lot of conversations with other initiatives that are ongoing, because it's so important to ensure this interdisciplinary approach and thinking through how we all go forward together.
Thank you very much, and please do consider this invitation to collaborate and engage on the drafting of this manual. We had a question on have you considered drawing on the expertise of international organizations such as the ICRC?
Thank you. I'm looking around the room as I've already discussed this question with some of the colleagues here. Definitely, so this is an academic initiative, right? So we're starting with an academic collaboration on this question. But as you could see from the different timelines in our process, you can also see that we're envisioning engagement with states, and of course, other institutions, international institutions, will be crucial in this process as well, as we make sure that that this is a widely accepted output and product.
Thank you very much, Claudia. So the questions keep pouring in. So there's a question on whether the manual will be available in other languages than English. So that's one question. And then the second question is, there is little to no state practice on AI. So where is the drafting team drawing their interpretations from, and how will you make them acceptable to states?
These are wonderful questions. On the language question, this is to be decided. I actually have not had, we haven't made these decisions yet. On state practice, so of course this is a huge challenge in a very polarized and yet developing area of use of AI systems. We're very careful, and so we're drawing, of course, on available means of interpretation in international law in terms of the scope and the purpose of provisions, and we're drawing on these legal experts in order precisely to ensure that we illuminate the diversity of different interpretations that are possible within each of these legal frameworks, right? So that's very important to us.
Thank you very much. And I wanted to use my facilitator privilege to ask a question, actually, out of curiosity. Does the manual focus on the law as it is, or does it also look into the law as it should be considering that the lines are somewhat blurred for some states, especially with regards to AI in the military domain and autonomous weapon systems.
Yeah. The manual is focusing on the law as is. That being said, also in personal capacity, of course, there's a growing understanding that there might be situations in which AI creates such uncertainties that there may be a need for states to go beyond what is existing. Now, for us, the point of departure is that there's already such a large gap in being able to concretize what is, that this is the very important first step in being able to build an understanding between states who already have a platform of the international legal obligations that they've agreed on. So that's the first step. But of course, that doesn't prevent other actors from going beyond and also pointing to the next directions in which the law should be developing.
Thank you very much. So I think that, as we're getting close to the end of the panel, to the deep dive, is there anything, last words or last message that you want to convey to the international community here today?
Yeah, thank you for the opportunity. So again, thank you again for the invitation, for the organization of this conference. We're just starting the project, so we're very open to hearing your thoughts and your ideas and engaging. So please do reach out, and I hope that in the next couple of years we'll be definitely around to revise this product and this process as we go forward. So again, thank you so much for the platform.
Thank you very much, and please join me in thanking her for presenting the. Thank you. So thank you, Claudia, for being the first to actually present this project, and please do not hesitate to reach out to her in case you have any questions on the project. So now I wanted to go to the last lightning talk of the knowledge and capacity building session. So it's looking at lessons from the nuclear weapons age for managing AI development. We do hear a lot about learning from other sectors, other disciplines, and this is exactly what the lightning talk will cover. So please join me in welcoming Jun back to the stage. Thank you.
Hello. Can everybody hear me all right?
I think the mic is not.
Okay, so my name is Jun Beck. I am a master's student from Columbia University. I'm also a co-founder of a youth privacy advocacy group called Youth for Privacy. And so my talk is called The Lessons from the Nuclear Weapons Age for Managing AI Development. I think that if I wanted to make this talk more interesting and more up to hype, I would have said managing AI governance. That would have been a better title to get my paper more accepted to more conferences. But it is what it is. Now, so can we move on to the next slide? There's no next slide? Okay, that's fine. Yeah. So, okay, I originally have a poster, but it was not there. Anyway, so what I want to do for the next 10 minutes is figure out, okay, there are so many terminologies and so many nuclear analogies that's being used to talk about AI governance. For example, Sam Altman said that there should be an IAEA for AI. A lot of politicians talk about the need for a Manhattan Project for AI. So a lot of the nuclear analogy as the nuclear past has been used to set expectations for what AI governance is going to be looking like. So I want to first dissect that kind of analogy. And number two, I want to see, okay, is there anything that AI governance could learn from the nuclear or other traditional disarmament fields? So starting with the Manhattan Project for AI. When it comes to those analogy between nuclear and the AI, things could not be even more farther apart. When the nuclear weapons first started in the 1940s, only a few people were aware of the technicalities of those information. Those were deeply held government secrets. If you watch the movie Oppenheimer, the whole half of the movie is about Oppenheimer losing his security clearance just so that he wouldn't have access to any of the new nuclear information. But if you go to Hugging Face right now, which is one of the biggest open source AI model libraries out there, there are currently 16,299 models out there for image classifying. There's around 7,000 models for image text-to-text generated models. So, and anybody could use these models. You could just have to say you agree with the terms of agreement. Sure, your terms of agreement might say that you shouldn't use this for military use, but if you are going to use it for military use, then the terms of condition is not going to stop you. So there are a lot of models out there that could be used for military weapons. And so these are not like barriers of entry at all. Number two, when it comes to like nuclear weapons, it has traditionally been the states that had the monopoly of power. They had all the resources, they had all the capabilities, they had all the information. That is not the case. Private sector has much, much deeper R&D capabilities when it comes to AI. So government and a lot of organizations like UN might not have the leverage nor the bargaining chip when it comes to like AI governance. And finally, the approach of AI governance has been with, there is a thriving open source ecosystem, as I mentioned, and that is like very much not in line with nuclear weapons. And not only that, but a lot of the AI development has been focused on the software level. And software algorithms are very hard to, for example, have an import-export control. You can't control the flow of those information. That you can do for example, when it comes to nuclear weapons. So that is also another difficulty that you have right there. So I would say that those like analogy of talking about nuclear Manhattan Project for AI or talking about, you know, IAEA for AI, those kind of analogies, don't think of them, don't use those to set your expectations on what AI governance is going to look like. They are more of a political rhetoric and not like an actual prescription of what needs to be done. So having said that, okay, what are the ways that we could approach AI governance, at least in the military domain? Now, Ben Buchanan, who was a former White House chief of AI, had a concept called AI triad. It's data, algorithm, and compute, the three main elements of AI development. Now, when it comes to military AI versus like civilian AI, there are some differences that we have to consider. First, let's talk about data. Data privacy laws govern the use of like how your data is being used. And for example, in Europe, GDPR controls the data privacy. AI Act controls how those data are used in AI. So those kind of laws govern the use of AI development. However, there is a huge chunk of exception for national security related clauses. Thus, when it comes to national security and the military use in general, GDPR is not going to do anything to protect your personal data. Thus, when it comes to data flow governance, at least in the military domain, privacy and all these regulations are not going to be the barriers. Two, algorithms. There could be a way, for example, if by having a lot of like national secrets, for example, to limit the number of algorithms that for example, your model could be working on, or like you might be developing. However, that is limited by the fact that one, most of the cutting edge research in AI ML algorithms, for example, are occurring in the private sector or in the open source communities, and which might be published or which might be like, leaked somehow. And I would say that like, even if I do think that like those kind of informations, because people are moving around, switching jobs, etc., at the private sector, those information are not ironclad, and they will be leaked about what is the mechanism behind some of the latest AI models. So, and not only that, at least like this is like a bit US specific, but there is a First Amendment protection against, for example, code as freedom of speech, which means that if you want to regulate how algorithms and code might be used, there might actually be some like First Amendment free speech argument against regulating algorithms. So that is also another additional dimension that you might have to take. And finally, I think that compute, that's the final element of it, might be the most promising one when it comes to AI governance for the military domain. Chips, hardware, it's already being used for import-export controls. Those chips have serial numbers. There are controls on regulating how chips are being used, etc. So there are already a lot of existing mechanisms to govern how these like high-performance GPUs, TPUs will be used. So if you want to, for example, like regulate the military domain, the AI use in the military domain, I think that we should worry although it makes sense to work a lot on the response, the assuredness of the AIs in their capabilities, I think that fundamentally we would also have to look at the hardware dimension of it, because that is a thing that we already have ample amount of traditional disarmament mechanisms, traditional import-export control mechanisms that we could use to govern. Now, for the remaining 3 minutes, I want to also talk about AI verification. Now, in the traditional disarmament world, there is a phrase called trust but verify. Even if there's been an ample amount of trust-building exercises, verifications has been the one way to make sure that the other party's commitment towards, for example, denuclearization or arms control, etc., has been met. Now, is there a way we could have some of those verification methods when it comes to military use in AI? I would say that the answer is very, very difficult. First, a lot of speakers for today and yesterday talked about digital forensics as a way of verification. That is a very intrusive method. You actually need to go to the logs, to the source codes, to actually do those verifications. If there is not much of a trust build already, and if the other party is not willing to show the source code of those models or these machines, etc., which are very intrusive ways, that digital forensics is a very difficult way to do it in a trust building setting. Sure, you could do it after those, for example, if in a tribunal setting where you're issuing subpoenas, sure, that could be the case, but at the beginning stages, that can't be done. Number two, if you can't, unlike nuclear weapons, for example, where you can have, for example, seismic data, satellite data, so that even if there's no trust or no interaction between two parties, you could at least objectively look at their activities. In AI, that is not the case. Intelligent behavior does not actually mean that they're using AI. One example I like to give is that a couple of years ago, Elon Musk showed they invented a Tesla robot, but there was actually a dancer dressed like a robot doing those moves. All these intelligent behaviors could also be a remote operator. So even if you say this might be using very AI capabilities, you couldn't verify it without actually going into the code and looking at its hardware. And finally, yes, and finally, another caveat is that just because that machine might have AI-capable hardware doesn't actually mean it's using AI. GPUs, for example, might be used for other purposes. So you can, even if you can have the hardware, even if you know, for example, that it's have certain hardwares and GPUs, it cannot be used to definitively say that that weapon is using AI capabilities. So in terms of external verifications, that is going to be a very, very hard thing to do. So I think that my point is that we need a bit more trust-building exercises to build a trust where you can make, for example, think of a zero-knowledge ways of verifying the capabilities of AIs in machines. So that is all the time. Yes, thank you.
Thank you very much, Jun. And I think that it's great that you're pointing out, because we tend to sort of focus on the similarities and perhaps how we can draw lessons from one field to another, but also you're pointing out the limitations of drawing such comparisons. So I think that it's really useful to get that broken down in a very simple way and in 5 minutes. So well done there. And it's also good that you finished with trust building, because that is exactly the theme of the next session. But before I hand the floor to Giacomo for the moderation, but also for the next panel, I would like to inform you that at the very end of the conference, we would like to take a group picture. So if you would like to be on the group picture after the closing remarks, please do stick around. Because then we'll want to take the group picture. So thank you very much. So yeah, Giacomo, over to you.
Test? Yes, it's working. Okay, good afternoon, colleagues, and welcome to the last panel of the day. I decided as well to, given the number of great speakers that we have, I will be taking the moderation from this side, And despite the setup and my best intention, I promise I'm not going to sing in the middle of the afternoon. So we are really invested the last couple of days coming back to this issue of trust. And trust means many different things to many different people. There isn't probably one single aspect of trust that matters more than others. But I think it is safe to say that there are at least 3 elements that have emerged over and over again over the course of the discussions in the last day and a half. What does trust mean between states that might be the ultimate users that make the decision to develop or purchase and then deploy these technologies? How can we build trust between the public and the private sector? This is also another key element of trust building. We understand that today, when it comes to AI, states are not necessarily the driving force behind the development of these technologies, and it is important that whatever trust frameworks are adopted and agreed between states, then these have to find a way of being applicable also to the public-private relationship. And then we spent quite a lot of time investigating what does trust in the technology means. And I think it is important, if I've taken anything out of the last day and a half, is that particularly in the context of trust in the technology, it is not binary. It would be too simplistic to say that you either have trust or you don't have trust. I think it is important that we learn how to calibrate the trust that we put in AI systems so that we know exactly when and under what circumstances we can trust the technology, and when and under what circumstances we should not be trusting the technology. And this is really, I believe, a key takeaway for us. We have the pleasure of wrapping up this conference, really bringing together different permanent representatives from here in Geneva that can really help us understand more what are the different mechanisms and tools that are available out there at the multilateral level within and outside of the UN system that can really help us further unpack this concept of trust. So just following the order that I see them here on stage, I'm very happy to starting here on my left to introduce Ambassador Shen Jian, the Ambassador Extraordinary and Plenipotentiary for Disarmament and Deputy Permanent Representative of the People's Republic of China. To his left, Ambassador Camille Petit, the Permanent Representative of France to the Conference on Disarmament. To her left, Ambassador Leonardo Bencini, the Permanent Representative of Italy to the Conference on Disarmament. And again, following on the left, Ambassador Robert Indebosch, the Permanent Representative of the Kingdom of the Netherlands to the Conference on Disarmament. And then, again, one step further to the left, Ambassador Bilal Ahmed, Permanent Representative to the United Nations from Pakistan. And last but not least, Ambassador Si Jing Song, Permanent Representative to the Conference on Disarmament for the Republic of Korea. So a very rich and regionally diverse panel from which we are hoping to understand a little bit better this issue of trust. So I would like to start with Ambassador Shen here on my left with the first question. It is really a warm-up question for the entire panel, so feel free to take it in the direction that you prefer. And in introducing this panel, I mentioned the different dimensions of trust that we've been discussing. But if I were to ask you, Ambassador, what does trust building mean to you in the context of AI and defense and security? Please, Ambassador.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Palais, and good afternoon, colleagues and friends. It's really very important and a very good event. I try to follow the event online from time to time, and I also heard some of the comments this morning and also yesterday. Very glad to participate in this panel discussions about trust building in defense and military. As I think I heard from one of the panelists this morning that the Chinese focus on development, right? But the question is raised related to defense. Trust is really a scarce commodity, right now, but it's very important, especially in the current situation. Yesterday, I think many of the colleagues read an article written by Thomas Freeman in New York Times, and the title is related to building trust between two countries, the need for shared trust on AI, especially emphasize the importance of building trust between the two countries. Mr. Freeman mentioned that if there is no trust between us, between US and China, and each of us has our own AI systems, it will be the TikTok problem on steroids, and it will be a world of high-tech feudalism. He also quoted the famous historian Yuval Noah Harari that we should build more trust between humans before we develop truly super-intelligent AI agents. If we forget our shared human legacies and lose trust with everyone outside us, that will leave us easy prey for out-of-control AI. I believe the opinions of Mr. Freeman is quite thought-provoking, especially pointing out the lack of trust among major countries and also the consequences that will have. I would like to take this opportunity to share China's perspective. In the development context, as mentioned by previous panelists, indeed there is mistrust, and from China's perspective, we think there is the mistrust that comes from what we perceive as U.S. strategy to contain China's development and advancement in science and technology, especially in the AI field. The adoption of the Chip and Science Act, the American First Investment Policy, and the export control regimes that is we perceive as an effort to contain China from acquiring advanced technologies, especially in the AI field. Recently, there are news reports that certain government is under pressure from the US not to export certain articles to China. I think this is where the mistrust comes from China's perspective. In the security aspect, we often we believe that there are also mistrust from the United States vis-a-vis China. There are many export control regimes imposed on China, which the Americans will say that you cannot sell all these products to China or technologies to China, because any products or technologies you are selling to China will be used to enhance China's military capabilities. And that's what we consider as exaggeration of national security. And if this mentality cannot be changed, the deficit, the trust deficit between the two countries will only increase. And the consequences will also be quite serious, because if it continues, there will be parallel ecosystems, and it will undermine the joint efforts of the international community to make the best use of AI technology for the benefit of mankind. And in security aspect, if this trend of polarization and fragmentation is continued, the various initiatives we are having, including the laws discussions, the RIAM process, and also discussions within the UN framework in UNDC, in the Conference on Disarmament, and various other initiatives, will not produce very productive result or outcome. So this is also detrimental to our effort to government governance in the security aspect. As how to improve the trust, we have put forward some initiatives. The President Xi put forward Global AI Governance Initiative, and China's positions regarding the military application is reflected in our working paper submitted to the CCW, so I will not go into details. I think overall speaking, our approach is, the key word is AI for good and AI for all. In terms of AI for good, that is, any AI technologies should be used for the benefit of mankind. We should not make AI application for the benefit of absolute military superiority and as a way of monopoly, and we should not make AI technology for military purpose to undermine strategic stability. And we also should adopt relevant tiered regulations over AI military applications. In terms of AI for all, that is mostly focused on the development aspect, because we think if we cannot achieve the AI for good, AI for all, there will be development gap. And if there is development gap, definitely it will lead to security gap. It will lead to insecurity of various regions. And in turn, it will create chaos and even armed conflicts. So that's the Chinese approach of dealing with how to build trust, that we hope that international community can endorse the idea of AI for good and AI for all. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Actually, to build trust, I can see different angles. The first one would be to have trust in the technology itself. So we've actually discussed this already yesterday and this morning, but I would like to touch upon a few issues. And then there is building trust between the industries and the armed forces. And lastly, I would touch upon the issue of trust between states with a slightly different view than my colleague. So on trust in the technology itself, armed forces definitely have to have confidence in the AI technologies that they integrate into their weapon systems. Of course, it's key for predictability. It's key for the armed forces. It's key for the public authorities. It's key for the general public. And to ensure that there are different tools. One tool that is very important to us is legal reviews. We've mentioned that with, the Article 36 of the Additional Protocol 1 to the Geneva Conventions. But this is really to assess the reliability and the predictability of the weapon system integrating artificial intelligence. Another tool is test, evaluation, and certification processes. And for that, you can look at this at different levels. So for us, it's very important to ensure this test and evaluation as from the beginning, from the design process, to have a very rigorous system design that can enable to have full compliance with the framework that is set by the human, because you have to make sure that the system will process according to what has been designed. But you also need to be able to evaluate and certify this system at different levels. So apart from the design phase, you have to take into account through ergonomy what will be the real conditions. Because of course, wartime, there can be degraded conditions, so you have to take this into account. And also, you have to check this as the system evolves. So, and look at it at different times. And of course, there can be errors, so it's all the lessons learned from the process. So now, regarding the second issue, so trust between industry and the armed forces. The user has to understand how the machine works, how to interact with the machine, and what the system can do or not do. So the human user also has to be able to act in case there is a failure of artificial intelligence. And this is very important, actually, in our training in our armed forces, also to make sure that if there is a difficulty, the user can act differently. And so, for instance, in the French Ministry of Armed Forces looks at internalizing the specificities from the industry, so understanding the system and For instance, we created an agency, the AMIAD, the Ministerial Agency for Defense Artificial Intelligence, that is precisely meant, among others, to understand what are the parts of AI that are integrated into the weapon systems and the interaction between the industry and the armed forces to facilitate that. And finally, so on trust between states. So just to mention that, for instance, for us, export control regimes are also meant to ensure trust, of course, because then you are sure that there is no proliferation. But beyond that, I would say that there are different ways to ensure trust as regards specifically artificial intelligence. The first one is to set principles. To share these principles, to share best practices about the implementation, the operationalization of these principles, and also involve different stakeholders. So for instance, as regards the principles, and I will be short because I'm not the only one, I would say that we have to ensure that the standards of trust in the technology ensure that all states apply them internally. For instance, setting internal strategies. France has built a strategy as from 2019 after the president called for AI for humanity in 2018. And we've updated that in 2024 and then created this agency that I mentioned. But it's also applying legal reviews, applying test and evaluation, using adequate data, training armed forces to use these applications correctly, exerting, of course, human control and responsibility and judgment, and maintaining human responsibility and accountability. So I'm not going to be, to expand, we can continue in the different questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Giacomo. I would like to focus on trust between and among states. Because I'm not much of an AI expert, but I would like to give you the point of view from a disarmament diplomat. And trust is key in the work that we carry out, and it's not by chance that we're underperforming in disarmament, because clearly now there's clearly a lack of trust. I would say there's even mistrust among relevant actors. So how do we build, or rather rebuild, trust when we talk about new technologies? Well, for us, the answer is quite simple. I'm speaking, of course, from the perspective of Italy. It is through the multilateral system. As a middle-sized non-nuclear power anchored in Europe and in NATO, but also as one of the G7 countries, one of the 7 major democracies in the world, Italy can only thrive in a rules-based international order built around effective multilateralism. So we have to strengthen the institutional framework internationally to build trust. Let me just give you a concrete example. AI debate is so pervasive now, yet disarmament for one step behind. It's like diplomacy is too slow to keep up the pace of technology. And this is not just with AI, with every new technology. We do have the GG on laws. We have here the chair that's made encouraging progress over the years. And that's good, but that covers only a fraction of all possible military applications of AI. We have new processes such as REAIM, the Declaration on Responsible Military Use of AI, but we feel that these are still too fragmented and do not have a clear institutional framework. We appreciate Pakistan's initiative. I was the president of the CD in January when we discussed the agenda, and Pakistan presented a proposal to add an item to the CD agenda. We didn't have consensus on that proposal, but personally I can say that it's a good one. I would like the CD to take on AI as a separate item. So we hope we can reach consensus on this in the future. Other than that, perhaps we could think of open-ended processes, perhaps one through the UN resolution with a clear focus on disarmament, not just conventional disarmament, because as I said, we have that is already covered. So it's like we have to bring all the different strands together to create a coherent framework, and that in itself will introduce an element of predictability and transparency in the debate, and will therefore enhance trust. Thank you.
Thank you, Giacomo. I had also a few guiding questions. Let me start by the topic of trust building in the context of AI in defense and security. Let me then underline that trust is needed at various levels, between states at the highest level, but also at the operational level. But it's also needed between public and private actors. It's not easy to establish. In Dutch, we have a saying, trust comes on foot and goes on horseback. It's a slow and a complex process, shaped by diplomacy, mutual understanding, and the willingness to engage in open dialogue. And my Italian colleague already mentioned a few of the processes. Mutual trust can grow gradually, but it also needs constant care. And in the current geopolitical circumstances, it's crucial we continue working on this delicate endeavor. It includes, of course, building trust in the context of the use of new technologies. And building trust in defense and security is a key element of it. Trust building can be encouraged through sharing of methodologies and general findings of risk assessments, not only to signal to other states that proper due diligence has been taken care of, but also for all users to learn about which elements should be looked at. And we as the Netherlands are a strong advocate for testing, evaluation, validation and verification processes of military AI systems. For building trust, it's necessary to implement clear procedures to ensure systems perform reliably and predictably. We also believe it's important that AI systems are developed in a realistic environment. This allows to discover potential pitfalls before deploying AI in a conflict situation, and to develop a better interpretability so operators can appropriately understand and trust the system outputs. Then my Italian colleague again referred already to a number of ongoing processes, and let me say a few words about that. AI in the military domain will have far-reaching implications for international peace and security. And trust can only be built by harnessing the benefits while effectively mitigating the risks of applying AI in the military domain. And that is also what we did in the REAIM conference in The Hague. In particular, the international community needs to jointly address common questions on possible opportunities and challenges that could be raised from a humanitarian, ethical, human rights, security, policy, environmental, and technological perspective. Against this backdrop, the international community benefits from a wide array of multi-stakeholder and multilateral initiatives that can contribute to appreciate in full this multifaceted issue at hand. And not only they are complementary, but they build on each other. During the REAIM consultations, for instance, we heard a call to start discussions within the UN framework. So last October, as a first step, and together with the Republic of Korea, we tabled a resolution in the First Committee of the UN General Assembly on AI in the military domain and its implications for international peace and security, to make sure that the United Nations would be part of this shared endeavor. And we are eagerly looking forward to the submissions from all relevant stakeholders and the report by the Secretary General that will follow. Let me here use this opportunity also to call on states to share their views and ideas and submit your national contribution before the deadline of April 11th. Then with regard to new actions, new emphasis. Let me just mention a few things. In the military domain, AI is a cross-border, cross-disciplinary and multi-stakeholder phenomenon. And we believe that the benefits of AI can only effectively be tackled through the combined efforts of the global community and with engaging all relevant stakeholders. If I would have to make a choice, I would say that the complex nature of AI deserves more attention. Why is that? Because of the wide variety of applications of AI in the military, from logistics to human resource management to command and control. It's everywhere. And second, because of the convergence of AI with other technologies, cyber, quantum, and space, it can only benefit from this broader stakeholder engagement. In our view, increased mutual understanding is one of the most important requirements for the creation of trust. So let's put more focus on that. This means we will need to break down the silos between different expert groups and approach the challenges of AI in the military domain jointly. Our support for multi-stakeholder engagements is also the reason we included in our AI resolution a request for the views of stakeholders, and we hope that they will also make submissions to the SG and not only the states. Furthermore, conversations between different stakeholder groups will increase mutual understanding and promote transparency of how AI is applied in the military domain. So far from my side, some thoughts on building trust in the context of AI in the military domain. And as I said before, it's not easy, but necessary. And as Harold Macmillan once said, a man who trusts nobody is apt to be the kind of man nobody trusts. Having said that, allow me to conclude by underlining the importance of forums like REAIM and RACE, bringing together governments, industry, academia, and civil society to develop shared norms around military AI. And I hope many of you will also travel to Spain to attend the third REAIM summit on September 11th and 12th. Thank you for giving me the floor.
Thank you. And time is short, I know, but I must start by thanking UNIDIR for organizing this conference and this flagship initiative on AI and organizing this Maiden Global Conference. I think the question is very interesting from the philosophical point of view. To begin with, armaments are developed because there is a lack of trust. You want to have armaments because you place your trust in those armaments. So how to progress, build environment in this, from this fundamental standpoint that armaments reflect a certain degree of mistrust. And also in the world, the prevailing environment of trust. And I think my colleague from China, he spoke from his perspective, but I don't think many would agree that the global environment does not beget a lot of trust. So how to build trust within this environment and from the philosophical standpoint? I think we need to look at examples. You need to look at examples. There has been a certain amount of distrust at any given point in history. And even in those times, we have been able to agree and work together. So this should be our starting point. Yes, at this particular juncture, we feel that there is, the trust has really eroded. But to give us hope, we have been able to come together and work and build international law in these times of distrust as well. I'll give an example to this as I come and make some suggestions on how to do that. There are strategic rivalries. There is also a fragile arms control framework, which interestingly has stood the test of time, but looks increasingly dysfunctional in modern times. So with all this in mind, I think I'll try to be brief and give some suggestions on how we think we can still work on building trust. There are things, and I will classify them into 3 areas. What do we need to build? What do we need to increase? So I think we need to increase communication. We need to work on confidence building measures. And from that perspective, I hear the narrative from my Chinese colleague, but I would like to point out here the recent understanding reached between the US and China on maintaining human control over nuclear weapons is, for example, a noteworthy example, and this has happened recently. So there are opportunities. I think these kind of initiatives merit emulation. One of the fundamental things, and I think some of my colleagues have mentioned before me, is inclusivity. Perhaps I'll get more opportunity later in this panel discussion to elaborate that, but this is key. My Italian colleague rightfully mentioned when he talked about the UN frameworks, we'll elaborate that later, but this is a fundamental point. If we want to enhance trust, inclusivity is a must. Then there is a category of things that we need to reduce. And in that, for example, operational risks. Operational risks are something, and my colleague from France mentioned some of the technical elements. I am not an expert in those, but I think generally speaking, there are system vulnerabilities. There are algorithmic risks associated with the use of AI. And I must also mention the discussion I heard in Davos earlier this year, where one of the subject was about, the question was whether the AI had self-preservation. And let me just share this much, that the discussions were not very encouraging, but I leave it up to the experts. Then we need to look at the disparities in technology. I think something that my Chinese colleague mentioned with regard to AI for good and AI for all, I think that captures that element. So we have to make sure that there are no disparities, and the developmental differences can lead to further difficulties. And I would again mention another element, because that would be one of my fundamental messages here: reduce exclusivity. I know this is another way of looking at increasing inclusivity, but I'll elaborate that later once given the opportunity. And finally, what can we use? What are our tools to enhance trust? There are one of the tools mentioned by my colleagues, UN Fora, and there are a few of them. We can use them. They are established bodies to deal with certain issues of certain elements and certain aspects of AI and its use, military use. We have international law to go by. We have international humanitarian law that, of course, is one of the fundamental points here when we discuss AI and the risks associated with it in military domain. And then we have the UN Charter as well. So these should form the cornerstone of the tools available to us. I'll stop here. Thank you.
Thank you, moderator. Okay, thank you, moderator. Many of you may recall Dr. Henry Kissinger's late article on AI, published in Foreign Affairs on October 2023, titled "The Path to AI Arms Control." He called AI a strategic game changer. I think his foresight is proving increasingly accurate. We are entering an era where traditional boundaries of warfare and arms are being redrawn by AI. My colleagues from Pakistan, he talked about his philosophical perspective. So I want to share my views also, give my own background in the national security, particularly in extended deterrence. I'd like to approach this discussion by comparing conventional confidence building measures among states and what may be possible in the AI domain. When it comes to building trust around military AI, I believe we need to keep two essential points in mind. First, we must draw from the deep well of experience and wisdom accumulated by arms control, disarmament, and non-proliferation communities like Geneva. Second, we must acknowledge that AI presents a quite unique challenge, one that might not be fully addressed by the WMD-based arms control frameworks of the past. That said, there are notable parallels. In both cases, the main risks are similar: misunderstanding, miscalculation, misinterpretation, misperception that could lead to catastrophic unintended escalations. Our goals are also aligned. enhancing transparency and predictability to reduce those risks. And the basic tools for building trust are already familiar to us, which are communication channels, advanced notifications, voluntary disclosures. These repeated engagements have historically evolved into norms and institutions. However, the differences are critical. First, the actors and control structures differ. Traditional WMD control was state-centric and centralized, while AI is decentralized, driven not only by the states, but by non-state actors as key players. Second, the nature of the threat is different. WMDs pose physical threats, while AI operates in a virtual, software-driven space. This makes verification far more complex. Physical inspections and missile counts don't apply here. We are now dealing with algorithms, behavior patterns, and data access, none of which are easily visible or verifiable. Given these complexities, I believe there is a shared understanding that future CBMs must be tailored to the unique characteristics of AI in the military domain. As individual states are expected to, or already began to develop their own AI strategies, principles, norms, policies, and legal frameworks, it is only natural that corresponding CBMs will or should emerge to enhance transparency and accountability across borders. Just as WMD-related planning flows from nuclear strategy to doctrine and posture, we may see a similar architecture emerge in the military AI domain in the future. And in that process, both before and after national strategies are finalized, I think there is ample space for meaningful CBMs. In my personal capacity, let me offer a few concrete examples. Establishing crisis communication channels. The US-Russia hotline remains a textbook case of reducing risks of misinterpretation. We can explore real-time channels tailored to AI-related incidents. Creating advanced notification regimes. Just as states notify one another about missile tests or large-scale military exercise, we might consider notifications for AI-related deployments, field testing, or major exercises in sensitive zones like border areas. Enhancing doctrinal transparency, clarifying when, where, and how AI will be used, particularly in C4ISR system, can reduce the chance of misinterpreting an adversary's intent or posture. But let me end on a realistic note. As the expert in previous session already mentioned, verification remains a major challenge, particularly with invisible nature of software and data. And designing CBMs that involve private sector actors is a daunting task, as other colleagues already mentioned. So a multi-stakeholder approach is not just desirable, it is essential. So let us approach this task with urgency, but with also humility. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Excellencies, for sharing with us your initial thoughts on this very interesting topic of trust and trust building and the different dimensions that make even the concept of trust real and practical. I would like now to transition to a second round of questions. This will be individual to each of you, and of course, feel free also to take the opportunity to react to anything that, or build on anything that you have heard from one of the other colleagues. But I want you to help us, the audience, kind of take us on a little bit of a journey, starting from Geneva, then going to New York, and then opening to the rest of the world. Because we have heard a lot about how multilateral processes, as well as other initiatives that may not reside within the UN, but still have played a very important role in promoting discussion on this relatively new topic, which is AI in the context of international peace and security. So I would like to start with Ambassador Hamad to please, if you can elaborate, in your opinion, what role, starting from Geneva, I said our journey starts in Geneva. So what role can the existing disarmament machinery play in advancing discussions on AI-related issues, and how can such machinery contribute to building or increasing trusts between states?
Thank you for asking this question. And of course, you are very well aware that we presented a document in the Conference on Disarmament, CD/2397, which my Italian colleague mentioned here, and I thank him for appreciation for the initiative. That initiative in itself, of course, you can very well understand that we place a lot of trust in the UN disarmament machinery, in the UN as in general, the UN principles, international law, and here on this subject in the UN disarmament machinery. So because we feel that it addresses the fundamental aspect that I earlier mentioned is inclusivity. A number of bodies which comprise the UN disarmament machinery actually ensure and have the mandate, wherewithal, the membership to address those issues. However, one thing we have to be mindful here, how to employ it. We often heard from our colleagues about the need to avoid duplication. We fully understand that. I think this is something that we need to focus on. The second thing that we need to focus on is to ensure that there is complementarity between the work at different UN disarmament machinery. But I think that, if we want a multifaceted, holistic, multilateral response, we can employ the existing UN disarmament machinery. So, I'll give some suggestions on what can possibly be done and where the focus could be. For example, Conference on Disarmament, as I already mentioned, our paper there, of course, is with a certain focus where we believe that how military AI impacts strategic stability, particularly in the nuclear field, and how it impacts the security. This is where we feel that the CD is well placed to address this issue. And the states can explore commitments to retain human control over nuclear decision-making and prohibit the use of AI to manipulate data or target NC3 systems or inadvertent escalation. This is something that we believe the Conference on Disarmament can focus on. When we move to the UN Disarmament Commission based in New York, it has a deliberative mandate and a universal membership. And I think the UN Disarmament Commission has previously served to develop practical guidelines on other areas. And we think that it can also deliberate on this subject with regard to developing guidelines on the responsible military use of AI, including on CBMs and global and regional levels, and also perhaps address some operational risks in doing so. My colleague mentioned about the first committee and the resolution emanating from that. I think there are areas in first committee, for example, we can institutionalize reports coming from the first committee, requesting the Secretary General to seek input from member states and build a data based on national inputs. And should the need arise, of course, an open-ended working group to explore institutional platforms such as the UN Registry on Military AI Implications could be something that the first committee could work on. Coming to the CCW, it remains a key avenue for addressing, I think, humanitarian, ethical, and legal implications of lethal autonomous weapons. There's already a process there, and my colleague is efficiently handling that. Of course, we support a legally binding instrument to be developed from this process, and this is something that the CCW can focus on. I think in conclusion, if we focus on these specific mandates, employing the strengths of each body and dedicate the topics that those bodies should deliberate on, I think it would avoid duplicity and it would ensure complementarity in their work. Thank you.
Thank you, Ambassador, for taking us on the first leg from Geneva to New York, and for elaborating on the contribution that the various components or elements of the disarmament machinery can bring. Ambassador in the Bosch, I would like to come back to you with a follow-up question, because over the last day and a half, we've heard many invitations to states and to civil society and academia to really submit their own views and contributions in response to the resolution that you just mentioned. So we can expect our colleagues at the Secretariat to be very busy over the next couple of months, because they will hopefully receive many of such contributions. Now, the question that I have, also conscious that the audience, both here in the room and even more so online, might not necessarily be too familiar with the processes of the UN, right? So what happens after? So all of these views are submitted. The Secretariat will hopefully compile them in a way. But then what happens next, and how do... This isn't a new process. It has been done in the past for other topics. How do states use this information when they then meet in New York during the first committee?
Yeah, thank you, Giacomo. I think Madam Nakamitsu already touched upon it also earlier in the discussion. At the moment, of course, it's a bit of a black box because the questions have been sent out by the UN Secretary General and UN member states and other stakeholders have until the 11th of April the opportunity to come with their views. So as a chair, I would say we are in the hands of the stakeholders. I personally would love if they would send us a copy already, and not just to the UN Secretary General, because then we can start thinking, and also together, of course, with the Republic of Korea. We are having discussions on that, and we are having internal discussions on that. Of course, it's not a totally new endeavor, and you already referred to that. There are practices in the past. You could start having a political discussion. And of course, for us, that has to be an inclusive political discussion. You could look at what was done with regard to ICT security. You could compare it to the powers discussion. So set up an open-ended working group. A more moderate option would be to have a further discussion among UN member states. And we would prefer also to have more than just UN member states, to have other stakeholders in the room, like we are going to have on laws in the second and the third week, what is it, the 11th and 12th of May, on the basis of the Austrian resolution that was approved in the first committee last October. So that's another option. And you could also have a more technical approach to it, to have experts meetings to further and better understand what is happening. And some of the options you could even combine. So I think there are many ways forward, but we really have also to wait and see what comes out of the UN member states and the other stakeholders. And then indeed, we have to take certain decisions, and that will be a challenge also, because member states and others have time until the 11th of April. Then the Secretary General has to do his work, his team. So around the summer, we will get the report. And early October, we will already be in New York, and we will have to prepare, most likely, something of a follow-on resolution. So that is a relatively short day. But on the other hand, this is a topic that is no longer a topic for the future. It's a topic that is very much of now. It's happening, and it's all over. So for that reason, we embarked on this, and we have to give it follow-up. And I think also, to be honest, if I look at all my responsibilities with my 3 caps on what I have, I'm the perm rep to the CD, I'm the disarmament ambassador, and I'm the head of delegation to the first committee. But I would say that on artificial intelligence in the military domain, in its very wide perspective, there is still a real discussion with all parties in the room. And I think we have to maintain that. And for that reason, it's good that we have this discussion on trust. I think I had it about 30 times in my speech. I thought that it was a bit too much, but I have heard even more times from my colleagues. So I think there is already something that is building trust, at least regarding the need to build trust. Thank you.
Thank you, Ambassador. Ambassador Shen, I'd like to come back to you. We're now in New York in our journey, and within the broader context of the UN General Assembly, China championed the resolution that was adopted in July 2024 on the topic of enhancing international cooperation on capacity building for artificial intelligence. Now, while the focus of that resolution was clearly not on international peace and security, the topic that it touched, the topic of capacity building and bridging the digital divide, is relevant also in the context of peace and security. So how can we leverage international cooperation on capacity building to build or strengthen trust among states?
Thank you for referring to our resolution. Indeed, it's first UNGA resolution focusing on capacity building of artificial intelligence cooperation. And I also would like to remind colleagues that before this resolution was adopted, there's another resolution submitted by the United States, the first resolution regarding artificial intelligence that was also adopted by consensus. This is a good example that the 2 countries and all the countries, through submitting resolutions focusing on artificial intelligence global governance, can work together for a consensus resolution. This itself demonstrates that the exercise can be a platform for building trust among major countries. I'm not sure whether the current administration, the US administration, can still support the resolution which focus on sustainable development, but at least it's a way that the 2 countries can, and together with other countries, work together to build trust. Referring to regarding the capacity building, how to make capacity, indeed, as you pointed out, focusing on the civilian aspects, not necessarily military application, but itself, as I commented previously, the capacity building of countries, especially developing countries, is very relevant to address the development gap. And in turn, it will contribute to the security, overall security of the world, and reducing the risk for armed conflicts. And secondly, the capacity building cooperation can also provide a platform for exchange of policies and doctrines. As indicated in the resolution, what constitutes cooperation and capacity building? Not necessarily just capacity building for the technology itself, but also capacity building in terms of exchange of best practices, in terms of exchange of policies and doctrines. When the policy people sit together, definitely it will be a good platform to get better understanding of the development of each country's artificial intelligence program. So that can also contribute to the building trust. And I still remember previously I participated in the AI event, and there are complaints that there are too many initiatives, but lack of actual actions. And we take into that consideration so that China constantly put forward some actual actions. We put forward this GA resolution on capacity building. And last July, we convened a also World Summit meeting on AI for capacity building workshop in Shanghai, and the UN Secretary General also participated. We convened a workshop for the capacity building of developing countries. We think it's a good exercise. We are going to do it again this summer, and we hope that there will be continued active participation from all parties. And our foreign minister, Wang Yi, also put forward the action plan for capacity building of international cooperation in AI, and focusing on 5 visions and actual action plans. And we are implementing that. So we think through implementation of these initiatives, gradually we will build trust among all parties that will facilitate a AI for good and the AI for all. So that's my understanding. And referring to some comments and to the issues, I fully agree with what Mohammed, just our Pakistani colleague, mentioned. Inclusivity. This is very important. There are various processes going on, and we still think the UN should take the leading role in all the governance issues of the AI. And of course, since we are in Geneva, there are also institutions in Geneva think they should take the lead. We believe that UN can take the lead with complementary or in cooperation with all special agencies. And regarding the GGE laws process, we would prefer a step-by-step approach. Right now, we focus on our efforts on a early harvest from this laws process. And building upon that, we will move into broader area of military application of artificial intelligence. Thank you. I'll stop here.
Thank you. Thank you, Ambassador. I'd like to now go to Ambassador Song and take us outside of the UN. And as it was mentioned extensively, the REAIM process, or the REAIM initiative, has really helped bring in the topic of AI in the military domain more broadly onto the international policy agenda. And the Republic of Korea has been involved in this initiative since its inception in 2023 as a co-host of the first REAIM summit that was organized and hosted by the Netherlands. And of course, last September was the host of the second REAIM summit. In your assessment, how has the REAIM initiative or movement contributed to shaping the discussion on AI in the military domain? And what can we expect for the future, as we now know there will be a third summit coming up in Spain in just a few months?
Thank you, moderator. I'm happy to share some of my reflections on REAIM. We are very honored to cooperate with international communities, particularly with Netherlands and Spain, on these important matters. But sometimes it is very hard to explain what was discussed in the REAIM, and it's really hard to the whole picture of the REAIM. So let me explain to you what REAIM is really aiming at, as easy as possible, with 3 keywords. I think 3 keywords is well capture the spirit and direction of the REAIM. Responsible, multi-stakeholder, and incubator. First, responsible. This provides the normative compass. It defines the direction in which we should be heading. It reminds us that the use of AI in military context must remain grounded in international law and a deep sense of human accountability. Responsibility is not just about avoiding misuse. It is about proactively ensuring that AI is developed and deployed in ways that are safe, lawful, and aligned with our shared values, which were reflected in international law. Second, multi-stakeholder. This describes the method of engagement. AI in the military domain is not an issue that can be managed by governments alone. It requires the active participation of diverse actors, states, international organizations, industry, academia, and civil society. RE-AIM has rightly championed open and inclusive participation, and I believe this approach is essential for building legitimacy and trust in any future norms and frameworks. Third, RE-AIM serves as an incubator, a space for reasoning, dialogue, and gradual norm development. Instead of rushing toward rigid frameworks, RE-AIM has adopted a step-by-step evolutionary approach. It provides an environment where ideas can be tested, perspectives shared, and principles gradually refined. This incubator role was clearly demonstrated in the progression from the call to action at the first RE-AIM conference to the blueprint for action adopted at the second round in Seoul last September. The latter laid out a set of important guiding principles, most notably the human-centered approach. It reaffirmed the importance of human responsibility and accountability, emphasizing the need to maintain human involvement and control in all actions critical to informing and executing sovereign decisions concerning nuclear weapons employment. And as for the future of RE-AIM, I believe it would be premature to define its trajectory too narrowly at this point. Rather, we should allow its direction to be shaped by a range of evolving inputs, including the outcomes of the upcoming third RE-AIM summit in Spain, the forthcoming report of the Global Commission on RE-AIM, and as already mentioned by my colleagues, the UN Secretary General's report mandated by last year's AIMD resolution at the UN General Assembly First Committee. These various processes will help us determine where RE-AIM must go next, whether as platform for coordination or a norm-shaping mechanism or a bridge to more formal arrangements. But whatever path it takes, its core values of responsibility, inclusiveness, and stepwise incubation should continue to guide our collective efforts. Thank you.
Thank you, Ambassador. I would like now to come back to you, Ambassador Petit. So France recently hosted the Artificial Intelligence Action Summit in Paris just last month, under which dedicated military talks were held. Can you share with us your reflections on both the outcomes of the military talks, but also on how initiatives like these can really help promote mutual understanding and ultimately trust among states?
The last part of your question actually is very important. How can it build trust? And I think that our intent with the military talks in Paris on February 10th is exactly the same as your intent for this conference or the one of my colleagues for RE-AIM or other initiatives. We wanted to provide a political platform to mobilize states and to reflect, to share our understanding, different understandings of the issues that are related to AI in the military domain. So not only, of course, the risks and the threats, but also the positive aspects, the benefits. And we wanted then to address these challenges and look at very concrete solutions to address them. So that's the reason why we had actually many stakeholders. This is part of what has been mentioned by my colleagues. It is very important to seek for inclusivity. And we wanted also to be very concrete. So that's the reason why we also had concrete discussions, technical discussions, very operational on system qualification, verification, the issue of frugality, for instance. And for that, you need the industries. So we had invited many industries that also could showcase what they are doing. So there was a big exhibition, and this provided the possibility to see what is being done, what is not done, upstream and downstream, of course, of the battlefield. So on the outcome, I think that what we, as I said, we wanted to have a political platform, and we worked on a political declaration on maintaining human control in AI-enabled weapon systems. It is also a contribution, I would say, to the UN Secretary General's report. So the intent was not to have a universal endorsement, of course, but it's just to contribute to the vitality of multilateralism. Then on the takeaways, or some more specifically, I'm not going to go into the details. There were 4 roundtables on the challenges, evaluation and qualification, frugality, and frontier AI. But maybe just to say that a lot of findings were really common to the ones that I've heard here in this room, especially on the importance of explainability, traceability, the importance of contextualization, and the need for a system to be able to quantify its level of certainty, to clarify its operational limits, and maybe we can come back to this. But I would like to insist on one aspect that has not been, I think, much touched upon in this conference, is the question of frugality. Frugality, because if you look at on the civilian side, of course, we know that the energy consumption of data centers using AI will triple between 2024 and 2030. So we need to take sustainable measures, and that's part of the discussions were linked to that, to try to find some solutions to optimize an AI system, AI-based system in a resource-constrained environment, to ensure that the system is resilient, that it's sustainable, and that we can control the different costs. So that's maybe a complement to the discussions that, excellent discussions that we had. Thank you.
Thank you, Ambassador. And last but not least, and thank you for your patience, Ambassador Bencini. You also mentioned in your initial remarks that Italy last year had the presidency of the G7. And the G7 as a minilateral forum, if you want, has really taken a very active posture towards the topic of AI since 2023, when under the Japanese presidency, the Hiroshima AI process was started, a code of conduct was created. And can you help us understand both how that process has been taken forward under the Italian presidency of the G7, but also more in general, what are some of your thoughts around the role that relatively small groups of states or initiatives led by a relatively small group of states can really contribute to this discussion?
Thank you, Giacomo. Yes, I'm going to say a few words about the G7 Italian presidency, but I would like to frame this within our overall commitment towards a vision of a safe, secure, and protected and trustworthy AI in all relevant international fora. Let me just mention briefly the EU, because we have contributed to the adoption of the AI Act, which is the first set of international legally binding norms on AI. And to us, this is a concrete example of the EU's capacity to govern these processes and set the examples and set the bar high for the rest of the international community. Then, of course, we also engage at the UN with the other partners to adopt a global digital compact at the Council of Europe, the OECD, UNESCO, and of course at the G7. We have promoted AI governance as a top priority of our presidency in 2024. Actually, because we viewed our presidency as an opportunity to reaffirm, again, the rules-based international order rooted in a set of shared values and principles, and which, of course, must apply also to AI. So AI was not only on the agenda of the G7 leaders, but it featured in almost all of the ministerial meetings that we organized on account of its cross-cutting nature. So among the results of Italy's G7 presidency, we'd like to mention the reports on the impact of AI on small and medium-sized companies, the guidelines for the public sector, a mapping of the different approaches to digital identity, and finally, perhaps most importantly, the creation of a monitoring mechanism for the Hiroshima process. Under the Japanese G7 presidency, the Hiroshima AI Process Code of Conduct was adopted to promote, as I said, safe, secure, and trustworthy AI development. The Code of Conduct emphasizes transparency, accountability. It sets voluntary guidelines for companies to align with responsible AI practices. Building on this, the Italian G7 presidency launched the monitoring framework for the Hiroshima AI process, creating a concrete tool to track how companies implement the code. To enhance visibility and public recognition, we introduced the Hiroshima AI process logo, designed to signal a company's adherence to the code's principles. So the logo serves both as a mark of transparency and as a visible link between Japanese and the Italian presidencies. So this reinforces a continuity in the G7's efforts to promote responsible AI. Again, responsible, that's also a key word. The monitoring framework is published on the OECD website. So we believe that the Hiroshima AI process and code of conduct and the monitoring mechanism have been a major achievements in the G7's efforts to promote responsible AI governance. Let me just mention one of the points of the Hiroshima Process Code of Conduct that is particularly relevant for our work in disarmament and arms control, and it is not the only one. The Code of Conduct says that organizations should take appropriate measures throughout the development of advanced AI systems, including prior to and throughout their deployment and placement on the market, to identify, evaluate, and mitigate risks across the entire AI lifecycle. This explicitly concerns chemical, biological, and nuclear risks, such as the way AI systems can lower barriers to entry for weapons development and use. Thank you.
Thank you, Ambassador. I had one question left in my notes, but the audience has been sending us a few very interesting questions that I would like to pose to you as a panel. And feel free to volunteer. The good news is that none of these questions are about technical issues of AI, so you're all very well qualified to answer. So the first question is, in an era of rising geopolitical tensions, how can countries work together to foster strategic stability and avoid misunderstanding in diplomatic and security matters? And then related to that, and I'm going to ask them both so you can choose or combine them as you wish, the role of Geneva ambassadors is instrumental to build trust via the CD, the Conference on Disarmament. What are you doing to promote more communication in this volatile moment? So these are questions from our audience. I thought they were very interesting and very targeted to your profiles. So if anyone would like to volunteer and make a start, please just Anyone? Ambassador, please. Yeah.
This is indeed really the question, I think. And it's true that in these rising tensions, to foster stability, I think that we need more confidence building measures, more transparency. And actually the CD is also the place where we have these exchanges, these strategic debates that contribute to better understanding, even when, of course, we have very strong divergences. Going back to maybe to AI, I would say that it's important as regards this transparency to see what is the level of transparency that is adequate. Because of course you have to take into account national security interests, the need for some kind of confidentiality, but sharing best practices, trying to discuss evaluation, certification, and all that contributes to this to building confidence. So I will be short.
Thank you. No, I think, as I said earlier, we think that we should have a separate item on the CD agenda concerning artificial intelligence, and we should begin to discuss it within the CD. But at the same time, let's not forget that the CD is a negotiating body, theoretically, so we should negotiate in treaties. And we're not quite ready yet, of course, for something like that in that context. And also there is another, in our view, strong limitations that it's a 65 member states body, so it's very limited in membership. We need to have a framework where everyone is involved, something similar to the one we have on space security, I think. But I think I strongly believe that it should be in Geneva. It should be based in Geneva. There are some who think, well, let's discuss this and that in New York. No, I think that we have here a capital of knowledge. We have been working on laws for almost 10 years now. It should be kept in Geneva. This is the disarmament capital. And eventually, I hope it will be an open-ended working group on all the aspects of military applications of AI in Geneva. Thank you.
Yes, indeed, it's rising tensions, and as we always say that Geneva cannot carry out its work in vacuum, and all the issues we are doing and Conference on Disarmament, laws, GGE, and other forums are all affected by the current geographic tension, geopolitical tension. As the Chinese always say, and it has something to do with what I referred to earlier, perception is very important to address this tension and also to facilitate the trust building. Because if the perception is that it's a zero-sum game, it will be very difficult to have a very result-oriented outcome from the meetings we have and negotiations we have. And what we would prefer is a perception that this is a win-win game, not a zero-sum game. And I also recall a coined word that is a competition, or the cooperation and the competition, which was referred to by Mr. and also the article in New York Times is. I don't know whether there is already the definition for this word, whether it's a cooperation between competitors, or I would prefer it's a cooperative competition. So it's a competition, but the competition is not aimed at contain your competitor. So I think this is the key for a trust building. And what can we do as diplomats and ambassadors here? We received instructions from the capital, and we try to facilitate a kind of dialogue and frank dialogue and negotiations. And we do hope that we can create we have the necessary atmospheres for inclusive dialogue. That includes everyone. That's why we would prefer all these dialogue and negotiations will take place in the UN framework, because as referred to, some of the processes is not inclusive enough. When the outcome comes from these processes, it will be very difficult to be included in the UN process. That's why we would prefer more inclusive dialogue on the relevant issue. And we will play a role in this regard. Thank you.
Thank you very much. It's an interesting question. I'll take them one by one. So the first one, actually, the solution is in the question itself. So you talked about how can we work together to foster strategic trust. If we agree to work together, we would have taken first step towards building the strategic trust. This is fundamental. And we take it for granted, like, we say it out of just, we are too used to it, perhaps, in the UN, talking about working together. But this is the starting point. And, we've talked about inclusivity. I think all of my colleagues have mentioned it. It is very useful. And I think the participants here would fully appreciate it. If, for example, we stop half of them to attend this conference, I'm absolutely sure all of you are experts in your own domain in AI. But if you were to be kept out of it, of course, you will be wondering what is happening inside there that I am not part of. And this is why we emphasize that the UN, and we've talked about it repeatedly, that there is already a forum which is an inclusive forum. And if we bring issues over here, then of course we would have taken that would be the first step to achieving and building trust. Coming to CD in Geneva, I think I would not really make a call on whether UN New York is better or Geneva is more suited to it. But I do raise 2 points over here. One is that there is more, and I've worked in both places, both in New York and in Geneva. I know that the work done in Geneva goes to New York. All of the work that we do in CD is ultimately presented in a report to the first committee. So New York has a chance to look at our work. But the work done in New York, although sometimes some of our colleagues do participate in that as well, it does not come to Geneva. So it makes logical sense to build things up, and that there is more technical expertise available over here in Geneva as compared to New York on disarmament matters. So from this perspective, it does make sense. It is not about excluding anyone or expertise, I think, but there is significant expertise available in Geneva which could be used. And then there would always be a chance for review in New York. But coming to the point on what role we can play, so I fully agree with my colleagues, and I think what we do over here, there are positions, and we try to work them through the system. But actually, the forum and an inclusive forum forces you to cooperate. It is very easy to work in silos. You can get together in your echo chambers. I think every country has a few friends. They can get together and can agree on something. But would that serve the purpose is the key issue. So while we have differences on a number of issues, my colleagues here, but we also cooperate on a number of other issues as well. And the ones on which we do not cooperate, we spend a lot of time in informal setting, explaining our position, trying to understand it better, and try to find some sort of, a common ground that can help us move forward. So I think a very important role, regardless whether there is, it really is improving the situation is not the point in here, but you cannot give up. You do not have the option to give up. So I think it is, we play an important role here, and we should continue playing that role. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. I think you already said it, Ambassador. It's if we work together, we can make it happen. Unfortunately, under the present circumstances, that's not always easy. We have sometimes meetings, we are stuck already at item number 2 or 3 of the procedural items of an agenda, and we are busy with that for days. But there are also exceptions to the rule where it does work. So, and we have to cherish that, and we have to make that work. It's always difficult to define, of course, what's in the end inclusivity. If I may give the example of the GG laws, yes, there are not 197 high contracting parties, there are 128, but the number is growing. And for instance, at the last meeting, we had 11 observer states. And in fact, every state can observe if the state so chooses to do. We also had 19 NGOs, academia present. And a big difference with some of the meetings, they were able to participate in the discussion, not just to sit there and look, but to talk and contribute. And this is also how we define, as the Netherlands, inclusivity. It's not only by being there, but being involved and putting forward your ideas. And some of you who were at the deliberations, officially were formulating, but I had some difficulty in seeing the difference with negotiations, but officially it's not negotiations. Then you see that it is possible, and that the wisdom coming from, and the wisdom coming from different sides of the room, not only from UN member states of high contracting parties, is taken into account in the discussion. And we have to work on that. And on the other hand, we have to be careful, of course, that these are issues that are not simple. You are talking about very technical, very complicated issues, and you need to bring the experts into the room. And that is not always easy for not major powers to still be there. And I think for that reason, it is also important to not only meet here in Geneva, but indeed have also regional discussions. And this is one of the things we have done in the framework of the REAIM process, and I think that has been very helpful. But there have also been other initiatives, for instance, with regard Costa Rica has organized a conference, and you see that the discussion in such a region is different than if you organize such a meeting in Asia or if you have it in Europe. Of course, we have to fix it then that we bring together the outcomes of those discussions in the larger global discussion. But I think so far that has been done and it is successful, and we can work on it. And indeed, we have already official, in a way, context between Geneva and New York. We have resolutions in the first committee and then work being done here. So I think that has been done. But we have also to be careful and look, of course, at the capacity that is available and at the financial resources that are available to make it happen. Thank you. This is always very challenging.
Okay. Okay. In addition to all the wisdoms my colleagues already shared, I would like to make one point. As a relatively newcomer to this world, my background is security, and now I'm coming to the world of disarmament and non-proliferation. So I think we need to make our best to make our discussion in Geneva or New York as relevant as possible and down to earth. This is very difficult issue, very technical issues. So we should break down and we should address all the major gaps. Gap between states, gaps between state and non-state actors, gaps between technical groups and policymaker groups. Also gaps between military officers and diplomats. So again, let me make best use of my previous experience. It could be the wild idea, but I think it would be a good idea to have kind of TTX type of exercise where diplomats and military officials and technical experts and other non-state actors can work together based upon very realistic scenarios, facing some kind of dilemma situation, dealing with very immediate threat situations, definitely in a multi-stakeholder settings. As my colleague from Netherlands already mentioned, in the regional conference of REAIM, we already are doing that, but it is not largely tapped yet. So we can make best use of those scenario-based TTX. Then we can feel more realistic who those threats are and what challenges should be addressed. So yeah, it is not from my government. It's my personal capacity. Thank you.
Thank you, ambassadors, for sharing your views on these two very interesting questions that we received from the audience. And I think as we wrap up this very interesting panel, I would like to come back to all of you once again, perhaps again starting with Ambassador Shen and working our way towards the left side of the table. Very briefly, if you could or had to introduce one new action item, one new yes, if you could take one action to really increase or build more trust, perhaps something that you think is being underappreciated or not considered enough, what would you like to draw the attention of the community to?
Actually, I have quite a few actions, but just the most important one, quite related to what I mentioned earlier, is to define a clear line of national security. I mean, it has something to do with the issue I raised about export control, when everything is national security, because anything can be used for national security purposes. So that's why I mentioned we need to define the line of national security in terms of export control of high-tech technologies, including artificial intelligence. This is very important to enhance trust among major countries. I will have all the others maybe at latest in the future. Thank you.
Thank you. Actually, it would be a follow-up to the previous discussion we had about the manual. France, we in 2023, we published a manual or handbook on our military operations, and now we're updating it with a part dedicated to artificial intelligence, among others. And I think it would be very interesting to have an exchange of views based on these public handbooks when they exist. And this would be part also of a contribution, I would say, to the transparency and confidence building that we discussed earlier. Thank you.
Well, I said it earlier, an open-ended working group meeting in Geneva for a couple of years, discussing all the relevant issues on how we want to address the overall issue of military applications of AI in every possible field, and see if there is room for creating a global framework of some type. We're discussing this in other fields, and why not in this one as well. So basically would have, without a clearly specifically defined goal in the end, but at the moment it would be enough just to meet and talk, and having, of course, it would be open-ended and with civil society, academia, the private sector, very importantly, and everyone should be pretty much like we're doing with the GG laws, but expanding very much the participants and the scope of the discussion.
Yes. Yes, I think AI is complicated, but the real world is even more complicated. And for that reason, I already referred to it in my earlier intervention, I would say that it's important to also look at AI in convergence with other technologies, and then in particular cyber, quantum, and space. And we have already been asking especially asking attention for the relation between AI and space, but I think also the other two elements, yes, it will not become easier, but I think we will have to look into that. Thank you.
Thank you. Just building on a comment, I think the complications mentioned, I have not mentioned what the interface of neuroscience would be with this. Having an AI support and linking it to the neuroscience, it's a different subject, but we have talked about AI's role in armaments, but the AI capabilities directly linked to your neural pathways is another thing. But not to make it even more complicated. You asked about one aspect, and I would like to narrow it down. I mean, if you look at it in a bigger way, it's very difficult to zero in on something. But in terms of building trust on this, I think there are a number of initiatives, and our approach, as I've repeatedly said, is about as inclusive a forum as possible. That is, I think, the fundamental starting point. Pakistan has co-sponsored both the Chinese resolution and the US resolution in the first committee on AI, that's on civilian uses. We have been one of the very interactive members in the REAIM as well. We supported that resolution as well. Anything that comes in the US, in the UN system is something that we have trust with, and I believe a number of countries that we talk to also have. So I think that should be the starting point. Thank you.
Okay, let me elaborate a little bit more on my previous point, the TTX type of exercise. Let us think about the real situation. So imagine a military commander receives an alert from AI-enabled early warning system indicating that adversary has launched ICBM based on what later turns out to be a system malfunction. Indeed, the commander faces immense stress and pressure to make an immediate, potentially destructive decision. In such a moment, many key questions should be asked, like how much can we trust AI system? How can we minimize the risk of miscalculation or misperception or misinterpretation driven by AI capabilities? So by building TTX around scenarios like this, participants can able to collectively explore key trust-building questions like, how do we verify the reliability of AI systems? What are the risks of over-reliance? How do we preserve human involvement and control in moments of serious crisis, as I mentioned? And what appropriate and timely actions can be taken unilaterally, bilaterally, and multilaterally? So again, TTX is a well-established method in the conventional security area. So I hope we can make best use of this wisdom we already use in other fields. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Excellencies, for engaging with us in this panel. Thank you for your honest and substantive and very frank contributions. I think the whole audience here in the room and online thoroughly appreciated this exchange of views. Of course, we've only started to scratch the surface of this very complex issue, and we hope to have more opportunities to do so in the future. So please join me in a round of applause for our panelists. I guess we are, believe it or not, we have reached the end of the conference. I promise I won't keep you for another half hour with very long concluding remarks. It's Friday afternoon, and I'm sure you all have better plans. However, there are a couple of things that I would like to share with you, potentially also answering some of the questions that you may have. First, let me start with some next steps. So what can you expect after this conference? We will prepare a short summary report. It will be impossible for us to really prepare conference proceedings. There was so much knowledge that was shared, but we're going to do our best in releasing a report that at least captures some of the key elements. Of course, the recordings of this event are already available on UNIDIR's YouTube channel. So if you have missed a panel because we didn't give you any breaks and you had to take one, you can always go back to the recording and watch it again. The posters and that are outside, and as many of the presentations that our speakers gave us that we managed to collect will be made available on the conference webpage. So if you didn't manage to consult all of the posters, you will have the chance to do that again shortly when we upload them as a catalog, if you want, on the website. I would like to extend my sincere gratitude to all the speakers that really made this event a success. We may have created the right context and box, but they did fill it with the right content. So if you did enjoy the event, it's thanks to the quality of our speakers. Thank to all of you here in the room, real troopers that made it through 2 days, but also the many hundreds of participants that we have collected online over the last few days. Of course, we would like to have this conference, as it was said on multiple occasions, become an annual feature for the city of Geneva. But as also my director reminded all of us at the beginning of the conference, UNIDIR is a voluntary funded organization. So I would like to also take the time to acknowledge once again the sponsor that made this year's conference a reality, and in the meantime perhaps inspire others who may be considering supporting the conference in its future iterations. So our gratitude goes to the government of Czechia, Germany, Italy, the Netherlands, Norway, the Republic of Korea, Switzerland, France, as well as to Microsoft and Advai, which were very important. We kept saying how important it is to involve private sector more in these discussions. Here we go. Private sector is investing in these conferences, and we hope to see them more often. Last words, I think while I am the head of the Security and Technology program that is responsible for leading UNIDIR's work in everything related to tech, including AI, I can certainly not claim the credit for the success of this event. It was a true team effort. So I know you have the energy for one last applause that I would like you to hold for 1 second while I take the time to join me here on stage, at least some of the team members that really played an important role in the success of this conference. So yeah, Yasmin, you can please join us here on the podium. Of course, she curated the amazing program that you've seen. Then Jessica, Jess, Ed, you're already here, but please do make yourself known. If you can please join us here on stage. Jessica, where are you? Jessica? All right, please do join us on the podium. Federico, wherever you are, please come. Federico curated the poster exhibition that you saw just outside of the room. And then there are many more, including our comms team that has really done an outstanding job in promoting the conference before, during, and hopefully after the event. And last but not least, our finance, budget, and administration. As you can imagine, this was quite a thing to put together, and we couldn't have done it without their help. So if you have every little bit of energy that you have left, please say thanks to our team. And with that, Yasmin mentioned group picture, the last thing we ask of you before you exit the room. So thank you so much for coming, also for joining online, and see you next year.